Chapter 001 Rebirth 2024.
Ning Guqing was not only reborn, but also returned to 2024, 20 years ago. A super rich system was also rewarded. The system's newbie reward is 100 million in cash. After becoming a rich man, the first thing he did was to take action against the young woman next door. Wrong. Vulgar. How can it be said that he attacked a young woman? It is a pleasure to help my aunt. She is said to be an ant, probably in her 30s. She was the first goddess in Ning Guqing's mind before his rebirth. Her mature age, proud figure, and gentle voice made Ning Guqing, who was just beginning to fall in love in his previous life, completely bewildered. According to statistics, more than 90% of boys around the world have a dream of becoming an ant. Hello, Auntie, you are wonderful. The figure is graceful and the taste is wonderful. Ning Guqing is no exception and has a special feeling for this older ant. It's a pity that in his previous life, Ning Guqing left here after going to college. I haven't seen her since then. This is a regret for Ning Guqing. After finally being reborn, I was rewarded with a male god system. The novice gift package not only gave a 100% increase in appearance, but also 100 million in cash. Ning Guqing doesn't want to have any regrets in this life. Without hesitation, he knocked on the door next door. When the ant next door opened the door, Ning Guqing's first words were, "I have been afraid of the dark since I was a child, and I hope you can help me overcome my fear of the dark. In return, I will help my aunt pay off the remaining mortgage." The ant thought Ning Guqing was talking nonsense. He is an orphan and lives on the little savings left to him by his parents before they passed away. Where does he get the money to pay off his mortgage? My aunt didn't believe that Ning Guqing had so much money. However, when the ant heard that he was afraid of the dark, she felt overwhelmed with sympathy. Poor baby. It's pitiful to have no parents. You're such a grown-up, yet you're still afraid of the dark? The young ant showed great concern and warmly invited Ning Guqing into her home. Just when he was about to ask Ning Guqing how to help him overcome his fear of the dark, Ning Guqing said seriously, "Put on black stockings." The young ant was stunned for a moment. Wearing black stockings helps you overcome your fear of the dark? Only then did she understand. How could you say such shameless and vulgar words so righteously? This is a talented person. The ant was very angry. Very angry. Isn't this bullying? Who do you think I am? Am I the kind of woman who casually wears black stockings for others to see? The young ant was planning to kick Ning Guqing out, but when Ning Guqing showed her the balance in his mobile bank card, the young ant was stunned. This must be a lie, right? How could there be so much as 100 million? In order to verify whether the balance was real, the ant reported her card number. Ning Guqing transferred the money without hesitation. Your bank card has been deposited with 300,000 yuan. Looking at the deposit text message sent by the bank, the ant was stunned again. Is this true? Then, he said righteously. Ning Guqing, who do you take me for? Do you think I'm someone who would do anything for money? You underestimate me. As a neighbor, I see you're an orphan, and you're truly pitiful. I want to help you overcome your fear of the dark. The young ant spoke righteously, but her actions were very quick and she went to the room. When she came out of the room, her originally smooth legs were now covered with black stockings that would drive most men crazy. It's also ultra thin with letters. No words all night. The next day, Ning Guqing was woken up from his sleep. Wake up, wake up. It was my aunt's voice. The voice was very urgent, and he pushed Ning Guqing as he spoke. Ning Guqing was really too tired. It started yesterday afternoon and lasted till evening. Didn't sleep until the early morning. I can't even remember how many times. Such a long time and high intensity. Fortunately, Ning Guqing is only 19 years old now. If it were someone in his 30s or 40s before his rebirth, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Stop making trouble, let me sleep for a while. Sleepy. Ning Guqing also turned over and turned sideways. This woman is a bit dishonest. I worked so hard yesterday, couldn't you let me sleep a little longer? Seeing that Ning Guqing had no intention of getting up, the auntie became even more anxious. Ning Guqing, you have to leave. If you don't leave, my godfather will come and you won't be able to leave. He'll beat you to death. Ning Guqing lost all sleepiness instantly after hearing this. He jumped up suddenly. He stared at her with extremely shocked eyes as she was getting dressed. You just said that your godfather is coming?
You have a godfather? The young aunt nodded.
Ning Guqing's heart was broken in an instant. As someone who had lived two lives, Ning Guqing certainly understood what the word godfather meant. In my previous life, I always thought she was a pure young woman. I thought she was a good woman who abided by the code of conduct for women. Just before this moment, Ning Guqing, who had been reborn, was still thinking about supporting her in the future.
It's not like we can't afford it.
But the result?
What a pure young woman. What the hell is this about a good woman who abides by the code of conduct for women?
Ning Guqing's heart was broken.
The woman I had been thinking about for so long in my previous life was a canary kept by someone else?
The dream is shattered. He returned home with a depressed look on his face.
The apartment Ning Guqing lives in now was left to him by his parents.
3 years ago, after Ning Guqing finished his junior high school graduation exam, he went traveling to the southwest. As a result, the tour bus rushed off the cliff.
Below is a rushing river.
The bus fell into the river and the salvage team searched for a long time but couldn't find a body. Fortunately, Ning Guqing's parents had some savings.
And this suite. Ning Guqing survived thanks to these savings in this house. Why wasn't I reborn after graduating from junior high school, but after graduating from high school?
This made Ning Guqing a little unhappy. If I were reborn to graduate from junior high school, I would definitely tell my parents not to travel.
Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door. Ning Guqing thought it was the godfather of the aunt next door who came to visit.
A little scared. Result. After opening the door, I found that it was not the case.
When I opened the door, two beautiful figures came into view. One is a young girl with a graceful figure and beautiful youth. The other is a mature, charming, and graceful young woman. The two beauties, one big and one small, stood side by side. The girl is tall and graceful. She is about the same age as Ning Guqing, in her prime, but she has grown into such a charming girl. Her long, shiny black hair falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair neck, adding a touch of charm.
Her name is Zhang Xiaofei.
He and Ning Guqing are neighbors.
Lives upstairs from Ning Guqing.
The young woman next to her had light makeup on her face, which perfectly highlighted her beauty and temperament. She wore a white shirt on her upper body. The shirt was cleverly cut with a slightly waistline, which not only perfectly outlined her slender waist, but also made her figure look particularly plump. She paired it with a black tight-fitting miniskirt, which tightly wrapped around her slender figure, showing her endless sexy charm. The pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings, with a hazy feeling that is looming, are even more fascinating and enough to drive any man crazy. She is Jiang Xinyan. Zhang Xiaofei's mother is a single woman who divorced a long time ago.
It's true, this young woman really understands men.
Not only did she wear a tight skirt and black stockings, but she also sprayed this charming perfume.
Looking at the two beauties, one big and one small, Ning Guqing smiled slightly and thought to himself, school beauties, mother and daughter, long time no see, hello. Chapter 002 I can hold my breath for 5 minutes.
In their previous life, the final outcome of this mother and daughter was extremely tragic. Because he owed high-interest loans and was unable to repay them, he was forced into a desperate situation by the lenders and had no choice but to jump into the Minjiang River. The death of the mother and daughter was accidentally filmed and posted on TikTok, causing a sensation in Mindu at the time. At this moment, both mother and daughter seemed very nervous, and Zhang Xiaofei looked upstairs from time to time.
When Jiang Xinyan saw Ning Guqing open the door, she immediately said, Xiaocheng, can you let us in to take shelter? Ning Guqing's heart sank. Why does this scene look so familiar? She remembered that in her previous life, the mother and daughter also came to her door, but when she learned that they were being visited by loan sharks, she was afraid of being implicated and ruthlessly refused their request to come in. They were not allowed to enter. Helpless, they could only hide on the rooftop. Where can the servants hide on the rooftop? He was still found out by the loan shark. Afterwards, the mother and daughter were taken away. 3 days later, news broke that they had jumped into the river, and it was also reported that they had been raped before their death. When Ning Guqing learned that the mother and daughter had committed suicide and had been raped before their death, it was like being struck by lightning. Regret. Upset. Their death was a lifelong pain for Ning Guqing. A psychological shadow that will linger for a lifetime. If they had been allowed to take shelter in their home at that time, would they have been avoided being taken away by the loan sharks? It won't be violated. Would he choose to jump into the river because he couldn't bear the humiliation?
Thinking of this, Ning Gucheng really wanted to slap himself hard. Why was he so cowardly in his previous life? Ding, system task triggered. Choose 1, agree to Jiang Xinyan and her daughter's request and let them take refuge in the house. You will receive a reward, a supercar worth over 10 million yuan. Choice 2, reject Jiang Xinyan and her daughter's request and receive a cash reward of 1 million. Host, please make a choice. The voice that suddenly rang in his head made Ning Gucheng feel a little abrupt. Immediately he was overjoyed. Do I still need to choose? Choose 1. You have to choose 1. Compared to 1 million in cash, a sports car worth over 10 million is certainly more tempting. Moreover, in his previous life, Ning Gucheng was too timid and did not let them into the house. Regretted it for the rest of my life. I don't want to have any regrets in this life. I wanted to let them in. Ding, the host has made his choice. Congratulations to the host for winning a Ferrari LaFerrari. The car is parked at the entrance of the community. As the system voice fell, a bunch of car keys suddenly appeared in Ning Gucheng's jeans pocket. At the same time, countless driving techniques appeared in his mind. Not only the car but also the driving skills are given as a gift. Ning Gucheng was ecstatic. Wow, it's a Ferrari LaFerrari? It is said that the selling price exceeds 20 million, but there is still no demand. If you open this, you won't have to worry about not being able to pick up girls? Ding, mission released. Host, please drive a Ferrari LaFerrari on the streets at least once within 24 hours. After completing the mission, you will receive a first-class luxury house in Mindu. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. I heard that it was the first rank in Mindu. Ning Gucheng was so excited that he almost flew up. This Mindu Ipin is known as the most luxurious house in Mindu. Let me put it this way. The cheapest one costs at least over 30 million. Ning Gucheng in his previous life would not even dare to think about it. And now you can get it just by driving a luxury car on the street? It's so easy. Ning Gucheng suppressed his excitement and turned his attention back to the sexy Jiang Xinyan. Aunt Xinyan, Xiaofei, please come in quickly. Seeing that Ning Gucheng agreed to let them in, Jiang Xinyan and Zhang Xiaofei breathed a sigh of relief and immediately went in. Ning Gucheng closed the door. After Jiang Xinyan entered the room, she immediately walked to the balcony outside the living room and carefully looked down through the gap in the curtains. Sure enough, she saw a few ruffian-looking young men standing at the entrance of the community. Ning Gucheng had already taken out 2 bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator. Aunt Xinyan, drink it, have a sip of water. Xiaofei, drink some water. Zhang Xiaofei took the mineral water and drank it in gulps. She was really thirsty. Jiang Xinyan first pulled the curtains on the balcony tightly, then walked back and sat down opposite Ning Gucheng. You should know that Jiang Xinyan was wearing a short skirt with black stockings. The skirt is not even knee-length. When she sat down, she opened her eyes slightly, and Ning Gucheng, who was sitting opposite her, saw it immediately. Purple. Her black stockings are not one piece. But the more sexy black garter stockings. Ning Gucheng could see the purple color inside clearly from a close distance. I heard that mature women prefer black and purple. Now that I see it, the legend is indeed true. Do not look at anything indecent. Ning Gucheng, who saw the scene, immediately felt his mouth dry and his heartbeat seemed to accelerate. He immediately shifted his gaze away and looked at Jiang Xinyan's face. Jiang Xinyan didn't realize that she had already given Ning Gucheng a benefit. After drinking a few sips of water, she said, Xiaocheng, aren't you curious why Xiaofei and I suddenly came to your place? Ning Gucheng shook his head. Not curious. I'm so curious. I knew in my previous life that you and Xiaofei were being hunted down by loan sharks. Do you need to ask more? Of course, Ning Gucheng wouldn't say that. Instead, he said, Aunt Xinyan, I'm so happy that you and Xiaofei can come visit me. Because they were neighbors, living on the upper and lower floors, Ning Gucheng already knew them. However, the relationship is not very strong. It is limited to neighborly relations. This was also one of the reasons why they were refused entry in the previous life. After all, they were not familiar with each other, so there was no need to get involved in this mess. However, when Ning Gucheng learned of their death, he still regretted it and felt remorseful for the rest of his life. To be honest, Xiaofei and I are being chased by loan sharks. We can't go home, so we can only take shelter here with you. Jiang Xinyan thought about it and told the truth. If you are worried about being implicated, Xiaofei and I will leave now.
Jiang Xinyan said this from the heart. She knew very well what kind of people those loan sharks were. Cruel and ruthless is no longer enough to describe them. Absolutely insane. Once Ning Guqing is implicated, his fate will probably not be good. Therefore, she needed to seek Ning Guqing's opinion. If Ning Guqing disagrees, then she and Xiaofei will leave now. If it were in his previous life, Ning Guqing would probably have asked them to leave directly. But now it's different. Knowing that they would surely die if they went out, how could Ning Guqing let them leave? Ning Guqing said seriously, Aunt Xinyan, you and Xiaofei shouldn't go anywhere. Just stay here with me for a while. When the storm has passed, you can leave. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan was very moved. Finally, someone was willing to take her and her daughter in, allowing them to find some shelter. Jiang Xinyan lived upstairs and had knocked on several neighbors' doors before coming to find Ning Guqing. I plan to take shelter at the homes of neighbors with whom I have a good relationship. Even including her best friend, Lu Feng, who lived next door to her. But in the end, her best friend knew that she owed a loan shark and was afraid of being implicated, so she flatly refused Jiang Xinyan's request to come in. Helplessly, Jiang Xinyan could only bring her daughter down to try her luck in Ning Guqing. But he didn't expect that Ning Guqing, with whom he had only an ordinary relationship, would actually agree to let him seek refuge? Good person. This made Jiang Xinyan very excited. She stood up and hugged Ning Guqing in her arms. You know, Jiang Xinyan was standing. Ning Guqing was sitting. It just reached her chest. Ning Guqing only felt a gust of fragrant wind coming, and then found that his head was buried in softness. No. I can't breathe. I feel so anxious. Suffocating. Don't stop. Use a little more strength and continue to hold. I can hold my breath for 5 minutes. Chapter 003 I won't be bored if you and your daughter live in my house. Don't say that. This mother and daughter are both very attractive in terms of appearance and figure. If it were placed in places like nightclubs and clubs, it would definitely be the top-notch one. 2 women, one young and energetic. A mature and charming one. Compared to Zhang Xiaofei's youthful charm, Jiang Xinyan's sexiness is obviously more attractive to young boys like Ning Guqing. Especially her hot and proud figure. At this moment, Ning Guqing truly felt how exaggerated her magnanimity was. It was far more exaggerated than he had imagined. Seeing that her mother had actually hugged Ning Guqing in her arms and even flattened him so exaggeratedly, Zhang Xiaofei immediately tugged at her clothes and reminded her, Mom. Jiang Xinyan then realized that she had lost her composure, and immediately let go of Ning Guqing, took a small step back, and put some distance between herself and Ning Guqing. Really? Why am I like this? Jiang Xinyan felt extremely embarrassed when she thought about how she had buried Ning Guqing right there with her. Ever since she broke up with that unfaithful man more than 10 years ago, she has never let any man touch her, not even her hand. But why did he let Ning Guqing bury himself there just now? Or did you bring him in on your own initiative? Shying. Embarrassing. He is the same age as Xiaofei and both have just graduated from high school. They are still so young. Will I be a bad influence on the child? Will he think that I am a casual woman? Would he think I was seducing her? Countless thoughts appeared in Jiang Xinyan's mind. Ning Guqing, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and looked calm and composed. I'm going to the bathroom. Then, Ning Guqing stood up. With his right hand in his jeans pocket, he walked slowly towards the bathroom. Looking at Ning Guqing's back, Zhang Xiaofei felt that Ning Guqing's walking posture seemed a little wrong. He looked a little hunched and a little funny. Walks slowly too. Also, what is the point of putting your right hand in your pocket? Are you trying to be cool? Zhang Xiaofei couldn't figure out what was wrong with Ning Guqing because he was young and inexperienced. But as someone who has been through it, how could Jiang Xinyan not see it? This is. Shame on you. Awkward. Thinking that Ning Guqing was like this because of her hug just now, a shy blush immediately appeared on her snow-white face. She even knew what Ning Guqing was going to do in the bathroom. Solve it yourself? Under normal circumstances, it should take 5 to 10 minutes to come out, right? Result. 20 minutes passed. I didn't see Ning Guqing coming out of the bathroom. Waited another 10 minutes. Only then did he come out. Jiang Xinyan looked at the time on her watch and was shocked. 30 minutes? Oh my god, has it been so long? It's great to be young.
It was impossible for Jiang Xinyan not to feel shy because she guessed what Ning Guqing was doing inside. Zhang Xiufei saw that Jiang Xinyan's face was always red.
Mom, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so hot? My hands are a little hot too.
Zhang Xiufei grabbed Jiang Xinyan's hand and found that her hand was warm.
Could it be that he has a high fever? No, nothing. Jiang Xinyan said, I just feel a little hot, it's okay.
Then, he pretended to pick up the air conditioner remote control and lowered the temperature by 2 degrees. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door, and one could clearly hear the sound of many people going upstairs.
Jiang Xinyan immediately looked outside through the peephole.
I saw at least 4 people quickly heading upstairs.
Her home is upstairs. Jiang Xinyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not at home, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. Aunt Xinyan, what's going on? How did you get such a loan at such high interest rates? Ning Guqing knew that she had borrowed money from loan sharks and owed a lot of money. I really don't know why I borrowed it. Based on Ning Guqing's understanding of Jiang Xinyan, she is not a woman who is short of money. She is a boss. Opened an advertising company.
In Ning Guqing's impression in his previous life, she was a very rich woman.
He always drives a BMW when he goes out. He definitely has assets worth tens of millions. You shouldn't have to worry about money. But why do we still have to borrow usury?
Business is getting harder and harder these days.
Since last year, the company hasn't made any profit. We're just living off our past capital. 3 months ago, we were having trouble cashing out. So, I took out a loan. 10 million. I can't pay it back for various reasons. There's an overdue payment. Now they're coming to us. Ning Guqing knew that the current environment was indeed bad, and countless companies closed down every year. But you don't have to borrow money from loan sharks, right? Afterwards, Jiang Xinyan told Ning Guqing. It's not that she wants to borrow money at high interest rates. She was also murdered. The loan matters have always been the responsibility of her finance department director. She colluded with the loan shark and tampered with the contract. It was not until the contract expired and the loan shark came to her door that she realized it was a loan shark, and by that time the financial director had long disappeared. Jiang Xinyan knew that she had been cheated. But I didn't dare call the police. Because she knew very well that if she called the police, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. These lenders are not good people. They can do anything. She doesn't want to die yet. He also doesn't want anything to happen to his daughter Zhang Xiufei. 30 million? How is that possible? Didn't you say you only borrowed 10 million? Why do you have to pay back 30 million?
When Ning Guqing heard Jiang Xinyan say that the amount of debt had reached 30 million, Ning Guqing was shocked.
Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? The loan has doubled in just 3 months? Otherwise, how can it be called usury?
The company's performance is not good, and it has long since run out of cash flow.
I can't pay back 30 million yuan, even if I sell the company.
When Jiang Xinyan said this, her face was full of worry. Then he gritted his teeth again. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation.
It's a small town. I'm afraid those people won't leave for a while. I can't go back home.
So, I want to stay at your place tonight. Ning Guqing knew very well that if they went back at this time, they would definitely be walking into the tiger's mouth.
This was how it was in my previous life. They were hiding on the rooftop but were found and then forcibly taken away. They ended up being humiliated and then jumping into the river. In his previous life, he chose to stand by and watch. A lifetime of guilt. I will never let this happen again in this life.
Aunt Xinyan, don't worry, you can stay here as long as you want.
It's just right. I live alone. If you and your daughter come, I won't be bored anymore. Chapter 004, Pingy. Jiang Xinyan was very moved when she heard Ning Guqing say this.
It is said that husband and wife are like birds of the same age, they fly away separately when disaster strikes, let alone they are just ordinary neighbors.
This reminded Jiang Xinyan of her good friend Lu Feng. How close were the two of them originally? They are almost inseparable. Even when I bought a house, I chose to buy one next door.
But even such a good girlfriend and good friend wanted to go to Jiang Xinyan's house to avoid the limelight when she was in trouble, but she turned them away. Only at this time did Jiang Xinyan see Lu Feng's true face.
What kind of bestie is this? When you have money, you are a good friend. When you are in trouble, you are not even allowed to enter the door.
Ning Guqing's house has 3 bedrooms and a living room. Ning Guqing brought her to the master bedroom. Auntie, you know I live alone, so you can stay in the master bedroom.
This is my room.
It has air conditioning, so it won't be hot at night.
3 bedrooms and 1 living room.
Only the living room and Ning Guqing's room are equipped with air conditioners. The other 2 rooms are not equipped.
Why? Simple. If there's no one living there, why bother pretending to live there? It's a waste. Ning Guqing is not rich. How can this be possible? This is your room. Xiaofei and I can just live next door. Jiang Xinyan knew that she was living under someone else's roof, so how could she possibly occupy someone else's room? Chose the room next door.
If there is no air conditioning, then there is no air conditioning. After the sun sets, open the windows to let the natural wind blow in, and it shouldn't be so hot. Auntie, I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things.
You and Xiaofei should watch some TV. There is no food at home. Have to buy it. Moreover, since they live in their own home,
you also need to prepare toiletries.
The most important thing is the system's task, driving a Ferrari LaFerrari on the street.
After Ning Guqing came out of the house, he did not go downstairs immediately, but went upstairs.
Sure enough, there were 2 burly men sitting on the stairs in front of Jiang Xinyan's house.
The doors of her house were sprayed with red paint. He also wrote the words "Pay back the money" in large letters on the wall with paint. When Ning Guqing came up, the 2 big men subconsciously looked up at Ning Guqing.
I didn't pay any attention to it.
Ning Guqing walked past them as if nothing had happened.
Then I went upstairs and took the elevator downstairs.
In the small garden downstairs, Ning Guqing also discovered 2 sneaky guys under the shade of a tree. There was no need to guess, Ning Guqing also knew that they were all debt collection companies.
They stood at the door to prevent Jiang Xinyan from escaping. Are there so many people guarding it?
No, we have to inform Aunt Xinyan. The situation was more complicated than Ning Guqing had imagined. It could be felt that these lenders were determined not to give up until they found Jiang Xinyan. Ning Guqing immediately called Jiang Xinyan to inform her of the situation.
Tell her not to go out.
After finishing the call, Ning Guqing couldn't wait to go outside the community. At the entrance of the community, a super sports car was parked on the side of the road. There were already quite a few young boys and girls gathered around.
Some were taking photos, and some were recording videos.
Ning Guqing looked at the super sports car and his eyes lit up. Wow, this is such a great car, the legendary LaFerrari, it's mine now.
Dude, first come first served, understand? Wait until my girlfriend finishes filming, then it's your turn.
When Ning Guqing walked over, he was stopped by a young man who thought Ning Guqing was also there to take pictures. His girlfriend was posing at the front of the car. Ning Guqing looked at him with a smile. You guys line up, I'll go get something from the car. After saying that, Ning Guqing took out the car keys from his pocket.
Beep. The car is unlocked. At the same time, the surrounding headlights lit up. When the car was unlocked, the girls who were posing on the front of the car jumped up in fright. The young man who had stopped Ning Guqing earlier widened his eyes. Then, under the gaze of everyone around, the car door slowly opened. Ning Guqing walked over. The driver's license was found on the passenger seat. The system told Ning Guqing that the driver's license was in the car. Fortunately, the system not only provided a car and driving skills, but also thoughtfully prepared a driver's license. By the way, I've finished getting my stuff, you guys can continue filming. Ning Guqing put his driver's license into his pocket, turned around and looked at them with a smile. The young man immediately waved his hands and said awkwardly, No, we're done filming. Joke. The car owner is here, how dare I waste his time? Ning Guqing asked, Are you really not going to film anymore? The young man nodded. If you don't shoot anymore, I'm leaving. Take care. Watching the Ferrari LaFerrari slowly start up and finally disappear from sight, the young man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had just stopped the owner of the car and thought he was going to be beaten, but it is said that rich people are more approachable, and now I see that it is true. Do you know what it's like to drive a Ferrari? Do you know what it feels like to drive a super sports car that costs more than 20 million yuan on the street? In the past, when Ning Guqing saw those rich second generations driving supercars on the street with long-legged beauties sitting in the passenger seat, it was impossible for him not to envy them. But what about now?
Sitting in the car, Ning Gucheng could feel the envious eyes cast at him from the people on the side of the road.
This feeling. Just one word, awesome.
After driving a few laps, Ning Gucheng became familiar with the car.
This car is good in every way. The return rate is 100%.
The only thing that made Ning Gucheng a little unhappy was that the fuel consumption was really damn high. If the system hadn't given 100 million yuan in the novice gift package, Ning Gucheng would have cried to death even if he was cheering.
Back to the community.
The car was still parked on the side of the road. There is no way, there are no parking spaces in the community. Ding, mission completed, got a penthouse duplex in Minduipin. When the system voice sounded, a property certificate immediately appeared on the passenger seat of the car. It clearly says room 3301, Minduipin.
Homeowner, Ning Gucheng. Looking at Fong Bening, Gucheng grinned.
From now on, I will have luxury cars, luxury houses, and hundreds of millions in savings.
At the same time. Minduipin, Property Department.
Xia Yunshu, the property manager, was concentrating on looking at the financial statements on the computer.
The cell phone rang.
It was the company headquarters calling.
After picking up the phone and hearing what the other party said, Xia Yunshu was stunned. The top floor unit was sold? Or was it bought by someone with full payment all at once?
As the property manager of this community, Xia Yunshu certainly knows the price of the best apartment in the building. As the king of the best buildings in Mindu, this is not only a symbol of identity, but also a reflection of status. Many wealthy people wanted to buy it, but when they saw the price of 300 million yuan, they could only give up.
Now, it has been bought?
Soon, some of the buyer's information was entered into her property system.
Ning Gucheng? Have you never heard of a rich man in Fujian with this name before? Xia Yunshu immediately looked up the name online. As a result, nothing was found. You should know that most wealthy people can find relevant information on the internet. Maybe it's some low-key tycoon who doesn't like to show off and deliberately block the news on the internet.
Xia Yunshu knew very well that some super rich people had to spend a lot of money every year to hide their identities.
And you can see super rich people like Jack Ma and Pony Ma. That's just the wealthy man on the surface.
Those hidden and undisguised wealthy people are the truly terrifying ones.
You can't find it even if you check. Could it be that Ning Gucheng is this kind of person? Xia Yunshu called immediately. Hello, Mr. Ning.
I'm Xia Yunshu, the property manager of Minduipin.
I'm very happy to be able to serve you in the future.
Chapter 005, Entering a women's clothing store for the first time.
You want to move in as soon as possible, right?
I'll arrange for the cleaning staff to give your house a thorough clean. Ning Gucheng's apartment is fully decorated and equipped with all the necessary furniture and appliances. But because no one has lived here for a long time, there is inevitably some dust.
Needs cleaning. How about you give me some time and check in tomorrow? Xia Yunshu said. Tomorrow? To be honest, Ning Gucheng wanted to move in as soon as possible.
After all, it was not really safe for Jiang Xinyan to live in his own home.
What if the lender finds out? What if the lender comes to your door?
And if we hide them in Minduipin, I believe those loan sharks won't even be able to get through the security gate.
But
Ning Gucheng's house is really large. The two floors together cover over 1,600 square meters, and there is also an aerial bathing pool.
It takes most of the day just to clean this bathtub. One day is already very short of time.
Half an hour later, Ning Gucheng returned home. He was carrying a large bag of rice on his shoulders.
He was also carrying 2 large plastic bags. A bag is filled with vegetables and some seasonings.
The other bag contained toiletries.
These toiletries were prepared by Jiang Xinyan and her daughter. Jiang Xinyan made dinner.
You know what, her cooking skills are quite good.
Ever since Ning Gucheng's parents passed away. In order to save money, I rarely order takeout. Most of them cook their own meals. But
his cooking skills are really limited.
Only he can eat it. Ning Gucheng finished 3 bowls of rice and grinned, "Auntie, it's delicious." After dinner, a new problem arises. Ning Gucheng prepared toiletries, toothbrushes, towels, and other things for the mother and daughter. But what about a change of clothes? No. It's summer now, and August is the hottest month. How can I not take a shower? If you don't wash it for a day, won't it go bad? Of course, taking a bath is simple. Wash as many times a day as you want. The point is, where are the spare clothes? No. Not a single one. How about I sneak upstairs and get some down? Zhang Xiaofei suggested. Her proposal was directly rejected by Ning Gucheng. Go upstairs to get it? Those two big guys at your door haven't left yet. Wouldn't going upstairs to get it be like walking into a trap? It's impossible to go home and get it. I can only go buy it. Who is going?
Neither the mother nor the daughter is suitable to go out, so naturally it can only be Ning Gucheng. Afterwards, Zhang Xinyan and Zhang Xiaofei wrote a list to Ning Gucheng.
Ning Gucheng took a look. Underwear, panties, pajamas. Sanitary napkins, for day and night use. See this list.
Ning Gucheng wanted to cry but had no tears.
I've lived 2 lifetimes and never bought these things? Whose period is here?
Ding, system task released.
Purchase all items listed on the list. After completing the task, you will receive a reward, Constitution plus 10.
No punishment for unfinished mission.
Good job. Can I activate a task by buying something? What the hell is this Constitution plus 10? Are you asking me to become a strongman?
Ning Gucheng wore a mask and a baseball cap with the brim pulled down low to cover most of his face.
In this way, I believe no one will be able to recognize me, right? However, just as I went out and downstairs, the security guard at the door shouted with a smile, "Xiaocheng, come out for a walk." Ning Gucheng staggered and almost fell. I'm fully armed, how could you recognize me at a glance? Have you ever been to a women's boutique? Have you ever bought a bar? Do you know how embarrassing it is for a boy to go into a women's store to buy feminine products?
Don't look at Ning Gucheng, who has lived 2 lives as a human being, and thinks he is very thick-skinned. However, when Ning Gucheng walked into the women's store and said he wanted to buy women's underwear, he was still so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. I originally planned to make a quick decision. Just take the things and leave. But the sales lady is also very diligent and responsible. The chatter goes on and on. Let us start from the fabric, to the feel, and to which material is better for the skin. The introduction was very professional. The more detailed her introduction was, the more embarrassed Ning Gucheng became. He didn't want to stay here for even a minute longer. Because Ning Gucheng was the only man in the entire store, almost all the women were looking at him from the moment he entered the store. Excuse me, what style do you need? What color do you like? What's the model number? The 3 questions from the sales lady completely confused Ning Gucheng. Especially the 3rd question. Required question. The sales lady said politely. What model do you need? How big is it? If it's too small, I won't be able to wear it, and if it's too big, it will be very uncomfortable to wear. Ning Gucheng immediately picked up the list. All right. No model number written. Did you miss something? How big? One is this big. Ning Gucheng compared it with his hands and it was about the size of a coconut. The sales lady's eyes widened immediately. Is it this big? So exaggerated. This little brother is so happy. Then Ning Gucheng gestured again, there is another one, this big. Ning Gucheng had experienced Jiang Xinyan's size. It's similar to coconut. But Zhang Xiaofei has never felt this way. But I guess it should be as big as a steamed bun. Not sure, just guessing. It's not clear whether the guess is correct or not. The sales lady was even more shocked. 2 people? Wow, this guy is trying to play 2 games. The model problem has been solved. The rest is style and color. Ning Gucheng was too lazy to choose. Nonsense. What kind of boy would pick and choose in a women's store? Then you will be labeled as vulgar and perverted. We are also people who want to save face. Finally, tell the salesperson to wear whatever makes you feel comfortable. A man actually came to a women's store? This is the first time I've seen a man enter a store like this. She not only bought underwear and panties, but also stockings, pajamas, and sanitary napkins. So perverted? This kind of man is either a pervert or a coward. The possibility of abnormality is more likely. Stay away from him. Inside the store, Ning Gucheng had already attracted the attention of the ladies. They all looked at him with disdain and contempt. However, when Ning Gucheng took out the black card to pay, all the girls who were laughing at him shut up.
Black gold card? This seems to be the Centurion's black gold card?
Among these women, one used to work at a bank counter and recognized the black card used by Ning Guqing at a glance. It is the legendary Centurion's black gold card.
This is not a black card that you can get by depositing a few million in an ordinary bank. This is the Centurion black gold card. There are not many cards of this kind in the whole of China.
To sum it up in one sentence, those who can own this kind of card are all the richest of the rich. When Ning Guqing was just reborn, he received a novice gift package worth 100 million yuan, which was stored in this card.
This card is also given by the system.
The Centurion black gold card caused an uproar in an instant. There is no woman who doesn't understand the value behind this card. Now the look he gave Ning Guqing no longer had the contempt he had before, it was like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb.
Everyone wanted to pounce on him. Some young ladies immediately swarmed over. "Excuse me, sir, is there anything else you need to buy? I can recommend this store to you. I'm familiar with it. My name is Mimi, you can call me Xiaomi, sir, can you add me on WeChat?" "Sir, this is your first time in this store, right? I can be your shopping guide. How about we add each other on WeChat? Sir, can we have a drink together? I can have something cold today."
In just a moment, Ning Guqing was surrounded by girls.
Ning Guqing looked at these young ladies. They are not very old. They are all in their 20s.
She is not ugly and dresses quite fashionably.
Ning Guqing pretended to be flattered. "Wow, you want to add me on WeChat? And you want to invite me out for a drink? Okay. But wait a moment. After I return this black gold card to my boss, I'll come drink with you." Several young ladies heard it. Is this his boss's card? Not his? So what is his identity? The boss's driver? Grass. Got fooled. Then, these young ladies immediately showed disgust. "Damn, you're wasting my time."
If looks could kill, Ning Guqing would have died several times over. Looking at the young ladies dispersing in a hurry, Ning Guqing was not angry but happy.
Quite interesting.
Then he left the store carrying bags. The stuff was thrown into the car.
Ferrari, Rafa. Set off. Go home. Chapter 006. Now is the age of impulse.
When Ning Guqing returned to the community carrying large and small bags of things, it was already completely dark.
Ding, mission accomplished.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of Constitution plus 10. As the voice of the system in his head rang out, Ning Guqing felt a surge of power surging in his body. At the same time, not only vision but also hearing has improved a lot.
Ning Guqing asked the system what level his physical condition was. System's answer: the average physical fitness of a normal person is 50. Ning Guqing's original physical condition was 55. It is already higher than the average value, after all, he is at the age of full vigor. Now, 10 more points have been added. Physical fitness has reached 65 points. To put it simply, his physique is comparable to that of a special forces soldier. Generally, soldiers are around 60 years old. Special forces 65. Ning Guqing was overjoyed. Do you know how Ning Guqing died in his previous life? Terminal illness. He was diagnosed with cancer at the age of 30, fought against it for 10 years, and died at the age of 40. Someone who has died once. I know that nothing is more important than having a healthy body. Now that my physical condition has improved, I won't get cancer when I'm 30, right? Jiang Xinyan was making phone calls to borrow money. She knew that one could hide for a while but not forever, and the only way to completely resolve the matter was to return the money. Otherwise, you'll have to hide for the rest of your life. But the money she wants is not hundreds of thousands or millions. But it is a full 30 million. She doesn't have the ability to handle such a huge amount of money with just a few phone calls. In desperation, I had no choice but to consider selling the company. 6,300,000? Jiang Xinyan was a little disappointed when she heard the offer. Although her company has lost its former glory, it is not worth just this much money. It's worth at least 15 million. Brotherly, you and I have been friends for many years. I am in real trouble now and urgently need money. Can you help me and give me some money? Jiang Xinyan said this almost in a pleading tone. Brotherly opposite was Jiang Xinyan's former business friend.
At the beginning, Brother Lee's company could no longer operate and was about to go bankrupt. It was Jiang Xinyan who introduced several clients to him. His company was revived. When Jiang Xinyan wanted to sell the company, the first person she thought of was him. Unfortunately, instead of helping Jiang Xinyan, the other party took advantage of her misfortune. The company was clearly worth more than 10 million, but it insisted on asking for more than 6 million.
Xinyan, look at what you're saying. Isn't it true that I'm helping you by offering over 6 million? Brotherly said, you know your current situation better than me. Who else would dare to buy your company except me? Don't you think so? Jiang Xinyan was silent. What Brotherly said is absolutely right.
Loan sharking had already plagued Jiang Xinyan's company a long time ago, and no boss would buy the company under such circumstances.
Jiang Xinyan thought about it, then gritted her teeth and agreed, okay, Brotherly, let's find a time to sign.
Before Jiang Xinyan could finish her words, Ning Guqing snatched the phone from her hand.
Then, he hung up. Jiang Xinyan looked up at Ning Guqing. Xiaocheng, what are you doing? Jiang Xinyan was not using the hands-free mode just now. But
ever since Ning Guqing's physical fitness increased by 10 points, his hearing has also become much stronger.
He heard clearly the conversation between Jiang Xinyan and Brotherly. A company with over 10 million bids over 6 million? Are you still the other person's benefactor?
If the other party still has a little conscience, he will never offer such a low price to the benefactor.
This is clearly adding insult to injury. Taking advantage of others' misfortune.
Jiang Xinyan said helplessly, I know he is taking advantage of the situation, but there is nothing I can do. Now my company is still worth more than 10 million. But those loan sharks come to my company every day to cause trouble. My employees are too scared to come to work.
If this continues, my company's business will definitely be ruined. Without business, it will be even less valuable by then. What Jiang Xinyan said makes a lot of sense.
She was thinking about the future. If a company loses its business, it will just be an empty shell and will have no value. So, if it's cheap, then it's better than being worthless after a while. The price is too low, there's no need to sell. Otherwise, if we mortgaged it to the bank, the price wouldn't be so low.
If it doesn't work out, you can just sell it to me.
Ning Guqing has 100 million yuan in funds, so it is not difficult for him to buy a company worth more than 10 million yuan.
Jiang Xinyan looked at Ning Guqing in surprise. Sell the company to you?
I have more than 10 million. Not more than 1,000 yuan.
How can you have so much money? She smiled slightly, thinking it was a joke from Ning Guqing to comfort her. By the way, Aunt Xinyan, Xiaofei, I've bought the things you wanted. Let's take a look and see if they're suitable.
Xiaofei heard the sound, put down the computer and ran out of Ning Guqing's room. Ning Guqing carried several bags, big and small.
La Perla? When Jiang Xinyan saw that it was this brand of underwear, she couldn't help but laugh. This brand comes from abroad. A high-end line of women's lingerie brands. High-end equals expensive. Even Jiang Xinyan, a boss who was once worth over 10 million, was reluctant to buy it. Ning Guqing actually bought several bags? How much will this cost? It must be tens of thousands. Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but feel moved. Why is he so nice to her?
Jiang Xinyan originally thought that Ning Guqing would just buy some things from an ordinary store, and at most he would spend a few hundred yuan.
I never thought I would go to La Perla. I'm going to take a shower.
After Zhang Xiaofei found her clothes, she took the bag and went to the bathroom. After taking a shower, Zhang Xiaofei went to her room to sleep. She had spent the whole day in fear, but now she felt safe and her nerves were not so tense.
She relaxed and fell asleep easily. Afterwards, Jiang Xinyan also went to take a shower. In the bathroom, Jiang Xinyan took out the clothes that Ning Guqing bought for her from her handbag. The feel and texture of big brands are really good.
This bar?
I forgot to tell him what cup I had, and he actually bought the perfect one. How did he know that? After coming out, Jiang Xinyan was wearing the black nightgown that Ning Guqing bought for her. The style is sleeveless and suspender type.
Her arms were as white as snow, and even though the pajamas were a little loose, they couldn't hide her curvy and exquisite figure.
The cooler kind.
At this moment, she had her back to Ning Guqing, wiping her wet hair as she walked. The hairpin in my hand accidentally fell to the ground.
Bend down and pick it up.
You have to know that at this moment she had her back to Ning Guqing. When she bent over like this, she looked even more tense from Ning Guqing's perspective.
The round outline appeared before him. A big but makes it easier to give birth. Ning Guqing suddenly thought of a mythical figure. Hoi! Xiaochang, do you have a hairdryer at home? After picking up the hairpin on the ground, Jiang Xinyan turned around and looked at Ning Guqing. Yes, I'll get it for you. Ning Guqing, who was originally sitting, wanted to stand up, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Glancing down. Damn it! Just now, why did you become impulsive again? In this state, it was very inconvenient to walk. Aunt Xinyan, the hairdryer is in my room, why don't you go to my room to dry it? Jiang Xinyan nodded, then went to Ning Guqing's room. No, she definitely didn't see it just now. Ning Guqing was speechless. It's really good to be young. But I am easily impulsive. You got so impulsive all of a sudden. Aren't you so useless? Ning Guqing discovered a problem. I don't know why I become particularly impulsive when facing Jiang Xinyan. What's this woman's physique? Take today for example, I was with her for only half a day, but I don't know how many times I acted impulsively. Chapter 007 Misunderstanding, this is so embarrassing. Jiang Xinyan went to Ning Guqing's room and found a hairdryer on the table. This hairdryer is an older style. It was bought when his parents were still alive. It is of good quality and has not broken down yet. He has been using it all the time. Jiang Xinyan took a hairdryer and went to her room to blow dry her hair. Halfway through blowing my hair, I realized the rubber band I used to tie my hair was still in the bathroom. Thinking that I had finished blow drying my hair, I went to the bathroom to take it out. On the other side, Ning Guqing saw Jiang Xinyan coming out of her room with a hairdryer. He ran to his room like a thief. I quickly got some clean clothes and went to the bathroom. I didn't feel relieved until I entered the bathroom. Glancing down. Wow, you're so energetic? Didn't she notice it just now? How embarrassing would it be if she saw this? Then Ning Guqing took off his clothes and then his pants. All he had on was a pair of shorts. I was about to put the clothes on the sink, but found that the sink was already full of clothes. Jiang Xinyan and Zhang Xiaofei's clothes were placed inside. Ning Guqing casually threw his clothes into the washing machine. At this time, he discovered that the black stockings Jiang Xinyan was wearing had slipped from the sink to the ground. The ground was water-stained and dirty. Ning Guqing bent down, picked up the black silk stockings, and planned to put them in the sink. At this moment, with a click, the bathroom door was opened from the outside. Jiang Xinyan appeared at the door. Jiang Xinyan came to the bathroom to get the rubber band for her hair. He didn't know Ning Guqing was inside. The bathroom door lock is not broken and can be locked from the inside. However, Ning Guqing always lived alone in the past and had no habit of locking the door. Nonsense. If you live alone, would you lock the door when you take a shower? If there is, it's called taking off your pants and farting. This time, Ning Guqing did not lock the door out of habit. Their eyes met, and both of them were stunned. Jiang Xinyan didn't realize that Ning Guqing was in the bathroom, and when she saw Ning Guqing in only a pair of shorts, a touching blush suddenly appeared on her pretty snow-white face. He's only wearing a pair of shorts? Shy. Awkward. And the next second, Jiang Xinyan suddenly discovered that what Ning Guqing was holding in his hand. Oh my god. Isn't this the black stockings I just took off? What does he do with his stockings? A thought suddenly appeared in Jiang Xinyan's mind. Jiang Xinyan almost screamed out in surprise. Could it be that he was holding her socks while doing that? But look at Ning Guqing. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately grabbed the towel to cover it. I noticed that Jiang Xinyan's eyes fell on the stockings in her hand. Look at her surprised reaction. Ning Guqing immediately realized that she must have misunderstood. Throw the stockings aside immediately. I feel depressed. How could it be such a coincidence? How could she just happen to come in like this? The conscience of heaven and earth. I'm really not such a disgusting person. Ning Guqing was shouting in his heart, don't misunderstand. Then she explained repeatedly, Auntie, don't get me wrong, I just saw your stockings fell on the ground was too dirty, so I picked them up and was going to put them in the sink, and then you just happened to come in. Jiang Xinyan was also extremely embarrassed and nodded repeatedly, I understand, you don't need to explain, I understand everything. Hearing this, Ning Guqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The misunderstanding was cleared up, otherwise he would have ended up being labeled a wretched man. If this gets out, how can I face people? But Jiang Xinyan's next words almost made Ning Guqing go crazy.
Jiang Xinyan paused for a moment and then said, Xiaocheng, boys your age are in adolescence and are most prone to impulsiveness.
It's not something to be ashamed of. Just a normal man, a normal reaction. Don't take it personally. By the way, this pair of stockings is so dirty, don't use it. Use the other one.
Jiang Xinyan pointed to the other sink, then turned around and left the bathroom with a flushed face, closing the door. He trotted back to his room. It was then that she discovered.
Why is your face so red? Why does my heartbeat tend to accelerate?
On the other side, Ning Guqing was stunned again.
This is completely misunderstood? What does it mean to be in puberty? What is a normal reaction? What does it mean not to take it to heart? This. What the hell is going on? I really was just helping you pick up your stockings. Why don't you believe it? Why do you insist on thinking in that direction? Am I, Ning Guqing, really such a despicable person?
Ning Guqing suddenly felt that he couldn't wash away the feeling even if he jumped into the Yellow River.
After much consideration, I decided to have a good talk with her. Make things clear. Otherwise, how can you face people in the future with the label of a creepy guy? I am also a person who cares about face.
After Jiang Xinyan returned to the room, she not only found that her face was extremely hot, but her heartbeat was also accelerating. Even in my mind, I would unconsciously recall Ning Guqing's strong body with 8-pack abs.
No. Why would I think of that? Don't let your imagination run wild. Jiang Xinyan is no longer the kind of naive little girl.
She knows very well what is happening to her. This made her feel very incredible. Ever since she separated from her ex-husband, she has been raising Zhang Xiufei alone, and she has never had this kind of feeling towards any man in all these years. Jiang Xinyan even thought at one point that it would be impossible for her to have feelings for men in the future.
But why, when I saw Ning Guqing just now? Why would I become like this? He's still so young. I'm his aunt, I can't have such thoughts.
I drank a large glass of ice water, which slightly suppressed the restlessness in my heart.
But now, a new problem arises. Xiaocheng is in adolescence now.
Besides, his parents passed away early, so he has been living alone. No one gave him the right guidance on matters between men and women. Although we did have a physiology class in school, the effect of that class was almost zero.
He needs to be guided correctly.
Otherwise, he is very likely to go astray, which will be detrimental to his physical and mental health.
It is not unreasonable for Jiang Xinyan to have such thoughts. How could she not know that during the day, Ning Guqing hid in the bathroom for more than half an hour to relieve himself? How could I not know what he was doing with my stockings just now?
All signs indicate that he really needs proper guidance.
After Xiaocheng finishes taking a shower, I'll have a good talk with him. Chapter 008 Don't be afraid, Auntie, I'm here.
This wait lasted another half an hour. Ning Guqing walked out wearing a vest and loose beach pants. Jiang Xinyan's door was not closed, and Ning Guqing came to her door. Aunt Xinyan, I have something to talk to you about.
You're done with the shower. That's perfect. I have something to talk to you about. Come in. Ning Guqing walked over.
Jiang Xinyan sat on the edge of the bed, and Ning Guqing sat on the stool next to her.
Auntie, what happened just now is really not what you imagined.
I'll say it again, it was because your stockings fell on the ground and I picked them up, and you just happened to come in.
Jiang Xinyan looked at Ning Guqing, and then said in an elder's tone.
Xiaocheng, there's really no shame in solving this kind of thing on your own.
This is a normal reaction from a normal person. Ning Guqing glared, don't you believe it yet? Heaven and earth swear by me. I'm not that disgusting, okay?
Jiang Xinyan felt that now was a good opportunity to educate Ning Guqing, and continued, Xiaocheng, don't panic, don't be anxious, and don't be distressed. Auntie took psychology as an elective in college. I know that adolescent boys like you are very curious about that kind of thing.
99% of boys have experienced self-soothing like you, so don't think this is abnormal. Jiang Xinyan said this seriously.
Although he didn't look panicked on his face, he was very nervous inside.
And it's embarrassing.
She is not a physiology teacher.
How could it not be embarrassing to talk about physiology knowledge with a boy in front of him?
But she knew that she had to endure it.
Otherwise, it will backfire. Ning Guqing's eyes widened instantly. What's going on? Why are you telling me all this? Are they giving me physiology lessons because they are afraid that I will go astray and affect my physical and mental health? Do you really think I'm a little boy of 18 or 19? I have lived 2 lives. Jiang Xinyan continued. But everything should be done in moderation. You had it once this afternoon and again tonight, twice in one day. This is very bad for your health. You are in the growth stage now, and too frequent will affect your physical and mental health. Ning Guqing widened his eyes. What does it mean once in the afternoon and once in the evening? Where is it? Please don't talk nonsense. Ning Guqing remembered at this time that he had gone to the bathroom for half an hour in the afternoon because of impulse. But no comfort? Just go to the bathroom and calm down. And once at night? Okay, I've explained it twice, but why do you still think I'm going to do something with your stockings? Am I, Ning Guqing, really such a despicable person in your eyes? I'm not. Really not. Ning Guqing was about to explain when he suddenly heard the scolding from the neighbor next door. Who are you? I'm telling you, you're trespassing, understand? Do you believe me? I'll call the police? The sound came from the young aunt next door who had a godfather. There were some unexpected guests at her house. Several people from the society wanted to enter her house to search, but she disagreed and started arguing. The moneylenders? Ning Guqing looked out through the cat's eye. Ning Guqing had seen those people who quarreled with the aunt next door. They are the ones who guard Jiang Xinyan's door during the day. Oh no, they're starting the ward rounds? It was only at this time that Ning Guqing noticed that the community group was in an uproar. Many people have come to their homes to visit people from society. They did not rob or smash anything. After entering the room, they conducted a thorough search to see if there was anyone inside. Search each house one by one. Ning Guqing informed Jiang Xinyan of the situation, and Jiang Xinyan immediately panicked. If this person were caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. She was so anxious that she was running around in circles. According to the current situation, they will be able to find this place in less than a few minutes. And this house is so small. There's no place to hide. Ning Guqing also didn't expect that these people would be so bold as to break into private houses. Is there still law? He knew even more clearly that once Jiang Xinyan and her daughter were taken away by them, their fate would be exactly the same as in their previous life. First, countless beasts took turns driving the train. Then they couldn't bear the humiliation and jumped into the river to end their lives. The death of mother and daughter in the previous life made Ning Guqing feel guilty for the rest of his life. Ning Guqing would never let such a thing happen in this life. Looking at Jiang Xinyan, who was frightened and at a loss, Ning Guqing gave her a gentle hug. Comforting her, Aunt Xinyan, don't worry. I'm here, they won't be able to do anything to you. Jiang Xinyan was indeed very panicked. But for some reason, looking at Ning Guqing's burning gaze, I actually felt an inexplicable sense of trust. He is obviously only 18 or 19 years old, and is at an age where he needs to be taken care of. But why do I have an inexplicable trust in him? Could it be that Ning Guqing has some tricks up his sleeve? And at this moment, Jiang Xinyan saw Ning Guqing pick up the mobile phone. Dial a number. Jiang Xinyan watched Ning Guqing making a phone call, and her first reaction was that he might know some big shot and was going to get help. However, when Ning Guqing opened his mouth, Jiang Xinyan was dumbfounded. Wow, Yao Yao Zero? I'm going to call the police. In Sunshine Community, some criminals are breaking into homes and robbing several houses. Are you guys going to do anything about it? Ning Guqing did not say illegally invading someone else's home, but said it was burglary. This is intentionally made more serious. Why? You said illegal trespassing, and they would most likely arrive in 15 minutes. But, you said burglary. That will take about 10 minutes. It may even be faster. Do you know why? Because burglary is a felony, the minimum sentence is more than 10 years. Illegal trespassing will at most result in a public security penalty. Uncle Hat has limited police resources, so of course he prioritizes handling serious cases. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Open the door for me. Ning Guqing had just hung up the phone when there was a sound of banging on the door. Jiang Xinyan was so frightened that her body trembled. Oh no, they are coming? Ning Guqing gently hugged Jiang Xinyan's shoulders, feeling her body trembling slightly, and comforted her. Fine. You hide in the room first, and leave the rest to me. Chapter 009, A strong man with 8 abdominal muscles. Jiang Xinyan nodded. Be safe. After giving instructions, Jiang Xinyan turned and went into Zhang Xiaofei's room.
Zhang Xiaofei was also woken up. Knowing that the bad guys had come to his house, he was so scared that he covered his head with the quilt and trembled. When Ning Guqing saw Jiang Xinyan enter the room, he picked up a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the coffee table and lit one. He sat on the sofa and smoked leisurely.
Don't open the door either.
No matter how the people outside called out, there was no response and no opening of the door.
I plan to delay for a while.
It will still take some time for Uncle Hat to get here. Someone outside the door asked, Brother Yang, I've been knocking for a long time and no one has come to open the door.
Could it be that the family is not home?
This guy called Brother Yang is tall, nearly 1.9 meters, but he is very thin.
No one? Or is it that someone is home and doesn't dare to open the door?
Anyone who dares not open the door may be hiding the mother and daughter.
Mouse, it's up to you.
The guy named Housie came from behind.
This guy is a thief. The kind that specializes in burglary.
Therefore, I have developed the skill of unlocking. He took out a small wire from his pocket with a small hook on it. The wire was passed into the keyhole and was about to be unlocked when there was a click and the tightly closed door was opened.
Ning Guqing appeared at the door. Housie looked up at the man in front of him and started cursing. Damn, is anyone home? I thought no one was home. God has been knocking on the door for a long time, why don't you open it?
Brother Yang started cursing directly.
What are you knocking on my door for? Ning Guqing deliberately answered the question irrelevantly. Are you the only one home? Call the others out. I'm the only one at home.
Suddenly, the rat who was unlocking the door called out, Brother Yang, there are 2 pairs of women's shoes.
Ning Guqing was suddenly helpless. Oh my god, did you forget to hide your shoes?
Brother Yang looked over and saw 2 pairs of women's shoes on the shoe rack at the door. A pair of high heels.
There are also white women's sneakers. 2 pairs of shoes? Just 2 people?
Brother Yang suddenly became alert.
They happened to be looking for 2 women.
Brother Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with Ning Guqing and was about to go in and search the house himself, but was stopped by Ning Guqing.
You can't enter. I'm telling you, I've already called the police. Ning Guqing looked at them and couldn't help feeling a little nervous.
He knew very well that the people in front of him were genuine members of society, not just ordinary street thugs.
Ning Guqing knew them in his previous life.
Lending money and violent debt collection are just the most common businesses for them.
The real big business is human trafficking.
In their previous life, I don't remember whether it was their junior or senior year, they were uprooted by Uncle Hat. It was then that I realized that they not only engaged in usury, intentional injury, murder, and social gangs, but also human trafficking. Many women were sold to northern Myanmar by them. Faced with such a force, even though Ning Guqing has lived 2 lives and lived decades longer than others, he still has to treat it with caution. They really dare to kill people.
Jiang Xinyan and her daughter, who were in the room, closed the door tightly.
They were both very nervous.
If he were caught, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable.
The 2 of them put their ears to the door, listening to the noise outside.
Jiang Xinyan was worried that they would find their way into the room.
At the same time, he was also worried about whether Ning Guqing would be beaten by them.
Mom, what if they come in? I'm scared. I don't want to be captured by them.
Although Jiang Xinyan was also very scared, she still gently hugged Zhang Xiaofei into her arms and comforted her. Don't be afraid, Mom is here.
Mom won't let them take you away no matter what. Your brother Xiaocheng won't let them in either. Zhang Xiaofei asked curiously, Mom, do you trust him so much?
Well, even if he doesn't want those people to come in, Brother Xiaocheng is alone.
Can he stop them? Jiang Xinyan hesitated. She didn't know how to answer this question.
He thought to himself that he definitely couldn't stop them. After all, he was only 1 person, while the other party had 3.
And at this time.
Then I heard the noise outside getting louder, and the 2 sides started arguing, which soon turned into a fight.
Bang bang bang.
There was a sound of something being smashed.
There are people screaming. A fight broke out?
Xiao Hao will suffer if he is alone.
Jiang Xinyan couldn't stay any longer. Let him be exposed.
It was better than Ning Guqing being beaten to death.
Thinking of this, Jiang Xinyan immediately opened the door.
They saw Ning Guqing guarding the door and not letting them in, with the momentum of a single man blocking the pass.
The three people on Brother Yang's side?
Ning Guqing knocked Brother Yang unconscious at the first moment.
A punch hit him directly on the chin.
After a fierce fight with Ning Guqing, Haozi and the other man lay on the ground groaning.
Jiang Xinyan was a little confused. Is it that powerful? 1 against 3, and still so clean and neat?
Zhang Xiaofei looked at this scene in shock, her eyes widening in surprise. Brother Xiaohao was such a good fighter?
Why didn't I realize he was so good before? So handsome.
Zhang Xiaofei and Ning Guqing have known each other for quite some time. But I have never had a very good feeling towards Ning Guqing.
Because there was nothing about Ning Guqing that could attract her. But it's different now.
She saw Ning Guqing's strengths, so powerful.
Like a real man. Soon, Brother Yang woke up from his coma.
After waking up a little, he saw Jiang Xinyan and her daughter in the living room.
Then he threatened Ning Guqing, "Mad, it turned out that you were the one who hid them? Still hitting me? Listen up, you kid.
You're tired of living if you dare to go against us. I want you to disappear from the face of the earth within 24 hours. As he spoke, he touched his face.
Damn, he was so cruel. My cheeks are swollen from being hit. Soon, they left. Watching them leave, Ning Guqing himself felt incredible. I'm so good at fighting?
After adding 10 points to my physical fitness, it really is different.
I feel like I can beat 5. Ning Guqing was a little excited.
The next second, the pain in his chest made him grin.
Damn, they just hit me. Xiaochang, what's wrong? Are you hurt?
Jiang Xinyan and Zhang Xiaofei walked over at the same time.
Look of concern.
Ning Guqing didn't want to make them worry, so he said lightly, "They hit him with a stick, it's nothing serious."
Hit with a stick? Is it serious? Ning Guqing grinned, "Aunt Xinyan, I'm really fine. Take off your shirt and let me take a look.
If you're really fine, go to the hospital for a checkup to make sure you don't have any internal injuries."
Ning Guqing felt that Jiang Xinyan was making a big deal out of nothing. Internal injury? He knows what his body is like. Xiaochang, Auntie doesn't want anything to happen to you. Let me take a look. Auntie will give you some medicine.
Jiang Xinyan asked Zhang Xiaofei to go home and get some medicine for bruises and injuries, as she happened to have some spare medicine for them at home.
Zhang Xiaofei ran upstairs quickly. Soon, Zhang Xiaofei brought the medicine.
Ning Guqing took off his t-shirt, exposing his muscular upper body in front of Jiang Xinyan and Zhang Xiaofei.
Upper body with 8-pack abs. Woo, he's got such a great figure?
After just one look, Zhang Xiaofei felt a little shy. After all, she was just a little girl and was quite thin-skinned.
It's still a bit embarrassing to see a boy without clothes.
However, Jiang Xinyan, who has been through it, would not have such a feeling. Unlike Zhang Xiaofei, Jiang Xinyan had another word in her mind, strong. A strong man with 8-pack abs? Chapter 010, a policewoman who loves martial arts.
What am I thinking about? Jiang Xinyan shook her head secretly, throwing those unrealistic thoughts behind her mind, and looked at the stick marks on Ning Guqing's chest. The scar is as thick as a thumb. It's all red and swollen.
Jiang Xinyan felt a little distressed, and then carefully applied some medicine to Ning Guqing.
After Ning Guqing put his clothes back on, made a phone call.
The call was to Xia Yunshu, the property manager of Minduipin. Originally Ning Guqing was planning to check in tomorrow, but now he told her that he needed to check in immediately.
We definitely can't stay in this community now. Brother Yang's forces will definitely not let us go so easily.
I believe that it won't be long before a large number of people will come to visit.
Even if Ning Guqing's physical fitness increased by 10 points. 1 against 5 shouldn't be a problem.
But he was not so arrogant as to think that he could take on their entire force on his own. The fact that Brother Yang and his friends can come and go freely in the residential complex where Ning Guqing currently lives is enough to prove that they can come to the door anytime and anywhere. Brother Yang had also said before that he would go back and ask for help.
I believe it will be here soon. And what about the Minduipin side?
As the most luxurious mansion in Mindu, the power behind it is terrifyingly powerful. It's probably unlikely that Brother Yang and the others can enter Minduipin freely.
After the call, the sirens started blaring. It's Uncle Hat who has arrived. Ning Guqing, Jiang Xinyan and Zhang Xiaofei were taken to the police station.
At the same time, other residents in the community also came to the police station to record their statements.
At first, Uncle Hat thought it was just an ordinary illegal intrusion into someone else's house.
I thought it was just a public order case.
But after Jiang Xinyan explained the whole story, Uncle Hat was shocked. Evil forces? Is this a big case?
Therefore, the criminal police team of the Municipal Bureau was notified immediately, as this case was beyond the scope of what their police station could handle.
Got to rise.
Soon a policewoman came in, walking with great speed and acting decisively. She has short hair that reaches her eyebrows. Wearing flat shoes, I estimated that his height was over 1.75 meters. Not thin, of course, but not fat either. She has a well-proportioned figure.
She is a woman who is as capable as any man. In uniform.
The uniform was a bit tight, which perfectly brought out her curvy figure.
Her name is Lu Yanan,
the captain of the city's criminal police team. Generally speaking, major and important cases are handled by the criminal police team. Lu Yanan first went to the police officers in charge of the case to learn about the situation, and then went to meet Ning Guqing and others.
The first thing he said was, "You were the one who beat 3 of them and beat them away?" Don't be fooled by Lu Yanan's pretty appearance.
But she has a big hobby.
Martial arts. It can also be said to be fighting.
After graduating from high school, she went to military school and joined the Women's Special Forces. He served in the Special Forces for 7 years. He is 29 years old this year. He retired in the first half of the year and transferred to the city criminal police team. Because he had made countless contributions in the army, his rank after retirement was still very high, and he was promoted to the captain of the city criminal police team.
Maybe it's because I spent too long in the army. She doesn't like weak boys.
In her eyes, a man should be strong and masculine. Even her criteria for choosing a partner have one more thing than other women: he must be able to beat her, otherwise there is no point.
Because she loves martial arts, Lu Yanan has a preference for boys who can fight.
Therefore, I am more interested in Ning Guqing, who can win a great victory in a 1-on-3 battle.
Ning Guqing nodded. Yes, I beat 3. Excuse me, who are you? Lu Yanan smiled. My name is Lu Yanan, and I'm the captain of the city's criminal police.
Your case involves criminal gangs and has been transferred to our city's criminal police team.
I'll be in charge from now on.
After she reminded him, Ning Guqing suddenly remembered. It turns out he is imitating a police officer. She was the one who destroyed the day group, but that was a few years later. In a few years, this person will be a celebrity police officer known to everyone.
At the same time,
a white van was parked on the road opposite the police station entrance. The people in the van stared at the gate of the municipal bureau.
How long have you been in there? Why haven't you come out yet? Damn it! You actually dared to call the police.
The boss has already told us to bring these 2 women to him after they get out of the police station.
Hey, you guys think, after the boss has enjoyed himself, will he give us little brothers some treats to enjoy as well? Are you greedy, kid? Fuck, you haven't seen that mother and daughter. If you had, I believe you would be even more anxious than me. Hey, is this woman so energetic?
That's right, I'd rather live 10 years less if I could sleep with her. A few hooligans in the car were chatting while waiting for Ning Guqing and the others to come out. As long as you get out and find a chance to bring it back, it will be a great achievement.
But
I waited and waited, but Ning Guqing and the others never came out. This made them feel a little strange.
Did they have to spend the night in the police station?
What they didn't expect was, hours earlier, Ning Guqing and Jiang Xinyan and her daughter had already left the police station through another door.
How could the tricks of these hooligans escape the eyes of the police? They have been noticed a long time ago. Lu Yanan still sent them back personally.
Before Lu Yanan left, she not only gave Ning Guqing a business card, but also added Ning Guqing's contact information, telling him to contact him at any time if anything happened. Lu Yanan has a pretty good impression of this brother who is 10 years younger than her.
After Lu Yanan left, Ning Guqing said to Jiang Xinyan and her daughter, "We can't live here for the time being. I believe they will come looking for us soon. We need to leave here as soon as possible.
Aunt Xinyan, Xiaofei, go back and pack your things and come with me to live in Minduipin." Jiang Xinyan was stunned, as Minduipin was known as the most luxurious house in Mindu.
Where to live? Could it be that you still have property there? Ning Guqing didn't intend to hide it and said, "Yes, I have an apartment there." Looking at Ning Guqing's serious expression, Jiang Xinyan didn't believe it. Where to buy a house? You are an orphan and have just graduated from high school. Where can you buy a house? You're kidding me. Do you know how much a house there costs? Jiang Xinyan thought Ning Guqing was joking. I thought that Ning Guqing's parents or friends might have a house there. Chapter 011 Purple has charm. At this moment, Mindu is the best. It is located in the most prosperous area and the most luxurious community in the center of Mindu city. The land price is also the highest in Mindu. When they learned that the owner of the top floor apartment was about to arrive, the property management of the community took action. Xia Yunshu, the manager of the property management department, personally went out and waited at the gate of the community. You should know that this is the owner of the top-tier building in Minduipine. This apartment adopts a duplex structure. The total area of the upper and lower floors is more than 1,000 square meters. The price exceeded 200 million. Before Ning Guqing went to the police station, he called Xia Yunshu and asked him to come over in the evening. From then on, Xia Yunshu was looking forward to it. We plan to welcome the arrival of this super rich person with the highest standards. Do you know how Xia Yunshu reacted when she learned that Ning Guqing had actually paid the full amount in one go? I was really impressed by the generosity of this local tycoon. There are not many people in the whole of Fujian who can take out more than 300 million in cash at one time. What's more, it can be used to buy a house. In order to welcome the arrival of this rich man in the best possible manner and leave a good impression on him, Xia Yunshu dressed up carefully. Not only did she change into a tighter OL outfit, she also changed her flesh-colored stockings into black stockings. Why change to a tighter fit? Simple. The tighter the clothes, the more they can show off your figure. Xia Yunshu is quite confident about her figure. Why change pork shreds to black shreds? Any woman with a little social experience knows that flesh-colored stockings are not the favorite of all men. Among the many types of stockings, the number of people who like black stockings always ranks above flesh-colored stockings. If you don't know the other person's taste, wearing black stockings is the wisest choice. Obviously, Xia Yunshu, as the manager of the property department, is well aware of this. In order to welcome the arrival of Ning Guqing, the owner of Mindu Yipin Lawan, Xia Yunshu had been waiting at the gate of the community 20 minutes ago. Until 10 o'clock in the evening. With a low engine roar, a super sports car appeared in Xia Yunshu's sight. Coming? Xia Yunshu's eyes lit up. Is this a Ferrari LaFerrari? Good job. A super luxury car worth more than 20 million? Looking across the entire Mindu, there aren't many luxury cars of this type? And behind Rafa, there was a Tesla. In the eyes of most people, owning a Tesla is already pretty good. It's also prestigious to drive a car like this. However, when compared with the Ferrari LaFerrari, there is no comparison at all. This car belongs to Jiang Xinyan. Under Xia Yunshu's gaze, the Ferrari LaFerrari slowly stopped at the entrance of the community. Xia Yunshu walked over quickly. Ning Guqing rolled down the car window. Because the car body was relatively low, Xia Yunshu outside the window had to bend down to be able to look at Ning Guqing at eye level inside the car. Her collar wasn't originally low. The second button is buttoned. However, when she bent down, her collar naturally opened. From Ning Guqing's angle, through her open collar, the scenery inside was clearly visible without reservation. This scale? Wow, that's even more exaggerated than the young woman next door who has a godfather. Compared to Jiang Xinyan, she seems to be a size smaller. However, it is already very commendable. It is quite rare for a tree to grow to this size naturally without technology and active driving. I don't know whether she knew she was exposed and didn't care, or she didn't know she was exposed. Xia Yunshu didn't even bother to cover her chest with her clothes. She was surprised when she saw Ning Guqing for the first time. So young? This. At most 20 years old? Ning Guqing's current age, to be exact, is 19 years old. The college entrance examination just ended. In a dozen days, I will go to college. Xia Yunshu said with a sweet yet polite smile. Hello, may I ask if you are Ning Guqing, Mr. Ning? Ning Guqing nodded. Hello, Mr. Ning. I'm the property manager of Mindu number 1. We spoke on the phone. You can call me Xiao Xia. Sister Yunshu. Ning Guqing said politely. How can I really ask for your help? Is it okay to just keep the age difference there? She looks to be at least 25 or 26 years old, so it's not an exaggeration to call her sister. The word sister really brought the two closer together. Xia Yunshu's smile grew even brighter. Mr. Ning, this is your first time here. This neighborhood isn't too big, but it's not too small either. You're not familiar with it, so why don't I take you to your home? It's much easier with someone leading the way. Thank you, Sister Yunshu. Xia Yunshu was delighted.
The passenger door was already raised.
Xia Yunshu walked to the passenger side.
The car body was relatively low, and the skirt she was wearing was really short, so Xia Yunshu stepped in first with his left foot, and just as he raised his left foot, Ning Guqing just turned his head.
Then, I saw it. Purple. This made Ning Guqing think of Jiang Xinyan. She was also wearing purple. It is said that mature women prefer black and purple. Now I see that what he said is true. Chapter 012 The Heavenly Palace That Ordinary People Can't Reach. Do not look at anything inappropriate.
Ning Guqing immediately shifted his gaze away. God swears to my conscience. This time it was not what I wanted to see, I saw it by accident. Even though Xia Yunshu was a white-collar worker with an annual income of hundreds of thousands and had ridden in countless luxury cars, this was the first time he had ridden in a supercar worth over 20 million.
When I entered the car, I was instantly shocked by the interior decoration. It seems a bit cramped. Fasten your seatbelts. Ning Guqing reminded him, and Xia Yunshu finally reacted. Then he pulled the seatbelt over his shoulders and fastened it. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but the seatbelt passed right between the two peaks. So, it was originally a proud place, and now it looks even more majestic and tall. The car starts. A minute later, under Xia Yunshu's guidance, they arrived at the underground garage located in the middle of the community. This building is the most expensive one in the community. The duplex on the top floor is known as the King of Buildings. After parking the car, Xia Yunshu pointed to the row of parking spaces and said, "By the way, Mr. Ning, these 5 two-row parking spaces are all yours." Ning Guqing was puzzled. Mine? I didn't buy a parking space. It's like this, buy the best building and get a free parking space. This time, Ning Guqing understood. That's fine. It saves you from having to buy a parking space. Jiang Xinyan's Tesla also arrived. Ning Guqing gestured for her to park the car in the parking space. After parking the car, Ning Guqing briefly introduced the mother and daughter to Xia Yunshu. Are they mother and daughter? After learning that they were actually mother and daughter, Xia Yunshu was stunned. Xia Yunshu had encountered many cases of 2 women serving 1 man. Take her neighborhood for example, all the residents are rich people. Which of these rich people doesn't have 2 or even in female partners? But sisters and partners have heard and seen it. This is the first time I've seen a mother-daughter combination. What surprised Xia Yunshu even more was that this mother and daughter were truly extraordinary beautiful. Even though she was quite confident about her looks and figure, she suddenly became less confident the moment she saw Jiang Xinyan. Ms. Zhang, welcome to Minduipin. Xia Yunshu expressed his welcome. Afterwards, Xia Yunshu took Ning Guqing and the others to the top floor by elevator. When he arrived at the room, Ning Guqing finally got to know what a top-notch luxury house was. In his previous life, after graduating from the Film and Television Academy, he did not choose a suitable film and television job because he had no connections. Why? Joke. No one asked him to film. There was no other way. In order to survive, I had to change my career and start as a salesperson. Later, he gradually became rich. At its peak, the assets were worth tens of millions. I've been to many wealthy people's mansions. However, compared with this place, the mansions that Ning Guqing saw in his previous life were nothing. Have you ever sat on a sofa worth more than 300,000 yuan? Have you ever seen a carpet that costs more than 3,000 yuan per square meter? The chandelier above your head costs 260,000 yuan. Isn't that scary? A random set of cutting knives in the kitchen is worth 60,000 Chinese yuan. Are you afraid? These are not the most exaggerated ones. The most exaggerated thing is that there is actually an aerial swimming pool here. The swimming pool is at least 200 meters in size. Just imagine, what is it like to swim on the 33rd floor? Isn't it inhumane? Ning Guqing said, I like it so much. Mr. Ning, please go to the property management company when you are free. We need to get you an access card or something. I'll be there later. Okay, I'll go back and wait for you. Xia Yunshu just left. Zhang Xiaofei had been holding it in just now. He was afraid that Xia Yunshu would laugh at him for being naive. After she left, Zhang Xiaofei couldn't hold back any longer and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, what kind of magical house is this? Is this the legendary palace of heaven that is unreachable to ordinary people? Mom, there are so many rooms here. They are big and spacious. There's also a sky pool, which is so cool. I love it so much. Unfortunately, I didn't bring my swimsuit, so I can't go swimming." Even the knowledgeable Jiang Xinyan was shocked by the luxury of the house. How much money would it cost to buy this place? Just this one house would cost at least 200 million, right? Jiang Xinyan made a preliminary estimate that even if she was at her peak and richest, she would not be able to buy even 1/10 of the house even if she sold all her money. How who is so extravagant and inhumane? Xiaocheng, which friend of yours owns this house? It's such a luxurious place, and they're willing to lend it to you. It really is. Who are you? Even now Jiang Xinyan still doesn't believe that this house belongs to Ning Gucheng. In Jiang Xinyan's opinion, how could an orphan who was still in school afford such an expensive house? Aunt Xinyan, why don't you believe that this house is mine? Jiang Xinyan tapped Ning Gucheng's brow with her delicate hand. You don't have a job, and you don't have any income. You live entirely on the savings your parents left you before they left. Where does the money come from? Do you think your Aunt Xinyan is a 3-year-old brat who is so easy to fool? Also, the supercar you were driving just now was also lent to you by this friend, right? Ning Gucheng was helpless. Why didn't he believe it? Never mind. I'm too lazy to explain. Afterwards, Jiang Xinyan and Zhang Xiaofei both chose their own rooms and began to pack their luggage. Ning Gucheng also moved his luggage into the room. As for the luggage, it was actually just a laptop and a backpack. Most of the things were still in the original community. Ning Gucheng had no intention of selling the house in that community. How could Ning Gucheng possibly sell what his parents left behind? It can be considered as a little thought for them. After tidying up a bit, Ning Gucheng told Jiang Xinyan and her daughter that he would go to the property management to handle the access control and then go to fill up the gas tank. What's so good about the Ferrari LaFerrari? It was a super sports car that would turn heads 100%, but the only thing that made Ning Gucheng dissatisfied was that it was too fuel-consuming. It's not that Ning Gucheng can't afford it. Do you know about the 100 million yuan lying in the card? The annoying thing is that the high fuel consumption requires frequent trips to the gas station. After Ning Gucheng left, Zhang Xiaofei excitedly pulled Jiang Xinyan to the swimming pool. "Mom, I want to swim, let's swim together." This is the first time I've seen a swimming pool on such a high floor in real life. I really want to swim. Jiang Xinyan was also a little tempted, and she also wanted to experience what it was like to swim in the air. But the result is, I didn't bring my swimsuit. How can I swim if I don't have any clothes? Go back and get it? There is no doubt that those who lend money have definitely arranged people to guard the door now. As long as we go back, we will be walking into a trap. Go by? It's late at night, everyone should be closed, okay? Moreover, in their current condition, it is not suitable for them to travel around. Once discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. How can you swim if you can't get clothes? Could it be that you are not wearing anything? Yes, nothing at all. Zhang Xiaofei said with a smile, "We're at home, and no one can see us." Didn't Ning Gucheng say he had to go to the property management first, and then get gas? Even if he drives fast, it will take him an hour to go back and forth. Mom, it's just the two of us at home for this hour. Jiang Xinyan felt that what Zhang Xiaofei said made sense. There is no one here, so what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that Zhang Xiaofei will see it? She is your daughter and it's not like she hasn't seen it before. She also often rubs her own back. Then, there was no more hesitation. First, he slowly took off his clothes and pants, then slowly walked into the water. While the two women were having fun in the swimming pool, they didn't realize that there was a pair of eyes staring at them. Chapter 013 Big Star Yang Meng. In the elevator, Ning Gucheng was holding a mobile phone in his hand. Ning Gucheng's house is too big, a total of 1,600 square meters. Many areas are equipped with high-definition cameras. This also includes the pool area. On the mobile phone, there is the surveillance footage of the swimming pool area at home. Just now, Ning Gucheng tried to turn on his mobile phone to see what his home looked like under surveillance. What's the result? Notice the pool scene. Zhang Xinyan and Zhang Xiufei, a mother and daughter, were playing in the water. Of course, playing is not the point.
The point is, at this moment, the two women were completely naked, and Ning Guqing could see everything clearly under the high-definition camera.
Good job. What a fucking good guy. Aunt Xinyan's figure is absolutely amazing. This photo of Xiufei is also quite amazing. Dirty.
Ning Guqing was watching intently when he suddenly heard a very discordant sound in his ears.
When I looked up, I found that someone had already entered the elevator. When did you come in?
Ning Guqing was so focused on his phone that he didn't even notice when someone came into the elevator.
It's a woman.
A young lady, to be precise. She was carrying an LV bag and smelled of pleasant perfume. He was wearing large sunglasses that covered half of his face. Just now, she accidentally glanced at Ning Guqing's mobile phone screen. She didn't know what was happening until she saw it.
Even she blushed. This kind of porn? Watching this kind of movie in the elevator? What a pervert.
In just a moment, the young lady labeled Ning Guqing a pervert.
This kind of video should be watched secretly at home.
There is no reason to watch it in such a public place.
This guy is really perverted. I am speechless.
The young lady deliberately took a few steps to create some distance between herself and Ning Guqing.
At the same time, I began to be on guard. Will this guy do anything to me? Scared. Isn't this the big star, Yang Meng?
Even though the woman was wearing a pair of large glasses that covered half of her face, Ning Guqing still recognized her identity at a glance.
It's none other than the big star, Yang Meng. This woman ended up in a miserable state.
It was not until she jumped to her death that her miserable life was exposed. Don't be fooled by her glamorous appearance. She is the dream lover and goddess of countless people.
But, secretly it belongs to someone else. Yes.
Tool. This matter started with her boyfriend, but little did she know that her boyfriend was an absolute pervert.
Secretly filmed her indecent video as a threat. Ask her to sleep with you. She doesn't agree.
He put drugs in her water while she was not paying attention.
Then, send it to another man. She thought about calling the police. But
the boyfriend used her parents as a threat. She had to compromise.
Since then, I have been sleeping with you.
Sometimes, you have to serve a group of men. On the screen, she is a goddess in the eyes of countless men, but off the screen, she is forced to serve all kinds of men. Finally, unable to bear the burden, he chose to jump off the building to end his life.
He also left behind a diary.
The diary records how she was exploited, how she was controlled, and with whom and where she had relationships.
But what? Do you know what the result is?
Although the diary was made public, the people involved in it were all business tycoons.
There are also some bigwigs in the officialdom. A diary alone cannot shake them at all.
Yang Meng died in vain.
Ning Guqing still felt very sympathetic towards this woman.
When he saw her again, he wanted to help this poor woman.
Yang Meng, stay away from your boyfriend, he's not a good person. Yang Meng glared at him and said, You want me to stay away from my boyfriend?
That's ridiculous.
My boyfriend treats me so well, why should I stay away from him? Besides, who are you?
Yang Meng thought so in his heart, but did not say it out loud.
She didn't want to talk to Ning Guqing. What kind of man is a good man if he watches porn movies while riding in the elevator?
Ning Guqing reminded him again, Your boyfriend, Wang Xiaoshui, is not a rich second generation at all. He does have money, but it's all illegally acquired. If one day, your boyfriend invites you to the Mindu Hotel at night, pay special attention to the water he gives you to drink. He will put drugs in the water when you are not paying attention. In his previous life, Yang Meng had explained this in his diary. Her nightmare began when her boyfriend asked her to go to the Mindu Hotel. That was the night he drugged her.
Shot an obscene video.
Then it was sent to the bed of the man next door. When Yang Meng heard this, she had the urge to slap him.
Would my boyfriend do something so obscene? He is a rich second generation, okay? Yang Meng didn't believe what Ning Guqing said at all. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can predict the future? Pooh. You dirty man. At this time, the elevator door opened and Yang Meng immediately walked out of the elevator.
After getting out of the elevator, Yang Meng went to the parking lot and drove away in her little BMW.
The navigation is set at the cafe on Qingxi Road.
Just half an hour ago, Yang Meng received a call from her boyfriend, saying that he would take her to meet a director to discuss the contract. After Yang Meng left, Ning Guqing also got out of the elevator, went straight to the underground garage, and drove his car to refuel. About half an hour later, Ning Guqing returned home.
Someone asked, does it take half an hour to refuel? No. Refuel for 5 minutes.
The rest of the time, Ning Guqing was in his Ferrari LaFerrari, admiring the graceful swimming postures of the two beauties, one big and one small, in his home.
It looks really good. But it's easy to get angry.
On the other side, when Yang Menglai was about to arrive at the cafe, she received a call from her boyfriend. Her boyfriend told her that they had changed the address. They were originally going to meet at a cafe, but Director Lee said there were too many people there and it was not convenient to discuss things. Therefore, the meeting place was changed to Mindu Hotel.
This kind of temporary change of location happens frequently. Sometimes the big director can't come because of something urgent.
Sometimes it is because there are too many people at the agreed location, and public figures like them are not suitable to go to such crowded places.
When Yang Meng heard that it was Mindu, she immediately remembered what Ning Guqing had said to her. Mindu Hotel? Drugged my water? Stay away from your boyfriend, he's not a good person. Chapter 014. Can you stop playing so extravagantly? Yang Meng thought, coincidence, it must be a coincidence. I don't care too much. However, I still kept an eye on it.
Met her boyfriend Wang Xiaoshui in a room at the Mindu Hotel.
Room 702. This is the presidential suite. The room rate for one night is as high as 6,888 yuan. Of course, a suite at this price can only be considered an ordinary presidential suite. However, it can still show his status, otherwise how could ordinary people afford to live in such an expensive house? Yang Meng's boyfriend is at least 1.8 meters tall. He is handsome.
A young man with a short flat head who looks not only handsome but also energetic.
Still very strong.
Such men are very popular with rich women. When he saw Yang Meng, he seemed very enthusiastic. However, when Wang Xiaoshui wanted to hug Yang Meng, he was pushed away by Yang Meng.
Let's get down to business. When will Director Lee arrive?
Wang Xiaoshui told Yang Meng on the phone that Director Lee wanted to meet her and talk to her about the new movie he invested in and wanted to invite her to be the female lead.
If I hadn't heard from the famous Director Lee,
there was no way Yang Meng would come to the hotel at night, even if the other person was her boyfriend. Damn, you bitch, I've been dating you for over 3 months and you won't even let me touch your hand. Wang Xiaoshui was very unhappy, but soon you will become my meal. He smiled and said, Director Lee will be here in about half an hour.
Don't worry, just wait a while. Wang Xiaoshui appeared polite. What would you like to drink? Mineral water. Okay. Wang Xiaoshui went to get a bottle of mineral water, and considerately unscrewed the cap and handed it to Yang Meng. Yang Meng took a sip. Then, he got up and went to the bathroom.
As soon as he entered the bathroom, Wang Xiaoshui took out a Ziploc bag from his pocket, which contained white powder. Then pour some into a mineral water bottle. I first poured in an amount about the size of my thumb, but it didn't feel enough. I increased the dosage again and poured in another amount equal to a fingernail. Afterwards, shake the bottle to allow the powder to dissolve completely. After doing all this, Wang Xiaoshui waited for Yang Meng to come out. With the current content of the water, as long as she drank even a small sip, she would definitely sleep until tomorrow morning.
However, what Wang Xiaoshui never expected was,
at this moment, Yang Meng was standing at the bathroom door, staring at him. Yang Meng's face was filled with shock and disbelief.
She couldn't imagine that her boyfriend would actually drug her?
Wang Xiaoshui was also stunned.
Didn't she go to the bathroom? How come she came out so soon?
Little did Wang Xiaoshui know that when he suggested going to the Mindu Hotel instead, Yang Meng had already been cautious.
Meng, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Yang Meng didn't want to listen to his explanation at all.
She didn't know why Wang Xiaoshui treated her like this, so she walked over and slapped him in the face. Then he picked up his bag and turned to leave.
Meng, since you've been discovered, you can't leave today. Now that the truth has been revealed, Wang Xiaoshui has nothing to disguise anymore. His approach to Yang Meng was all a scam. He is not a rich second generation at all. It's all disguise. His real identity is the director of Day Group. And this Day Group is the company that lent money to Jiang Xinyan. He pretended to be a rich second generation just to gain Yang Meng's trust, then attacked her and finally completely controlled her.
From then on, Yang Meng had completely become his tool to make money.
And of course, their SPR. When it comes to bribing some big shots, the big star Yang Meng will definitely be of great use. However, what Wang Xiaoshui didn't expect was that Yang Meng actually found out. Now that we have discovered it, we can only use force. Sizzle. Wang Xiaoshui only felt a huge electric current rushing into his body, and then he fell directly to the ground.
Li Meng was holding a stun gun in his hand. After Wang Xiaoshui fell to the ground, Li Meng hit him a few times with an electric baton before leaving the room.
How did he know that? How on earth did he know that? On the way back, Yang Meng's mind was filled with disbelief. Can he predict the future or tell fortunes with his fingers? No, I have to find this and thank you very much. Return to Mindui Pin. Yang Meng went directly to the property management department.
When the people in the property management department heard Yang Meng's description, they were sure that it was definitely Ning Guqing, the new owner of the building who had just moved in. The person you're looking for should be the owner of 3301 Ning Guqing,
the property said.
Yang Meng was surprised when she heard that it was the owner of 3301.
How could she not know that 3301 is the king of the buildings here?
When she first bought a house here, she inquired about the price of this top-of-the-line apartment, 310 million yuan.
At this price, even Yang Meng would be deterred.
In the end, she chose a house worth 80 million. Yang Meng originally wanted to go to the door to express his gratitude immediately, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do so.
It was too late now, and it was not convenient to go to the door to express his gratitude at this time. So I decided to go there during the day tomorrow.
On the other side, Ning Guqing returned home after refueling. Jiang Xinyan and her daughter had finished swimming and were taking a shower in the shower room.
No words all night.
The next day, Ning Guqing slept until noon before waking up.
In the living room, Jiang Xinyan was calculating something on her laptop. Woke up? Breakfast is ready and in the dining room. Jiang Xinyan looked up at Ning Guqing, then buried her head in the computer again. Ning Guqing walked over. He noticed that she was looking at the company's financial statements and asked, "Are you planning to sell the company?" Jiang Xinyan nodded. "If you can sell it, then sell it. If I can't sell it, I'll mortgage it to the bank for some money. We're hiding here and living in peace now, but we can't hide forever, right?" What Jiang Xinyan said is indeed not unreasonable. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. What's more, Zhang Xiaofei will start school in a few days. It's impossible to not let her go to school and hide here all the time. This is unrealistic. Therefore, if we want to gain freedom, we must solve the problem of usury. Why are you so anxious? Uncle Hat has already opened a case for investigation. Captain Lu Yanan is personally in charge. What else do you have to worry about? Ning Guqing sat next to Jiang Xinyan.
She is still wearing a nightgown, the kind with suspenders, which looks very cool. The snow-white arms are like lotus roots. There is a faint fragrance on her body, which is somewhat similar to the scent of orchids, but it is definitely not the scent of orchids. The nightgown she was wearing was originally a loose type. Even so, it is impossible to hide her proud figure. She was sitting with her body slightly leaning forward. From Ning Guqing's perspective, her round outline. This woman has an exaggerated hip proportion. Don't the old people always say that a big butt means a boy? How could she have given birth to a girl? What the old man said is not accurate. Ning Guqing immediately recalled the scene of her swimming last night. That scene. Good job. It's so exciting. Ding, it's detected that the host is tempted to make a move on Jiang Xinyan. Mission issued, kiss Jiang Xinyan forcefully within 2 hours. After completing the mission, you will receive 100% of the shares of Mindu Hotel. The voice that came to his mind made Ning Guqing stunned for a moment. Forcefully kissing Jiang Xinyan? Brother Tongzi, can we please not play so recklessly? Chapter 015. Don't be afraid, just do it. Jiang Xinyan put down the mouse, turned around and looked Ning Guqing in the eye. I know the case has been filed, but, Uncle Hat, how long do you think it will take from the investigation to the evidence collection to the arrest? Uncle Hat can't wipe them all out at once with just a few words from me. Ning Guqing agreed with her. You are right, we do need to give the uncles and hats some time. Jiang Xinyan took a deep breath. This period of time could be a month, or even a year. We may not even be able to find any evidence against them, and we will never be able to convict them.
And even if we find evidence, can we really bring them to justice? How could someone who dares to act so arrogantly in a provincial capital city not have a background? It's impossible for his umbrella to sit idly by. It's extremely difficult to convict them. So, I have to make plans for myself in advance, otherwise before they are caught by Uncle Hat, Xiaofei and I will go to see the King of Hell first. I want to sell the company. I've made a preliminary estimate and it could still be sold for 8 million. Plus my house is worth 2 million, so the total is 10 million. Then I'll go talk to them. Ning Guqing put his hands behind his head and leaned comfortably on the leather sofa. What are you talking to them about? You owe them 30 million. Jiang Xinyan said, the principal I borrowed from them was 10 million, and the extra 20 million is interest. I went to negotiate with them. I will repay the principal, so the interest cannot be that much. Of course, I can pay the highest interest rate stipulated by the bank. Ning Guqing smiled. Jiang Xinyan, what are you laughing at? I laugh at you for being so naive. Jiang Xinyan, how could I be so naive? This interest exceeds the legal limit and is illegal. Why should I pay it? If you were to talk to a legitimate businessman, it might work. Ning Guqing said, but what about talking to this moneylender about paying interest according to bank regulations? They make a living by charging high interest rates. You're going to destroy their jobs. Do you think they'll agree? Jiang Xinyan was silent for a moment and said, what should I do? This won't work, and that won't work either. I can't stay here forever, right? Ning Guqing looked at her with interest. Who says it's impossible? If you want, you can live here for the rest of your life. Jiang Xinyan smiled bitterly. Live here forever? I'm already very grateful for letting me stay here for a few days. Live here forever? How can I have the nerve to live here forever? I'm not the hostess here. Then, do you want to be the hostess here? Think about it, what woman wouldn't want to be the mistress of such a mansion? Unless she's mentally ill. Jiang Xinyan smiled, but I don't have that kind of fate. Jiang Xinyan is very self-aware. I'm approaching 40 years old. I have worked hard for most of my life, and at my peak I only had a net worth of 10 or 20 million. How could I possibly afford a house here? Come, call me husband and let me hear it, and your name will be written on the property deed immediately. Ning Guqing said jokingly. At the same time, he moved his buttocks towards Jiang Xinyan, and after closing the distance, he put his right hand around her slender waist. The moment Ning Guqing's right hand touched Jiang Xinyan's slender waist, Jiang Xinyan's body couldn't help but tremble. Before she could say anything, Ning Guqing put a little more force on her slender waist with his arms around her. Jiang Xinyan's delicate body pressed directly against Ning Guqing's. The beauty in my arms is as fragrant and soft as jade. The sudden change scared Jiang Xinyan so much that she instinctively wanted to break free from Ning Guqing's arms. I tried pushing it a few times but couldn't move it. Xiao Cheng, what are you doing? Let me go. Because they were so close, Jiang Xinyan could feel Ning Guqing's even breathing. A strong smell of hormones hits me in the face. Her heartbeat seemed to accelerate at this moment. This discovery made Jiang Xinyan herself feel extremely incredible. Why would I feel my heart beating faster when I see a teenager who was about the same age as my daughter? Woo woo. When Jiang Xinyan was about to say something, she found that Ning Guqing had already kissed her. The whole body was instantly petrified on the spot. Even though Jiang Xinyan is nearly 40 years old and has a daughter, she is really lacking in sexual experience. How severe is the shortage? She ate the forbidden fruit when she was 18 and gave birth to Zhang Xiaofei when she was 19. But the man ran away when she was pregnant because he was afraid of taking responsibility. There has been no news since then. She has never had a boyfriend since then. She has never been married. Until now, I have never been touched by a man. She is 38 years old now. In other words, she only had that one experience when she was 18. Think about it, you have lived for 38 years and have only experienced this once. Isn't it lacking? So she is very sensitive. In an instant, his face became extremely hot and his heartbeat accelerated more and more violently. His eyes became blurry and his mind went blank. Ning Guqing could clearly feel the changes in Jiang Xinyan's body. He thought she would push him away forcefully and then give him 2 big slaps in the face. But I never expected it. She was actually moved. This is want. He lived 2 lives, and in his previous life he lived to be over 40 years old.
His many years of experience made him deeply aware of one truth.
Don't be scared, just do it.
Ning Guqing immediately increased his strength and his hands became more restless. His right hand, which was originally around her waist, slowly moved downwards.
Chapter 016 Celebrity Visit. And just at this moment. Ding dong, ding dong.
The doorbell rang, and the sudden sound broke the silence in the room.
Jiang Xinyan was awakened by the sound. Only then did she remember to push Ning Guqing away. Xiaocheng, why are you so mean? I'm your Aunt Xinyan, how can you bully me? Jiang Xinyan's face was very flushed.
She touched her face and it was so hot. I was so embarrassed that I ran back to my room.
Close the door.
Leaning against the door, Jiang Xinyan recalled everything that had just happened and found it really unbelievable.
Why did I react like that just now? Not only did he not resist, he even felt emotional? If the doorbell hadn't rang just now, would I have really become acquainted with him?
The more she thought about it, the more confused she felt. Chen Hao, who was in the living room, looked helpless as he watched Jiang Xinyan fleeing.
You can't blame me. It's all the system's fault. This crappy system wants me to kiss it by force? Ding, mission accomplished.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of the Mindu Hotel.
Mission released.
Please accept the Mindu Hotel within 48 hours. Upon completion, you will receive a bonus of plus 10 physical fitness. Ning Guqing was excited when he saw the reward of plus 10 in physical fitness.
The body is the capital of revolution. A fortune is not as good as a healthy and strong body.
In his previous life, Ning Guqing lived to be 40 years old.
Got cancer.
The years of battling illness made him realize the importance of health. Moreover, after having beaten off the 3 rent collectors, Ning Guqing had already felt the benefits of improving his physical fitness. At that time, if it increased by 10 points, it would be possible to fight 3 at once.
If this is increased by another 10 points, wouldn't that be incredible? Ning Guqing walked over and opened the door.
I wanted to see who this guy was who was preventing me from knocking on the door. At the door, Yang Meng was standing there with a smile on her face, carrying bags of gifts. When she saw Ning Guqing opening the door, she extended her hand in a friendly manner. Hello, Mr. Ning, I'm Yang Meng. Ning Guqing did not extend his hand, but looked at her warily. I met her in the elevator yesterday, and she called me vulgar at that time.
Now, why did you suddenly become so enthusiastic? There is something fishy. You are? Ning Guqing asked doubtfully.
I'm here to express my gratitude to you, Mr. Ning.
Thank you for your reminder, otherwise I would have been in trouble at the Mindu Hotel last night.
My boyfriend Wang Xiaoshui is really not a good guy.
Yang Meng said sincerely.
She came here sincerely to express her gratitude.
If it weren't for Ning Guqing's reminder, she wouldn't have been so cautious. If I hadn't been more careful, I wouldn't have discovered Wang Xiaoshui's conspiracy.
While speaking, Yang Meng bowed respectfully to Ning Guqing. It's almost a 90-degree bend. She was dressed casually at the moment, wearing a round neck t-shirt. The neckline of this t-shirt was not low, but when she bent down at this moment, the neckline was open, and Ning Guqing happened to be standing right in front of her. Looking from Ning Guqing's perspective, the sight went straight through the open neckline, and the scene inside was clearly visible.
So white. It's just this small?
Ning Guqing swore that it was definitely not something he wanted to peek at, it was a benefit given to him by Yang Meng herself.
So I watched it again.
This time it can be confirmed that this woman really doesn't have much breasts, and they are only propped up by stuffing something inside. However, on the screen, it stands proudly.
It turns out they are all padded? Such a big star actually faked it? Ning Guqing suppressed his laughter.
Yang Meng didn't realize that he had already revealed himself. After bowing, he immediately handed over the gift he had brought. Mr. Ning, this is just a small gift and a token of respect.
You must accept it. Ning Guqing glanced at the gift box in her hand.
They are all high-end cigarettes and alcohol.
I didn't bother to be polite with her and just took it. Seeing Ning Guqing accept her gift, Yang Meng secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
She was worried that Ning Guqing would not accept the gift, and then there would be no way to continue the conversation.
Mr. Ning, there's one thing I don't understand. How did you know my boyfriend, no, my ex-boyfriend, was going to drug me?
Yang Meng thought about this matter all night.
How did he know? There are 2 possibilities. First, either he is in cahoots with Wang Xiaoshui. Second, either he can tell fortunes by counting on his fingers. Obviously, the first one is not true. If he and Xiaoshui are in the same group, why would he tell me? As for the second one, it's a bit fantasy. Is there really such a thing as fortune telling by counting on fingers? Isn't that something made up by novelists to fool readers? If neither of these 2 points is true, then how did he know?
Ning Guqing smiled without explaining, but just gave her an unfathomable and weird smile.
Want to know the answer?
Joke. How could I possibly tell you that I traveled back from 20 years later?
Zhang Xiufei walked down the stairs from upstairs.
She lived on the second floor at night. Wear more casual and conservative pajamas. When she walked to the first floor, she noticed someone standing at the door. She subconsciously took a look, and then her eyes were directly attracted by the woman outside the door.
Ah, you are Yang Meng? Are you Meng Meng? Zhang Xiufei ran over excitedly. It's Meng Meng, it's really Meng Meng. Hello, Senior Meng Meng. I'm your fan. Yang Meng looked at Zhang Xiufei in surprise. You call me senior? Are you from Mindu Film and Television Academy? Zhang Xiufei nodded and said, yes, a freshman, but he hasn't enrolled yet.
I have the admission notice in hand. Sister Meng Meng, Ning Guqing is also from our Film and Television Academy.
He is a freshman like me and will be enrolled soon.
Zhang Xiufei and Ning Guqing applied to the same school. Zhang Xiufei applied to this school because she had dreamed of becoming a star since she was a child.
Ning Guqing knew that the entertainment industry could make money quickly, so he applied to this school. As for Yang Meng,
she is currently a junior, and of course once Ning Guqing enrolls, she will be a senior. Chapter 017 The Little Thoughts of Big Stars. I am determined to hold this thigh. When she was a freshman, Yang Meng started filming commercials and playing supporting roles. When I was in my sophomore year, I got the opportunity to play the second female lead by chance.
Although she is not the female lead, she became famous overnight.
After another year of development, although it has not yet reached the top level, it can be considered a household name. After becoming famous, he had to run around every day, either appearing on variety shows or filming movies.
Very busy. So I seldom go back to school. However, I am still considered a student of Mindu Film and Television Academy.
To be honest, with Yang Meng's current status in the film and television industry, it is impossible for her to pay attention to a junior high school student like Zhang Xiufei.
Why? Because I can't handle it.
There are too many younger students in Fujian, and I'm afraid they will come to me for help.
I usually hide. Generally speaking, if you hear your juniors saying this outside, you should definitely keep your distance. At best, it's just a nod and a greeting. It's absolutely impossible to appear enthusiastic. But things are different now.
Yang Meng was worried about how to break the deadlock between him and Ning Guqing. She could sense that Ning Guqing didn't seem to have much affection for her, otherwise why would he not even invite her in after she had been standing at the door for such a long time?
Now let us use Zhang Xiufei as a breakthrough point. She took the initiative to hold Zhang Xiufei's hand and said, it's really great to meet my schoolmate here.
Zhang Xiufei was a little excited. Sister Meng Meng, you know, you are my idol.
I applied to the Film and Television Academy because of you. I just hope that one day I can become a big star like you, Sister Meng Meng. Yang Meng smiled and said, I believe you can do it. When you officially enter the film and television industry, I can still help you. Zhang Xiufei became even more excited. That's great. By the way, Sister Meng Meng, don't chat at the door. Let's talk inside. Then Zhang Xiufei pulled Yang Meng in without any explanation. Yang Meng chuckled inwardly. Look. Come into the house. What did I say? A girl like this is easy to fool, right?
To be honest, Ning Guqing had no intention of letting her in because he didn't plan to have too much to do with her. It was just a chance encounter. Yesterday, I revealed the secret to her only out of sympathy.
She now sees Wang Xiaoshui's true face. Your crisis is over. I did a good thing.
From now on, just keep yourselves to yourself and live in peace. Of course, it is still possible to be friends with female celebrities.
But the premise is that she is too young to be fierce. It turned out to be fake. Pad. Isn't this a lie?
This made Ning Guqing a little unbearable.
Ning Guqing doesn't like eating Wang's small steamed buns.
He prefers the big meat buns, the kind that are soft when you bite into them.
Just like Jiang Xinyan.
This large weapon is purely natural and has not been processed by technology or cruelty.
It stands proudly in the world.
Even though Yang Meng's net worth is over 100 million, she has seen a lot of the world. Even so, I was still surprised by the decoration in the room. If I were to describe it in one word, it would be magnificent.
It's simply inhumane. As expected of the title of King of Buildings, over 300 million? Which super family does this young man come from? I must hold this thigh. Do you think Yang Meng came here to find Ning Guqing just to express gratitude for what happened yesterday?
This was just her excuse to get close to Ning Guqing. In order to find Ning Guqing yesterday, she went to the property management to inquire about Ning Guqing's situation.
You don't know until you ask, and you'll be shocked when you ask.
He turned out to be the owner who bought the best building in the building.
Or is it scary to buy it in one lump sum?
And the LaFerrari in the underground parking lot is also his. Just based on this, Yang Meng knew that this was definitely not an ordinary rich second generation, but definitely the legendary super rich second generation. Even Yang Meng would hardly have the chance to meet such a super rich second generation.
When you see celebrities, you only see their glamorous side. Actually, being a celebrity is a dangerous job. Where does the danger mainly come from? Unspoken rules.
If you have never been involved in this industry, you will never know how dark it is.
Is there any female celebrity without any background who has never been seduced?
If you want to protect yourself in the entertainment industry, you must have a strong background, so strong that no one dares to infiltrate you. If you don't have such a strong background, then you have no choice but to find one.
After Yang Meng saw Wang Xiaoshui's true face yesterday, he thought about it all night. Today is Wang Xiaoshui. Will there be Wang Ershui tomorrow? Will there be another Zhang Sanshui the day after tomorrow? The answer is very likely. And if you have a powerful backer, then those who want to harm you with bad intentions will think twice, right? So, to put it bluntly, she came here to curry favor with someone.
Of course, Yang Meng knew that it was impossible to get close to him just by visiting him once.
She doesn't have that much confidence yet. Long-term planning is needed. In a nutshell, I'm determined to hold on to this person. Are there guests at home?
Zhang Xinyan walked out of the room with a shoulder bag in her hand. She had changed her clothes and was obviously planning to go out.
The moment Yang Meng saw Zhang Xinyan, he felt his eyes light up. Even though she is a big star, she couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Xinyan's beauty. This sister is so beautiful. There are actually two beauties hidden at home? Mr. Ning really knows how to play. Of course, Yang Meng didn't feel anything was wrong. For rich people, it is normal to keep multiple canaries at home. However, the tea in Zhang Xiaofei's mouth sprayed out directly afterwards. Mom, are you going out? The word mom broke Zhang Xiaofei's defense.
The tea in his mouth, which he couldn't swallow in time, sprayed out directly.
Mom, daughter? Wow, this is really great. Do rich people have so much fun nowadays? Hello. Zhang Xinyan nodded politely to Yang Meng.
She is not a fan of stars. Therefore, he did not recognize Yang Meng as a big star.
Yang Meng nodded politely.
Xiaofei, just stay home and don't go anywhere.
I need to go out for a while. Someone is willing to buy my company. I'm going to have lunch with him at the Mindu Hotel and then talk. I hope to raise the price. Zhang Xinyan looked somewhat helpless.
She had no intention of selling the company after all, it was the result of her years of hard work.
But if we don't sell it, what will happen to the debts? You have to pay it back. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Chapter 018, New Official Takes Office with 3 Fires.
When Zhang Xiaofei heard that Zhang Xinyan was going out, she immediately became nervous. Those loan sharks are looking for us everywhere now.
What will happen if we go out and get discovered? Immediately, he reminded her, Mom, if they see us going out, how dangerous would that be?
Zhang Xinyan knew very well that it would be very dangerous if she was discovered by that person.
Can I not go out? This loan issue must be resolved eventually. What's more, school is about to start and you have to go to school.
This matter must be resolved before you go to school, otherwise it will affect your studies.
Zhang Xinyan knew that Zhang Xiaofei was concerned about her.
In order to prevent her from worrying too much, Zhang Xinyan deliberately said, the place I agreed to meet with him was the Mindu Hotel, a famous hotel in Mindu.
Even if they knew I was there, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me.
Zhang Xiaofei felt relieved when she heard it was the Mindu Hotel. In their current situation, the more famous the place is, the safer it is.
Are you going to the Mindu Hotel? What a coincidence. I'm going there too, wanna join me?
Ning Guqing was not lying, he really had something to do at the Mindu Hotel.
The system's task is to have Ning Guqing take over the Mindu Hotel. Ning Guqing must go there as soon as possible. Of course, Jiang Xinyan didn't know that Ning Guqing was going to complete the system task.
Her first reaction was that Ning Guqing was going to protect herself.
Yes, protection. How could it be such a coincidence? I said I was going to the Mindu Hotel, and you just happened to be going there?
In Jiang Xinyan's opinion, Ning Guqing's going to the Mindu Hotel was fake, and protecting himself was the real thing. This made Jiang Xinyan feel a little warm in her heart.
Since someone came to protect her, Jiang Xinyan did not refuse.
She had seen Ning Guqing's skills, and he had no problem fighting 3 people at once.
Afterwards, the two went out. Go downstairs.
Originally, Ning Guqing planned to drive his own Ferrari there, and Jiang Xinyan happened to be able to sit in the passenger seat. However, Jiang Xinyan told Ning Guqing that she still had to take over the legal affairs of her company. After all, a contract needs to be signed, and with the legal department there, they can check the contract.
Ferrari only has 2 spots. There is no other way, we can only open our own business.
So, Ning Guqing got on the Ferrari, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly disappeared from Jiang Xinyan's sight.
Jiang Xinyan drove a Tesla to pick up her company's legal department. At the same time, Mu Xinglan, the general manager of Mindu Hotel, became uneasy after learning that the hotel had a new owner.
It is said that a new official starts with 3 things.
Will this huge fire burn me? She wasn't sure.
Mu Xinglan, 33 years old.
Unmarried.
In order to build her career, she has no time to fall in love, let alone find a husband.
Has always been single.
With his own efforts and unremitting persistence, he finally became the general manager of the hotel and entered the high-income class.
I thought that all I had to do in the future was run the restaurant well. Never thought. Changed boss?
Mu Xinglan has seen too many examples where after a company changes its owner, the new owner lays off the company's former executives.
There are so many examples like this that it is impossible to count them all. Considering that if I lose this job, all the efforts over the years will be wasted, I can't help but feel uneasy.
At this moment, the office door was pushed open from the outside, and a woman wearing flesh-colored stockings, a pair of black-framed glasses and short hair walked in quickly.
Mr. Mu, I just contacted the new boss.
I was planning to ask him when he would come to the hotel.
I have some legal documents that need his approval.
He said he's on his way and will be here in about 10 minutes.
Mu Xinglan stood up in shock. What? Arrived in 10 minutes? You're coming so fast? I haven't prepared anything yet? Mu Xinglan only found out about the change of boss half an hour ago. It's only been half an hour and the boss is already here?
Mu Xinglan did not dare to delay and immediately notified all executives above the level of department director to be at the door within 5 minutes.
Gather within 5 minutes? What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Yes, it's so urgent. I just happened to have something urgent to do, so I had to put it aside. Mu Xinglan at all.
Everyone, the company has a new boss, and he will be here within 10 minutes. Everyone, please go to the door to greet him. I want to make it clear in advance that if anyone makes any mistakes when welcoming the new boss, don't blame me, Mu Xinglan, for being ruthless.
The group was suddenly in an uproar. Hey man, new boss? A new official has 3 big things to do when he takes office. I wonder if these 3 big things will burn us. Hurry up, gather at the door. Inside the general manager's office, Mu Xinglan walked to the mirror, looked at himself in the mirror, and took a deep breath. She had to appear in her best condition in front of her new boss when they met for the first time. Make a good impression on him. When I look at myself in the mirror, I always feel like something is missing. Yes, black stockings. The new boss is only 19 years old. Most men of this age have a special liking for black stockings. So, I immediately went to the small room next to the office. This is her usual lounge. Sometimes, I work too late and just stay here. So, there is a small amount of clothing inside. Putting on black stockings, she walked to the mirror again. Looking at himself in the mirror, Mu Xinglan went out with satisfaction. At the front door,
More than a dozen hotel executives were eagerly waiting, feeling somewhat nervous. Naturally, they have also heard of examples where new bosses have fired previous executives for various reasons.
After waiting for less than 3 minutes, everyone heard the sound of a roaring car engine. The sound came from far away.
Everyone looked up and saw a super sports car driving towards them in a very cool and impressive manner. Then with a click, it stopped steadily at the entrance of the hotel.
Is this a Ferrari?
Which Ferrari? I've seen so many Ferraris, but I'm sure I've never seen one like this. These executives can recognize the Ferrari logo, but they really don't know which Ferrari model it is. However, looking at the car's wild and cool appearance, it is very likely to be worth tens of millions.
Mu Xinglan walked over first and knocked on the car window gently.
The car window was rolled down, revealing a pretty face.
Mu Xinglan immediately recognized him as the new boss.
Ning Guqing's car was too short. In order to show respect to Ning Guqing, Mu Xinglan immediately bent down and kept his eyes level with Ning Guqing.
When she bent down, it was amazing.
The collar was stretched open, and from Ning Guqing's angle, the scenery inside was in full view.
So white. Very deep. This career line is quite long.
No wonder he could become the general manager of such a big hotel at the age of just over 30.
Chapter 19. It feels so good to be rich. Zhang Xinyan is bullied. The executives behind him couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene. Intentional. President Mu must have deliberately given the new boss some visual benefits. Envious. So jealous. I also want to buy a restaurant. I also want to drive a supercar. Sitting in the car and watching the domineering female president transform into a docile kitten and inadvertently give me benefits. What a feeling that would be.
Hello, boss.
I'm Mu Xinglan. Mu Xinglan looked at Ning Guqing in the car with a sweet smile.
She had read Ning Guqing's basic information, and there was his photo on the equity transfer agreement, so she recognized him at a glance.
Hello? Ning Guqing nodded politely. By the way, where is the parking space?
We have a parking space specially prepared for you in the underground parking lot.
I'll take you there. Mu Xinglan originally wanted to lead the way.
Ning Guqing asked her to get in the car directly. She walked too slowly. It was at least a few hundred meters from here to the underground parking lot. Mu Xinglan felt flattered when Ning Guqing invited him into the car. At the same time, I was secretly delighted. I can feel that the boss has a good first impression of me, otherwise, why would he invite me in the car? The passenger door automatically opened.
Mu Xinglan sat in. Yo, black silk? You still smell that charming perfume? Ning Guqing smiled in his heart. Having lived 2 lives, how could Ning Guqing not sense Mu Xinglan's little thoughts?
I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It feels so good to be rich.
In the eyes of countless people, Mu Xinglan is definitely one of the representatives of the domineering CEO.
You normally wouldn't even be able to get in touch with a woman like this.
There will be no intersection with you. They won't even look at you.
But it is such a woman who takes the initiative to please you when you meet her for the first time and also offers you some visual benefits.
That's the benefit of money.
Zhang Xinyan's Tesla was naturally not as fast as Ning Guqing's Ferrari, and she also had to go to meet her company's legal affairs, so she had to go a long way.
It wasn't until 30 minutes later that they finally arrived. It's already past 11 o'clock.
However, Zhang Xinyan was not in a hurry, as she had agreed to meet with the other party at 11:30.
Enough time.
After parking the car, Zhang Xinyan called Ning Guqing.
Xiaocheng, where are you? Are you done with your work?
I'm done with my work. Okay, the private room I booked is Wealthy Hall Room 01.
I'll go there first, and come over when you're done.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xinyan and her legal team went to the private room they had booked. What Zhang Xinyan didn't expect was that the other party had already arrived, and there was only one person.
He is middle-aged. Looks to be in his 40s. Bald.
Judging from his height, he was only about 1.6 meters, with a fair complexion and wearing a pair of black-framed glasses.
As fat as a pig.
The fat white man felt his eyes light up when he saw Zhang Xinyan for the first time, and his attention was instantly attracted to her.
Even though Zhang Xinyan was dressed conservatively at the moment.
But it still can't hide her mature and sexy figure. If he could have the affection of a woman like this, he would be willing to live 10 years less.
It's a pity that I am not lucky enough to enjoy it. The fat white man took the initiative to walk over and said, Boss Jiang, long time no see. You are still as charming as ever. He and Jiang Xinyan knew each other. We met at a banquet 2 years ago. Jiang Xinyan also expressed her enthusiasm. As for me, I can't do it anymore. I'm old and advanced in years. I'm nothing like Mr. Zhu, who's still so young. Compared to 2 years ago, I haven't changed at all. After some pleasantries, the dishes were served. Both sides got to the point. Oh, Boss Zhu, we're acquaintances now. Let's each take a step back. I don't want 12 million anymore. 11.5 million is the most sincerity I can offer. Mr. Zhu smiled. He looked at her with interest. Boss Jiang, to tell you the truth, I am not the buyer, and I have no intention of buying your company at all. Jiang Xinyan was a little confused after hearing this. Not buying my company? If you don't want to buy it, why did you ask me out? At this time, the door of the private room was opened from the outside and 3 men walked in. The man in the lead was over 1.8 meters tall. A young man in his early 30s. A little handsome. But not that handsome. He was wearing a white shirt, which was deliberately unbuttoned to the third button, revealing a little bit of his chest. He thought it would be cooler this way. Jiang Xinyan, it's so hard to find you. The young man looked at Jiang Xinyan, who was frightened to the point of paleness, with a forced smile. He, Duan Chu. The second in command of a lending company. People in the world call him Brother Chu. He is responsible for collecting Jiang Xinyan's debt. But the result is, this woman actually ran away and no one knew where she hid. Even her daughter was nowhere to be found. So, he found someone and asked her out under the pretext of buying her company. Sure enough, this woman was fooled. Although Jiang Xinyan was afraid, she had experienced many ups and downs after all, so she forced herself to calm down. Said, Brother Chu, it's not that I want to avoid you, it's just that I don't have that much money on hand, and you guys are pushing me too hard, so I have no choice but to hide for the time being. How about this? I'll give you the company and we'll be completely clear of any debts. Duan Chu pulled a stool and sat opposite Jiang Xinyan, looking her up and down with interest. With Duan Chu's status, there is naturally no shortage of women around him. For example, the young ladies in nightclubs like Big Brother like figures like him the most. For example, female college students who need to take out loans. Also, decent women who are unable to repay their loans. He didn't know how many of these women he had played with, and it was almost possible to have a different one every day, and it was completely free. But even so, he had never had a top-notch woman like Jiang Xinyan. In fact, Duan Chu's heart began to beat fast the first time he saw Jiang Xinyan. If you don't get to taste what a woman like this is like, wouldn't it be a waste of your life in this world? But at that time, Jiang Xinyan had not yet reached her desperate point, and Duan Chu was not in a position to take action. And now, she has no other choice. Now, why don't you lie down and welcome my arrival? In fact, this trick has always been effective. They take advantage of decent women or female college students and use them when they are unable to repay their loans. Think about it, when they are unable to repay, they will definitely ask you for a few days grace period. But why should I give you leniency? How can I be lenient with you without giving me some benefits? And when you are in debt and unable to repay, what else can you offer? Only the body remains. Boss Jiang, your company has already closed down. How much is it worth now? Duan Chu lit a cigarette and took a long puff. Don't forget, you owe me 30 million. You said your company is worth 30 million? Jiang Xinyan said seriously, I only owe you 10 million. It's only been a few days, and it's already become 30 million. This is not in compliance with Chinese law. In this way, I will repay the loan according to the bank's highest loan interest rate, and my company will give it to you, plus my house. Jiang Xinyan calculated that her company was worth about 10 million yuan, and the house she lived in was worth more than 2 million yuan. It adds up to more than 12 million. I only owe them 10 million in principal, so why is it that it's not working? Duan Chu smiled. He laughed so hard he fell backwards. Hilarious, really hilarious. How much is your company worth? How much is your house worth? Jiang Xinyan, let me tell you. 30 million, not a cent less. And I have to warn you, this 30 million is just the current price. I'm afraid it won't be the same price next week. Jiang Xinyan said sternly, 30 million, how can I possibly pay it back? Whether you can pay it back or not, that's your business, it has nothing to do with me. But I can show you a way. Have some fun with me tonight, and I'll give you a few days. There are also many big bosses I know who are very generous.
With your conditions, making money from them should not be a problem.
Jiang Xinyan glared at him. You want me to sell it? How is that possible?
Even if I die, I won't be with you, and I won't be selling it.
Chapter 020 just come on. Duan Chu didn't get angry when he saw Jiang Xinyan was unmoved. This is normal.
Some people who owe money and cannot pay it back are very tough in their words and tone at first.
That's because they haven't suffered yet. I have not seen the dangers of the world.
This is just like those people who were deceived into going to northern Myanmar. They were very stubborn at first.
But if I beat you up, would you still be tough? After being electrocuted, are you still tough?
If a girl is even slightly pretty, a group of men will drag her into a small dark room and give her a beating.
Would you still be tough? Still tough? Okay, do you want more kidneys? Duan Chu originally didn't want to make a big fuss with Jiang Xinyan. Because this woman is pretty. I'm a little reluctant.
However, she was so stubborn that Duan Chu knew that he had to use some tricks. He first threw the half-smoked cigarette butt on the ground, then stood up, walked around the table, and went straight to Jiang Xinyan. It was impossible for Jiang Xinyan to not be afraid when facing the tall and strong Duan Chu. She stared at him warily, but her hand silently grabbed a dinner plate from the pair on the table. Her little action did not escape Duan Chu's eyes.
He smiled contemptuously and said, "Want to hit me with the bowl?
I've been slashing people on the streets for 10 years to get to where I am today.
Would I be afraid of a bowl from you?"
The two younger brothers brought by Duan Chu looked at her with a joking look on their faces. If nothing unexpected happened, the woman would suffer physical pain. Brother Chu is known for being ruthless to his subordinates. However, in this tense atmosphere, the door of the private room was suddenly opened from the outside.
Ning Guqing appeared at the door.
Seeing so many people in the private room, Ning Guqing's first reaction was that he had walked into the wrong door.
But that's right. Jiang Xinyan is here. So what is going on? Why are there so many people? Then I realized something was wrong.
These guys in the private room don't look like good people.
Kid, you have nothing to do here. If you don't want to be punished, get out of here.
Duan Chu's two younger brothers came over, and one of the taller guys wanted to push Ning Guqing out while speaking. And just when his palm was about to touch Ning Guqing's shoulder,
Ning Guqing suddenly took action. Grab his wrist and twist it back.
There was a slight cracking sound, followed by the tall man's painful scream, broken,
It hurts so much. Heart-wrenching pain.
The tall man's palm was broken abruptly.
Ning Guqing sneered, "Damn, you are so arrogant to me on my territory?"
The other little brother was stunned for a moment, and Duan Chu frowned.
Just based on this move, Duan Chu could be sure that this kid must have practiced it before.
Ning Guqing himself was surprised.
How did you break his hand?
Ning Guqing wanted to stop him from pushing him, so he grabbed his hand and bent it back.
I thought I would just let him swallow the pain. Didn't expect it to break off like this? Do you have osteoporosis? Or am I already so awesome now? Ning Guqing's current physical fitness is 75. It was originally 65.
After accepting this hotel, the 10 points of physical fitness rewarded by the system have been received. It had just grown, and Ning Guqing had not yet fully adapted to it, which was why he broke the other person's wrist in one go. When Jiang Xinyan saw that it was Ning Guqing, it was like a person going against the current had grabbed a life-saving straw. He immediately ran over and hid behind her. Another younger brother of Duan Chu saw his brother being beaten.
How could he remain indifferent when his brother was being beaten?
He couldn't bear it and was about to take action, but was stopped by Duan Chu.
Duan Chu walked over from the other end of the table. He looked Ning Guqing up and down. Very young. He first lit a cigarette in front of Ning Guqing, then asked, "If my guess is correct, you were the one who sent old Yang to the hospital, right?" The old Yang he mentioned was the brother Yang who went to Ning Guqing to capture Jiang Xinyan yesterday. There were 3 people in total at that time.
Although the other 2 were taught a lesson, they only suffered some minor injuries.
That brother Yang was a bit unlucky.
He was knocked unconscious by Ning Guqing and punched on the head.
He is still lying in the hospital.
It's most likely a concussion.
And this brother Yang is one of Duan Chu's subordinates. Duan Chu never thought that the master in Lao Yang's hands would be so young. At most, he is only 18 or 19 years old, right?
Without asking, Ning Guqing guessed the other party's identity, and the loan shark came to his door.
Facing Duan Chu's threatening gaze.
In his previous life, Ning Guqing would probably be really scared when facing such a social person. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person with no one to rely on. As an orphan, he knew very well that no one could protect him, and the only one who could protect himself was himself.
Therefore, if you can foresee that something is dangerous, don't do it.
Take the example of Jiang Xinyan in his previous life, who came to his house and wanted to take refuge there. Ning Guqing obviously wanted to help them, but he was afraid of being implicated, so he refused to let the mother and daughter in. The final result was that the mother and daughter were taken away, subjected to humiliation, and then jumped into the river to end their lives. This made him feel guilty for the rest of his life. But this life is different. In this life, he only lives by 4 words: do whatever he wants. Facing Duan Chu, whose eyes were clearly filled with ill intentions, Ning Guqing did not retreat but took a step forward, pressing forward with his imposing aura and looking him straight in the eyes. I don't know who the Lao Yang you're talking about is, but if the Lao Yang you're referring to is one of the people who went to the community to look for someone yesterday, then yes, I beat him up.
For some reason, after Duan Chu looked at Ning Guqing for just 3 seconds, he felt guilty.
After having this feeling in his heart, Duan Chu himself felt incredible. I have come through so many years of fighting and killing to achieve my current status.
Why do I, who am not afraid of mountains of swords and seas of blood, feel guilty when I see his eyes? However, even though he felt guilty, he would not show it deliberately. He said coldly, "Boy, you actually dare to admit it, you have guts." Ning Guqing showed no intention of retreating. I can see that you want to avenge that young guy? Sure, come on. Chapter 21 Jiang Xinyan is my woman.
As he spoke, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense.
The two people were less than half a meter apart.
Jiang Xinyan was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on her palms. On the one hand, she was very grateful to Ning Guqing for stepping forward, and she couldn't help but look at him with admiration several times.
In her impression, Ning Guqing used to be timid. Because of his attitude of not caring about anything, he never expected that he would get into trouble with a person like Brother Chu because of him. The second thing was that I started to worry about him. Duan Chu was notoriously cruel and ruthless. He was a well-known ruthless person in the underworld. Anyone who went against him basically had no good ending. To be honest, ever since Duan Chu became the second in command of the group, no one dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Boy, when I was as young as you, I was just as arrogant. But I have self-knowledge. I know who to mess with and who not to mess with. That's why I've achieved what I have today. Do you know who my friends are? Ning Guqing looked him straight in the eyes. I don't care who you are, Jiang Xinyan is my woman. Anyone who dares to bully her will have a problem with me. These words are powerful. Jiang Xinyan was stunned when she heard this. When did I become your woman? Please don't talk nonsense. If it were any other time, Jiang Xinyan would probably be angry, because, isn't this taking advantage of me? Of course, at this moment, Jiang Xinyan would not think so. She understood Ning Guqing's purpose in doing this. This is to protect yourself. Realizing this, Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but feel moved. It is said that husband and wife are like birds of the same age, and they fly away separately when disaster strikes. What's more, Ning Guqing and I are just neighbors at best. Why is he so nice to me? Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him, so why did he insist on getting involved in this mess? It has been a long time since Jiang Xinyan felt such care and protection. This feeling is so good. Then, the look in his eyes when he looked at Ning Guqing couldn't help but change subtly. Duan Chu laughed heartily. Boy, you're really determined to get involved in this mess. You're quite courageous. Since you want to protect her, then fine, will you pay back Jiang Xinyan's 30 million for her? Chen Hao said without hesitation, okay. After a pause, he continued, however, it's not 30 million. She owes you 10 million. I will pay for this 10 million. Duan Chu sneered, you forgot the interest. The 20 million is interest. Chen Hao looked him in the eye and said, in just a few months, the interest has become twice the principal. If you run business like this, aren't you afraid that I will call the police? Duan Chu said, call the police? Just go ahead. Our Jianghe group has been able to stand firm in Mindu for so many years. Do you think we don't have connections up there? You want to call the police? You can try. By the way, didn't you call the police yesterday? Did it help? Isn't our Jianghe group still doing well now? Duan Chu's backer is his boss, who has a complex network of connections and knows many dignitaries in Mindu. These people are all his protectors. Then tell me, if I post this online, will your umbrella still dare to protect you? While speaking, Ning Guqing took out his cell phone from his pocket. The screen lit up in front of him. Then Duan Chu's eyes widened as he looked at the recording function on his phone screen. You recorded it? Did he really think Ning Guqing talked to him so much just to chat with him? No. This is to trick him into talking and then record it. Only at this time did Duan Chu feel a little worried. You know, people in their line of work are all shameful. The biggest fear is being exposed. Judging from the intensity with which China is cracking down on this industry, they will strike one by one without any mercy. Take Liu Yanin from the Mindu Criminal Police Team for example. I heard that when this woman first took office as the captain of the Mindu Criminal Police Team, she was given a mission, which was to wipe out the evil forces in Mindu within 5 years. This woman has been in office for 2 years, and she has eliminated countless forces of this kind in Mindu. If she were to target me, I would be seriously injured even if I didn't die. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to let this video leak out. Duan Chu originally planned to snatch Ning Guqing's cell phone, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. He couldn't estimate Ning Guqing's strength. This guy was able to take care of Lao Yang and the other 3 yesterday, which is enough to show that he is quite strong. Once you start? What if he ran away? Although Duan Chu appeared to be calm on the surface, Ning Guqing could tell from the fleeting look in his eyes that he was beginning to worry. A voice came, 10 million, do you agree? Duan Chu frowned and said, 27 million, I'll give you 3 million less. Consider it as me buying your recording. Ning Guqing, 8 million. Duan Chu? What's going on? 8 million? Are you reducing it? Do you think this is buying vegetables and bargaining? How can this be possible? 25 million, it can't be any less. This money isn't mine, it's the company's. The most I can do is help you reduce it. 5 million. Ning Guqing continued to reduce the amount. Duan Chu almost exploded. 5 million? 5 million less than the original amount? What do you want to do? Ning Guqing said for the last time, that's all, even the 5 million is gone. From this moment on, Jiang Xinyan doesn't owe your group a single cent. All debts are written off. If I ever find out that you're harassing Jiang Xinyan in the future, I'll uproot your company. After saying this, Ning Guqing took Jiang Xinyan's hand and walked straight out of the private room. Duan Chu was a little confused. What is going on? How did the debt get cleared all of a sudden? After a long pause, he finally reacted, Mad, you said it would be cleared? Who do you think you are? And uprooted it? Who do you think it is? Don't go, stop right there. How could Duan Chu let Ning Guqing leave like this? Chased after him. Just as he was about to approach Ning Guqing slightly tilted his body and twisted his waist. With the help of the force generated by the twisting of his waist, his right leg swung out like a steel whip. Then there was a bang. Ning Guqing's right leg swept directly across his face. With such great force, Duan Chu flew out and hit the coffee table next to him, crushing the entire coffee table. Duan Chu's 2 younger brothers were completely stunned. So fast? Is this kid so good at fighting? Chapter 022. This is the legendary, naturally beautiful woman. Duan Chu felt as if he had been hit by a heavy tank. Not only was he knocked away, but his mind also went blank. Although I haven't fainted yet, the sky is full of stars. The world was spinning. I couldn't even stand steadily. I wanted to get up, but my limbs wouldn't respond to me at all. He himself didn't know how long it took before the dizziness gradually dissipated, and his younger brother helped him sit on the sofa next to him. Damn, the boat capsized in the ditch. Duan Chu spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, touched his swollen right cheek, and his eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake. He didn't think he was inferior to Ning Guqing. It was my own carelessness. Ning Guqing attacked suddenly, and he was caught off guard. This guy has no moral principles. The 2 younger brothers on the side wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. How could they not see that the move Ning Guqing showed just now was obviously one he had practiced before? Are you careless? Joke. Even if you weren't careful, you couldn't have blocked that kick just now. Mad, Ning, just wait for me. I'm not done with you. You've completely pissed me off. Duan Chu immediately gave orders, asking them to investigate Ning Guqing's background. Duan Chu didn't believe that someone who dared to attack him had no background. After explaining everything, Duan Chu planned to go to the hospital. The kick just now not only made his face swollen.
Several teeth were missing.
I need to get my teeth filled.
Just when these people were about to leave the private room, the door was pushed open from the outside, and several burly men in uniform walked in. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the things have been broken.
Who will pay for it and who will compensate?
The leading security captain was at least 1.9 meters tall, and when standing in front of Duan Chu, he was more than half a head taller than him. It feels very oppressive.
Duan Chu was completely confused. Pay the bill? Compensation? I didn't even eat a single bite, and you want me to pay the bill? Compensation for broken items? Damn. Am I the one being beaten? Why the hell don't you ask Ning Guqing for it? Duan Chu felt like he had suffered an endless blow. He was a well-known figure in the day group, and he wanted to collect money from me? Don't you restaurant even give us a little face?
At this time, another 4 security guards walked in from outside the door.
Including the ones who came in before, there are already 8.
The security guards who came in later all had weapons in their hands, and then they distributed the extra weapons to the security guards who came in earlier.
Duan Chu saw this situation. All right. Is this what it feels like not being allowed to leave unless you pay?
If a fight breaks out, they will beat the shit out of us.
Let us talk it out nicely. Stop fighting and killing at every turn. It's just the cost of a meal, it's not like I can't afford it. The total is 17,856. WeChat or Alipay? Duan Chu was taking out his cell phone from his pocket when he suddenly heard the price and was immediately furious.
Pointing at the food on the table, he said, "This is just crappy food, it costs only 2 or 3,000 yuan at most. The broken coffee table is worth a few $100s at most.
You're charging me 17,000?
The prices of food at the Mindu Hotel are indeed higher than those outside, much higher. But it's not that outrageous." The person who just left this private room went to the front desk and asked for a few Huazi cigarettes, 2 bottles of mutai, and a bottle of red wine. He said they would charge it to this private room.
Duan Chu almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Ning Guqing.
What a shameless bastard.
Fuck your grandma. Xiaocheng, why did those hotel security guards listen to you so much just now? You asked them to go to the private room to collect the money, and they went?
After leaving the private room, Jiang Xinyan saw Ning Guqing communicating with the security guards, and the security guards obeyed him obediently.
This made Jiang Xinyan very strange. You guess? Ning Guqing grinned. Don't you listen to yourself? I'm the boss here. Forget it. Jiang Xinyan smiled bitterly. Are you still keeping us in suspense?
Afterwards, the two went to the parking lot. Xiaocheng, thank you so much just now.
If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do.
After getting in the car, Jiang Xinyan turned and looked at Ning Guqing. Just as she said, if it weren't for Ning Guqing today, she would have been in real trouble. Ning Guqing sat in the driver's seat, not in a hurry to drive, with his hands behind his head. He tilted his head and looked at Jiang Xinyan. The safety belt passes right between the 2 peaks, making the mountains stand out. It is no exaggeration to describe it as magnificent and towering.
Jiang Xinyan's figure is definitely not exaggerated.
It's hard to imagine that this is the figure of a woman who has given birth to a child.
Isn't it said that a woman's body will become out of shape after giving birth? But Jiang Xinyan didn't look out of shape at all. Could it be that this is the legendary woman with natural beauty? Could it be that she has never given birth to a baby? That's not right.
If she had never given birth to a child, where did Zhang Xiaofei come from?
Aunt Xinyan, thank you is not something you can just say. I can't feel your sincerity just by saying it. Ning Guqing said nonchalantly. Jiang Xinyan was silent for a while.
She knew very well that if she just said thank you, it would have the same effect as not saying it at all.
There is no sincerity. Jiang Xinyan suddenly remembered the scene in the living room before.
At that time, he kissed himself.
Jiang Xinyan is quite confident about her body and appearance.
He and Ning Guqing were not related, they were just neighbors.
Why should he help himself? You have to know that the other party is the date group. The other party are all real social people.
This force has committed many acts of murder and arson. If Ning Gucheng had no ulterior motives, Jiang Xinyan didn't believe that he would offend date group for her.
And what is his intention? Want to get yourself? Jiang Xinyan seemed to understand.
This made her good impression of Ning Gucheng drop several levels. She generally didn't like people who were scheming and had ulterior motives. He thought to himself that if Ning Gucheng dared to make such a request, he would turn against him directly.
Let us do this. Ning Gucheng smiled and said, please have a meal with me. I haven't eaten lunch yet. I know there's a snack bar not far away. I haven't been there for a long time. The food is delicious. Please treat me to a meal. Jiang Xinyan was stunned when she heard this. Is that all you ask? Don't you want to get yourself? Xiaocheng, by thanking you, you mean you want me to treat you to a meal? Jiang Xinyan confirmed. Ning Gucheng nodded, what's wrong? Are you so stingy that you don't even want to treat me to a meal?
After receiving Ning Gucheng's affirmative answer, Jiang Xinyan suddenly felt her face burning. This is shameful. Before, he thought Ning Gucheng was going to show himself to him.
But now? Is it really as simple as asking me to treat you to a meal? It seems that I have a petty mind.
He is not the person he imagined.
Ning Gucheng looked at her reaction and an intriguing smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. The heat is not high enough. But, no rush. Ning Gucheng started the Ferrari LaFerrari. Move forward at a constant speed.
Jiang Xinyan did drive here, but she lent her car to the company's legal department who came with her.
This car is beautiful. What on earth does your friend do?
Not only did he buy the best apartment in Mindu, he was also able to buy a 20 million supercar. He's really rich.
Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Xinyan looked around at the interior decoration of the car.
It was luxurious, worthy of being a world-class sports car worth more than 20 million. She thought the car also belonged to Ning Gucheng's friend.
This car is mine. The house is mine, too. Ning Gucheng said. Jiang Xinyan immediately rolled her eyes at Ning Gucheng. Stop it, what kind of family are you from? Do you think I don't know? Chapter 023, there are many girls in the university town. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Jiang Xinyan thought Ning Gucheng didn't want to say it, so she didn't continue to ask. Who doesn't have some secrets? There is a traffic light ahead.
Ning Gucheng stopped the car, and just as the car stopped, a low roar of an engine came from behind. Then with a click, a red sports car stopped next to Ning Gucheng's car.
Inside the car was a young man. He looks about the same age as Ning Gucheng.
He wears a Patek Philippe watch on his right wrist, and the clothes he wears together are worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. One hand was on the car window and the other was on the steering wheel. On the passenger seat was a beautiful woman with black stockings and long thighs. There is no need to guess, this is definitely a rich second generation. My goodness, this beautiful girl is so hot. The young man's car was parked on the right side of Ning Gucheng, no more than 1 meter away from Jiang Xinyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Through the lowered car window, the young man noticed Jiang Xinyan.
This look? Good job. What a super hot and beautiful girl. It is truly the best of the best in the world. The mature breath, the plump figure, and the sophisticated and dignified temperament all aroused the young man's restless nerves. It must be very comfortable to sleep with such a beautiful girl in your arms, right? Then, he turned his head and silently glanced at the beautiful woman in black stockings sitting in the passenger seat. It is no exaggeration to say that this beauty with black stockings and long legs can be considered a beauty no matter where she is. But, comparing her with Jiang Xinyan? This comparison. Good boy, it immediately lost its luster. Not on the same level at all. The young man felt instantly unbalanced. We were both driving a supercar worth more than 20 million yuan, so why was the older beautiful woman sitting in your passenger seat so much prettier than the older beautiful woman sitting in mine? If she was just a little bit pretty, the young man could still tolerate it. But with such a huge gap, he really couldn't bear it anymore. First, he pointed his finger at Ning Gucheng with his thumb pointing down, a standard provocative gesture. Anyone who has raced a little knows that if the car next to you makes this kind of move towards you while you are driving, it is a challenge to you to race. Ning Gucheng glanced at the young man. Looking at his provocative thumbs down gesture, how could one not understand what he meant? Stupid. Then he gave him an internationally recognized gesture. Middle finger. Fuck you. How could the young man tolerate such humiliation?
He was already feeling very unbalanced because the woman next to Ning Gucheng was prettier than him.
Do you dare to give yourself the middle finger? Looking for death. The young man's violent temper was instantly ignited. Quickly unbuckle your seatbelt. Push the door and get out. Damn, I'm going to beat you to death.
However, just as he pushed the door open, the green light in front came on.
Ning Gucheng's Ferrari LaFerrari rushed out with a roar, like an arrow from a bow. Damn, where are you going to run?
When the young man saw the Ferrari LaFerrari running away, he quickly ran back to the car, stepped on the accelerator and chased after it.
Damn, if I catch up with you, I will beat you to death. Blast the streets all the way. Roaring all the way.
When the engine of a supercar worth more than 20 million yuan roars, the sound is quite loud.
It can be heard from far away.
It instantly attracted the attention of countless people.
It also attracted the attention of the uncle in the hat on the street.
When the uncles in hats who were directing traffic saw the speeding sports car, they immediately chased after it and notified their colleagues at the intersections ahead to intercept it.
Unfortunately, the young man was stopped by Uncle Hat before he could run for long. Hello, you are suspected of endangering public safety. Please come back to the beach with us.
The young man was confused.
Endangering public safety? Didn't I just exceed the speed limit a little? Wait a minute, I need to contact my mom.
The young man had just finished talking to his mother on the phone when the Ferrari LaFerrari turned back and stopped next to the young man's car with a click.
Hello, Sha Diao, how does it feel?
The young man squatted on the side of the road, holding his head,
waiting for the police car to arrive. When the young man saw that it was Ning Gucheng, he immediately got furious. You come back to laugh at me? Fuck you. Are you deliberately coming back to laugh at yourself? The young man didn't take the uncle in the hat seriously at all.
He thought that the problem could be solved as long as his mother arrived.
But he really couldn't swallow Ning Gucheng's anger. You kid, just wait for me. Don't let me run into you, otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Xiaocheng, you are so mean. You deliberately led him to the place where the uncle in the hat was? Zhang Xinyan was holding back her laughter in the co-pilot seat.
Originally, they agreed to go to the place on the left, but Ning Gucheng deliberately walked to the right.
The traffic police brigade is on the right. It was obvious that Ning Gucheng did it on purpose.
It's useless to reason with this brat. He needs to be taught a lesson, otherwise he might cause harm to others in the future.
Zhang Xinyan smiled faintly. You said he was a little brat? I think he is about the same age as you. Are you laughing at me for being a little brat? I didn't say that. Zhang Xinyan covered her mouth to prevent herself from laughing. To be honest, Ning Gucheng gave Zhang Xinyan the impression that he didn't look like an 18 or 19-year-old boy.
He is much more stable than his peers. He is also more rational in his considerations, unlike other teenagers of the same age who often act in a childish manner. Ning Gucheng looked at her wanting to laugh but trying not to, curled his lips, and thought to himself, are you mocking me for being small? Sooner or later, I will let you see how big I am. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to bear it then. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the university town. Ning Gucheng deliberately chose to pass by the entrance of Mindu Film and Television Academy. I will start school in a few days and will spend 4 years here. Zhang Xinyan glanced at the school gate. There are quite a few students coming in and out. It's only a few days until school starts, right? You and Xiaofei go to the same university, so please take care of her in the future. Ning Gucheng applied to the Film and Television Academy. The same is true for Zhang Xiaofei. However, the two people studied different majors. Ning Gucheng applied for drama and film and television performance, while Zhang Xiaofei majored in directing. Ning Gucheng joked, you want me to take care of her? Aunt Xinyan, don't forget, Xiaofei and I are the same age. She is only a few months younger than me. You used to laugh at me for being a brat, but now you don't mind me being a brat anymore? Zhang Xinyan smiled and said, who told you to be a boy? Are you saying that boys should take care of girls? Of course. The two chatted along the way. There were many people on the road, so they didn't drive very fast. A few minutes later, Ning Gucheng parked the car in the open-air parking lot outside Student Street. This is a big deal. Before the car had even completely stopped, it was already surrounded by countless people. Remember, this is a Ferrari LaFerrari. Even in a big coastal city like Mindu, there are only a few cars of the same price. What is abundant in university towns?
There are many girls.
Countless female students stopped to watch, and some of the bolder and more open ones were already ready to make a move. The boys looked at it with envy, thinking how happy they would be if they had a car like this.
Why isn't my life so good? Why can he drive a supercar but I can't? Reincarnation is indeed a technical job. Chapter 024, Is there something wrong with my husband's waist?
After the car stopped, Ningguchen got out.
So young? So handsome. Oh my god, this guy is as good as the school hunk in our school. If he were in our school, what would the school hunk have to do with him? I wonder what school you're from.
Most people are still sighing, but some smart girls have already started taking action. He is handsome, has a great body proportion, and most importantly, he is rich.
How could a guy like this not have any girls approaching him?
However, before these girls approached Ningguchen, Jiang Xinyan got out from the passenger seat. When she appeared in front of everyone, the attention of almost all the male animals was attracted. Her sexiness, her mature charm, and the aura she exuded in every gesture made these inexperienced students' hearts beat fast.
Ignoring these gazes, Jiang Xinyan walked straight towards Ningguchen.
Then, in front of everyone, she took the initiative to hold Ningguchen's hand. The consequence of her action was that the female students who had originally planned to come and chat up Ningguchen were immediately discouraged.
Everyone was disappointed.
Some of the braver and more confident ones, when they saw Ningguchen had a female companion, wanted to fight for her.
But,
looking at Jiang Xinyan's impeccable face and her hot body that can definitely drive men crazy. Compare yourself with her.
All right. Just a little bit off, yes, just a little bit off. I won't argue with you anymore. When Ningguchen was held by Jiang Xinyan's hand, his first reaction was surprise, but he quickly reacted. This ant is trying to drive away those beautiful girls for herself. Are you jealous?
Ningguchen held her hand, and the two of them walked into Student Street with their fingers tightly clasped, amidst the envious gazes of countless people.
Friends snacks?
The two came to the end of Student Street, where there was a snack bar.
Jiang Xinyan looked up at the sign of the snack bar. Judging from the old sign, this store must be quite old. In his previous life, Ningguchen worked in this store when he was in college. The boss and the boss's wife were quite friendly to Ningguchen. Brother Wang, Sister Hua. Ningguchen walked in with a smile and found a seat to sit down. The boss is a middle-aged man in his early 30s, but he looks like he is 40. This is because I am tired. Because the business was so good, the couple was too busy to handle it, but they were reluctant to hire anyone, so they worked so hard that they managed to finish the work of 3 people with just 2 of them. The consequence of such hard work is accelerated aging. A year later, the boss, Brother Wang, fell seriously ill. Although his life was not in danger, he could no longer lift heavy objects. After losing a labor force, the boss lady could no longer handle the work alone. At that time, she hired 2 people, Ningguchen and a female student from Mindu Chinese University.
Ningguchen has a good relationship with that student girl.
What would you like to eat, both of you?
Our main snacks here are those with the flavors of Minyu province.
The boss came over to greet us.
I just took a look at Jiang Xinyan and thought to myself, this guy is so damn lucky. Ningguchen stopped the boss from continuing, give me some steamed buns from Shaowu in northern Fujian, some flat meat dumplings from eastern Fujian, some beef balls from Yongding in western Fujian, and some shacha noodles from southern Fujian.
Also, give me a ginger duck.
The boss was stunned when he heard this.
Wow, he ordered everything, and even chose some of his best snacks. This is a regular customer. But why does he look so unfamiliar? Never seen it. The boss didn't think much about it and quickly prepared all the snacks. I've never eaten or seen many of these before. What is this? Jiang Xinyan looked at the snack in front of her curiously. Like dumplings.
But they are much bigger than dumplings.
This is called baozi. You've heard of Shaowu City in northern Fujian, right?
This snack best represents the local specialty of Shaowu.
This package contains koji grass, which has the function of warding off evil spirits. Eating it also means expelling bad luck from the body and blessing health.
You've been busy with coal transportation lately, so you need to get rid of your bad luck. Jiang Xinyan felt that she had been very unlucky recently.
First, she was cheated by the company's financial department and owed a large sum of money. Just owe money. But what I borrowed was actually a loan shark. The debt collector came to your door. Now I can't even go back home. It seems that I really need to get rid of the bad luck. Xiaocheng, thank you. Jiang Xinyan said sincerely.
She knew in her heart that Ning Guqing brought her here from so far away, probably to bring bad luck to her. Although this may just be a superstition.
But Jiang Xinyan accepted this kindness. Ning Guqing waved his hand, thank me?
There's no need to be so polite to me.
Jiang Xinyan nodded, not dwelling on the topic any further.
She picked up one, took a bite, chewed it a few times, and said in surprise, wow, it tastes really good.
If it tastes good, eat more. Jiang Xinyan nodded. It took more than an hour to eat.
It was already past 1 o'clock, and Jiang Xinyan's belly was bulging from eating so much. I never thought that there would be such delicious snacks in this inconspicuous alley.
Jiang Xinyan was really full.
She ate 4 of the dumplings alone.
If it tastes good, I'll come here often.
The proprietress, Sister Hua, said with a smile, while handing over the packaged dumplings, which she wanted to bring to Zhang Xiufei for a taste. By the way, Sister Hua, when you have time, take Brother Wang to have his waist checked.
It's still not too late to treat it now.
Before leaving, Ning Guqing gave a reminder. Sister Hua was confused by what she heard.
Let your husband check his waist? Is there something wrong with your husband's waist? How come I don't know that? What nonsense is this little guy talking about? Watching Ning Guqing leave, Sister Hua didn't take it seriously.
When she returned to the kitchen, she noticed that there was something wrong with her husband's bending posture. I also thought about the time when we did pleasant things together at night recently.
She was the one moving. It wasn't like this before. He used to be very proactive.
She has been making excuses lately about being tired, so she is the only one who has to move.
Is there really something wrong with my husband's waist? He has been hiding this from me? Honey, what's wrong with your waist?
Sister Hua walked over.
Nothing. Brother Wang said easily.
He knew his waist was very sore recently, but he didn't think it was a problem.
Thought it would be nice to take a break. Just keep dragging it on.
I didn't want to worry my wife, so I didn't tell her. The more her husband said this, the more Sister Hua felt something was wrong, so she decided to take him to the hospital for a checkup in the afternoon.
Chapter 025 A Big Move. Xiaocheng, I've known you for so long, but I didn't know you could treat illnesses?
After leaving the snack bar, Ning Guqing and Jiang Xinyan walked on Student Street to take a walk and digest their food.
Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but sigh as she watched the female students coming and going. It's great to be young. Energetic. Won't. I haven't studied medicine, how can I treat a disease?
Jiang Xinyan looked at Ning Guqing with her beautiful eyes. Then why did you say that the boss had a problem with his waist and that it was still not too late to treat it?
Didn't you see that he had a problem? Ning Guqing. I don't know how to explain it. Tell him that you were reborn after 20 years? Do you know what happened to the boss? Don't be silly. Ning Guqing joked, I can predict the future.
I calculated with my fingers that the boss has a problem with his waist. Jiang Xinyan immediately rolled her eyes at Ning Guqing and said, stop it, forget it.
The two people talked as they walked.
Before he knew it, he was back at the parking lot. From a distance, Ning Guqing saw a person sitting on the hood of his car.
Ning Guqing instantly got furious. Sit on the front of my car? This is a supercar worth more than 20 million yuan.
Ning Guqing could accept taking some photos and leaning on something, but sitting on the hood of his car was something Ning Guqing could not accept. He walked over in 2 steps. There's a man sitting on the hood of a Ferrari LaFerrari.
It's a woman. She has an explosive body.
Wearing flat shoes, he looked to be over 1.75 meters tall.
But it doesn't make you look thin.
She is a typical example of someone who looks muscular when undressed but thin when dressed. When he got closer, Ning Guqing recognized that it was an acquaintance.
Lu Yanan.
The flower of the police force. Captain of the Municipal Bureau's criminal police team. When Lu Yanan saw Ning Guqing coming, he jumped off the front of the car and threw the empty milk tea bottle into the trash can.
I've been waiting for you for too long. There's no place to sit. Lu Yanan gave a friendly smile.
Ning Guqing glared at her, I'm going to circle you and cross you.
If you have no place to sit, why don't you sit in my car? What kind of logic is this?
Fortunately, the car was not scratched. Otherwise, Ning Guqing would also feel distressed.
Hello, Officer Lu. Jiang Xinyan walked over.
The last time she and Ning Guqing went to the police station, she met Lu Yanan at the same time. Miss Jiang, Ning Guqing, and I need to talk alone.
Okay, you guys chat. There's a coffee shop up ahead.
Perfect, I'll go buy a few cups of coffee.
Jiang Xinyan found an excuse and left.
Ning Guqing had long guessed that this woman would not come to him for no reason.
Tell me, what's the matter? You are suspected of intentional injury. I am going to arrest you.
As soon as Lu Yanan opened her mouth, a big hat was pressed down on her.
Ning Guqing widened his eyes. Intentional injury? Who was hurt? Could it be that Duan Chu called the police? If you can't beat someone, just call the police? Are you so useless?
He lost 4 teeth, which constitutes a second-degree minor injury. According to our country's criminal law, your sentence will be between 6 months and 3 years.
While speaking, Lu Yanan looked into Ning Guqing's eyes. Ning Guqing was immediately furious when he heard this. At least 6 months? Damn! Just a few days after my rebirth, I'm going to be thrown into jail? Or at least 6 months? Of course, I can give you a chance to redeem yourself from your crimes. I need you to do something for me. Once you complete it, our merits and demerits will be offset.
Hearing this, Ning Guqing was stunned for a moment.
So, you have something to ask for? This woman is very bad. Love is like being afraid that if you don't agree, you will be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment.
If it was Ning Guqing who was 18 or 19 years old in his previous life, he would probably have agreed directly after being scared by her. But now that I have lived 2 lives, I am not so easily fooled. As the captain of the criminal police team of the Municipal Bureau, Lu Yanan is a person with real power. With her status, ordinary things can be easily accomplished.
Now, you want to ask me for help? Needless to say, that's a very tricky thing. I won't be fooled by that. Arrest me. I admit that I beat up that guy Duan Chu.
I don't know how many teeth he lost, but I did beat him up.
I accept the sanctions of Chinese law. After hearing this, Lu Yanan was stunned. Generally speaking, shouldn't you first ask what you want him to do before making a decision? Why would you rather go to jail without even asking? This guy doesn't play by the rules. Lu Yanan reminded, you should know that intentional injury resulting in a second-degree minor injury is likely to result in a 3-year sentence. You really choose to go to jail rather than help me? Ning Guqing sneered, you also know that you want me to help you. If you ask someone to do something for you, you should have the attitude of asking someone to do it for you. What do you call this? This isn't asking for favors, this is threatening. I assaulted someone, I admit that. As a Chinese citizen, I am willing to accept the sanctions of Chinese law. Be it 3 years or 10 years, I, Ning Guqing, accept it. What a joke, you want to threaten me? No way. Seeing Ning Guqing's tough attitude, Lu Yanan was at a loss. It's impossible to really arrest him, right? In fact, it was useless to arrest him. Duan Chu did not call the police at all. Without calling the police, Lu Yanan could not sue Ning Guqing. The reason for saying this was to scare Ning Guqing. But, I can't scare him. Okay, I'm looking for you today for something serious. You know the date group, the one where Duan Chu works. Lu Yanan looked around and found that no one was paying attention to this side. Then he said with relief, we have been keeping an eye on day group for a long time. The reason why we haven't closed the net is because we don't have enough evidence. Insufficient evidence? They're loan sharks, and Jiang Xinyan is the best evidence. Ning Guqing said. Do you think the day group is just a loan shark? No. They are not only involved in loan sharking, organizing women to sell sex, money laundering, but also human trafficking. At the moment, we only have evidence that they were involved in loan sharking, and we don't have any other relevant evidence. So, if we close the net at this time, the worst we can do is accuse them of loan sharking. The bosses of Day Group can definitely come up with a few scapegoats. Ning Guqing understood after hearing this. Why did Lu Yanan not arrest him even though he had already called the police and was certain that Duan Chu was a loan shark? They are making a big move. This is about trying to play the long game and catch a big fish. If we arrest Duan Chu now, we will alert the enemy. I understand what you're saying. It's like playing the long game to catch the big fish. But what's the point of telling me this? Ning Guqing shrugged. Took a sip of mineral water. I thought to myself,
you told me such a confidential thing, you trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I will spread it?
I want you to help me infiltrate the date group as an undercover agent. Collect their evidence.
The mineral water in Ning Guqing's mouth, which he didn't have time to swallow, sprayed out directly.
You want me to go undercover? Are you kidding me? Chapter 026. This is a woman with a story. This is the largest gang in Mindu.
They want me to go undercover and find evidence of their crimes.
If I get discovered, will I still be alive? I have already died once. I don't want to die anymore. Ning Guqing flatly refused. Officer Lu, you'd better arrest me. I beat someone and I plead guilty. Lu Yanan? Don't be like that. Don't ask me to arrest you all the time. We can discuss it. Lu Yanan had already planned to send undercover agents into the date group. I looked for many people. However, none of them satisfied her.
After searching for a long time, she found that Ning Guqing was the most suitable one. First, he was very young, only 19 years old. You can't be a police officer at this age. After all, to graduate from a police academy, you have to be at least 20 years old. His age alone is his biggest cover, and it can eliminate most suspicions of being an undercover agent. Second, Ning Guqing is calmer than his peers. In other words, his mental quality is much stronger than his peers.
This is also the most important part of being a good undercover agent.
Third, he is smart and thoughtful. Fourthly, he is quite skilled and has a certain ability to protect himself. Fifth, he is handsome and has a good figure. Those ants with real power in date group will definitely like it. With their assistance, it will be easier to infiltrate date group. Combining these points, he is the right person.
Lu Yanan sighed helplessly.
Ning Guqing refused so firmly that she had no other choice.
It's impossible to force him to go at gunpoint, right? At this time, what Lu Yanan didn't expect was
Ning Guqing, who had just been righteously saying he was unwilling to go undercover, suddenly nodded and agreed, okay, I'll go.
Ning Guqing wanted to cry. What a shitty system. Why choose this mission when there are so many other missions to do? Just now, the system task came. Multiple choice questions. Refusing Lu Yanan's request will result in the system being taken back as punishment. Agree to Lu Yanan's request and you will receive a reward, a god-level singing voice. Host, please make a choice. Ning Guqing, Brother Tonzi, I'm going to circle you and put a cross on you. This is obviously forcing me to agree. Do I still need to choose? If you don't agree, the system will take it back. What the hell is this? Ning Guqing really didn't want to be an undercover agent. Whoever wanted to do such a dangerous thing could do it. But the system should do this by itself? What else can we do? You can only choose to agree.
Ding, congratulations to the host for making your choice.
System reward, god-level singing voice. Ning Guqing smiled bitterly. Are you asking me to become a singing god? I'm going to study acting in college, right? I want to be the best actor. When Lu Yanan saw that Ning Guqing agreed, she was really overjoyed. How could he suddenly agree when he had just refused to agree? Okay, I agree. If you agree, the plan can go ahead. You didn't agree before, why do you agree now? Lu Yanan asked in surprise.
Ning Guqing naturally couldn't tell her that he didn't want to go, but was forced to go by the system. First, he took out a pack of slim Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket.
Pull out a cigarette and light it.
He looked very melancholy, and then said righteously, I didn't agree to your request before because I thought it was a very dangerous thing to do. If you go deep into the tiger's den, you will die without a complete body if you are not careful.
So logic tells me that there's no need for me to wade into this muddy water. But, on second thought, this date group is so evil and has committed so many crimes. I don't know how many people they have harmed.
If we don't eradicate them, who knows how many people will be harmed by them?
For the sake of those victims, and for the prosperity of China, what does it matter if I, Ning Guqing, die?
All men must die one day.
For the stability of Mindu and the prosperity of China, why should I fear death? Ning Guqing spoke passionately and logically, which made Lu Yanan excited. This is a real Chinese man. What if I sacrifice myself for the sake of national justice and the people of Mindu? It was a normal reaction to refuse before. Agreeing to it is a sign of righteousness.
If all the Chinese men and women are like this, the great rejuvenation of the nation will be just around the corner. Excited, Lu Yanin opened her arms and gave Ning Guqing a big hug. Ning Guqing, on behalf of the Mindu Public Security Bureau, I thank you.
She is very strong.
Even though Ning Guqing's physical fitness increased by 20 points, his physical fitness was different from that of an ordinary person, and he felt a little breathless when he was strangled by her.
Ning Guqing spent the afternoon with Lu Yanin.
The main thing is that Lu Yanin wants to explain to Ning Guqing the situation of Day Group, what to do after approaching Huang Shuwei, and what the ultimate goal is.
Talked a lot. An afternoon passed in a flash. 8 o'clock in the evening.
When the roar of the Ferrari LaFerrari echoed through the neighborhood, almost everyone on the roadside looked over. Then I saw a super cool and awesome super sports car driving towards me.
The car slowed down slightly when approaching the Dihao nightclub.
Then, under the gaze of everyone, he performed a master-level drift and parked accurately in the open-air parking lot.
Who is this person? Why is he making such a high-profile appearance? What a handsome car. I wonder which young master is here. I've never seen this car before. It's very likely this is its first time here. The Ferrari LaFerrari is just too cool.
It was impossible not to attract people's attention, especially the young ladies who came to the nightclub, whose eyes lit up. Such luxury cars are extremely rare even at the door of Gilliam Grand.
I instantly determined that the person coming was definitely a super rich second generation.
After the car stopped, Ning Guqing pushed the door and walked down. When these young ladies saw that Ning Guqing was alone without a female companion, they immediately had an idea in their minds. There is no young lady who often goes to nightclubs and does not dream of marrying into a wealthy family.
The opportunity is now.
And at this moment, something unexpected happened.
A row of luxury cars drove over.
Leading the way was a black Mercedes-Benz, followed by an extended version of the Rolls-Royce. Finally, there is a Mercedes-Benz as a guard. After the three cars drove over, the nightclub security immediately came over to maintain order, and then Xiaolu jogged in front to lead the way to the parking space. As a result, when they arrived at the parking lot, they saw that there was a car parked in that exclusive space.
My hair stood on end instantly. Whose car is this? Move it away immediately.
Even though the car parked there was a supercar worth tens of millions, the security guard still didn't give it any face at all. You even dare to occupy the general manager's parking space.
Do you want to die? My car, what happened? Can't we stop here? Ning Guqing walked over.
The security guard nodded heavily. Yes, you can't park here.
Ning Guqing said, you can't park. Why can't you park?
This is not a private parking space. It's a private parking space.
Private parking space, why is there no sign?
The security guard was speechless. There was originally a sign here, but he didn't know how it disappeared.
Inside a Rolls-Royce.
A young woman was sitting there, with her arms folded across her chest, looking at the scenery outside the window with somewhat empty eyes.
No one knew what she was thinking.
From her hesitant eyes, you can tell that this is a woman with a story.
Chapter 027 Today, I will make you come but never return. She is about the same age as Jiang Xinyan. Around 38 or 39, around 40.
She is a typical lady, the mature kind.
Normally, women's figures start to deteriorate after they reach 25, and by 40, they are basically unsightly. However, time has not left too many traces on this woman. Come to think of it, it makes sense.
Whenever he goes out, he is accompanied by luxury cars and bodyguards.
That's definitely not an ordinary person.
Rich women tend to look younger because they have the money to maintain themselves.
Although her appearance is slightly inferior to Jiang Xinyan, she can still kill countless top stars in seconds. She is Huang Shuwei,
general manager of Day Group.
Currently the head of Day Group.
Above the general manager, there is a chairman, and that is her husband. The chairman suffered a stroke 3 months ago and is now lying in the hospital in a vegetative state, needing to be fed. Originally, Huang Shuwei was just a wealthy lady who enjoyed beauty treatments every day and lived a carefree life. Once her husband suffered a stroke, the company was leaderless and no one was willing to obey anyone else.
There was an internal conflict.
There were even several conflicts that broke out afterwards. Seeing that the group was about to fall apart, Huang Shuwei stepped forward and became the general manager of the company. She relied on her status as the eldest sister-in-law to intimidate those who were ready to make trouble. Since she came into contact with the company, she finally knew what the company's real business was. She used to be a housewife. She is a pampered lady. I knew nothing before and had never been involved in any company affairs. But now that I have seen the business of Date Group, I know what kind of evil things this company is doing.
Loan sharking? Violent debt collection. Human trafficking. Fraud.
There's actually a fraudulent industrial park in Myanmar, with over 1,200 piglets inside.
Money laundering. Fighting and brawling are commonplace.
The more Huang Shuwei learned about the group's inside story, the more frightened he became.
She never imagined that the man who had slept with her for 20 years would be the underground emperor of Min City. She originally thought that Date Group was a formal company. But who could have thought? It's so black it's almost purple? Huang Shuwei followed her husband after graduating from university and has not worked for nearly 20 years.
She knew that she was not cut out to manage a group. What's more, all the people in the group are tough guys. Now she can still control them by relying on her status as the eldest sister-in-law, but as long as time goes on, no one will listen to her.
Huang Shuwei knew very well that letting go now was the best option. Otherwise, the final result will be that he will be killed by the people below, or he will be wiped out by Uncle Hat. Then there is the endless prison sentence. To put it bluntly, she wanted to get out of this situation as soon as possible while her hands were still clean. But how can I get out of this? Easier said than done.
So, she was very upset and very irritated.
When I feel irritated and want to drink, I come here. What's going on?
Huang Shuwei noticed that the car had stopped and asked casually.
The driver in the front row replied,
"Mr. Huang, there's a rich kid parked in your designated parking space up ahead.
Security is trying to get him out. Just wait a moment, it should be cleared soon."
Huang Shuwei waved his hand. "Forget it, let him stop, let's go to the underground garage." The driver nodded and restarted the car.
When passing by Ning Guqing, Huang Shuwei deliberately glanced out of the car window.
Seeing how young Ning Guqing was, he couldn't help but shook his head.
Young and energetic? Today, you just met me and I don't care about you. Then, we followed the road ahead and stopped the car underground. Supreme private room. This is the most luxurious private room in Dihao nightclub. Ranked number 1. The level of luxury is unimaginable.
This used to be the exclusive private room of the chairman of Date Group, Huang Shuwei's husband.
Now that her husband is bedridden, this exclusive private room has become Huang Shuwei's.
Anyone who comes here to drink comes to this private room.
When Huang Shuwei entered the private room, he was a little surprised by the scene in front of him. The private room was bustling with activity. Deafening music filled the entire private room.
The young ladies in the front row were already naked, twisting their waists vigorously and dancing to the most unrestrained and hottest songs and dances. Opposite them was a group of middle-aged and young people. Everyone stared with wide eyes in admiration. Among them was a young man with a bandage on his hand.
Huang Shuwei couldn't help but frown when she saw this. This was her exclusive private room. How did these guys get in? He is really too brave.
As the door of the private room opened, the group of young and middle-aged people also noticed someone coming in.
Turn around and look. This look? Oh my God, the general manager is here?
This group of people are all from the Date Group, and of course they all know Huang Shuwei.
Most of them immediately turned pale with fear. Only the injured one didn't seem to be scared at all. He waved his hand and stopped the music. Walked over. "General Manager, why are you here?"
This young man was none other than Duan Chu, who had been taught a lesson by Ning Guqing. He had his teeth fixed in the afternoon and now had a mouth full of dentures. His position in the group, second in command of the loan department. If it were in the past, Duan Chu would definitely treat Huang Shuwei with the same respect as a grandson.
But now it's different.
The chairman had a stroke and the doctor said he would never wake up.
What can she do as a woman?
This is also the reason why they dared to be here even though they knew that this was Huang Shuwei's exclusive private room.
Roll.
Huang Shuwei was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and shouted coldly.
Duan Chu shrugged indifferently.
Although he was not afraid of Huang Shuwei, the boss had not yet completely confronted Huang Shuwei and had not torn his relationship with him. On the surface, it is still necessary to listen to what this sister-in-law says. "Brothers, let's go to another private room and continue playing."
Duan Chu waved his hand and told his younger brother to leave.
As they left, the private room suddenly became quiet, with empty wine bottles scattered all over the floor and the coffee table and sofa in a mess. The air was filled with a sickening smell of alcohol.
Huang Shuwei felt nauseous and was in no mood to drink in such an environment. Turn around and leave. Came to the lobby on the first floor. Went to the bar and ordered a cocktail. Duanshu was standing on the second floor, above the corridor, overlooking a large area on the first floor. His eyes fell on Huang Shuwei, who was sitting at the bar. Who wouldn't he want a woman like this? In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it, not even to have a single disrespectful thought. But now it's different. On the surface, Huang Shuwei is the boss of Day Group, but in reality she has no power at all. None of the heads of the 4 major departments of the company are her people. Duanshu's ambition to be the boss has begun to be exposed. Duanshu believed that it would not be long before Day Group would fall into the hands of his boss. Therefore, Duanshu has naturally become bolder now. He made a face at a younger brother beside him. As soon as Huang Shuwei appeared at the bar, he was targeted by some flies. Remember, this is a nightclub. A place for men to hunt for beauties. Plus, she is so beautiful. In places like nightclubs, it is definitely a very scarce resource. In just a few minutes, at least a dozen waves of men came over to chat with her, but Huang Shuwei ignored them. As more and more people came, Huang Shuwei began to feel annoyed. I don't want to drink anymore. But as soon as he got down from the stool, he felt weak under his feet and stumbled. Fortunately, he held onto the bar to avoid falling. At the same time, there was a feeling of dizziness in the head. The body starts to feel hot. Damn it, who drugged me? Huang Shuwei knew that she had been drugged, but she really had no idea when or who had drugged her. There were too many people approaching her just now. I don't know which person it is. However, this was not the time for her to think about this issue. The most urgent thing is to leave here as soon as possible when the drug takes full effect. However, after just a few steps, she fell to the ground. Her legs were weak and she couldn't walk fast. 2 wretched men who had been waiting nearby came over to help Huang Shuwei when they saw her fall. Duanshu watched the scene in the corridor on the second floor. He was the one who arranged for the 2 wretched men to go there. He first drugged her, then took her to a private room, and then called his boss to come and enjoy her. No matter how brave Duanshu was, he would not dare to enjoy Huang Shuwei at this time. He wanted to give her to the boss. In this way, once the boss becomes the biggest boss of the group, will he treat himself badly? However, the next second, Duanshu's brows instantly frowned. Under his gaze, the wretched man he had arranged to go over was about to help Huang Shuwei up when a boy suddenly jumped out from the side. Each kick was clean and neat. The 2 unlucky guys didn't know who kicked them until they flew out. Is it him? Damn it, why is it him again? After recognizing Ning Gucheng, Duanshu frowned deeply. He had been taught a lesson by him during the day, and he had always remembered this account. But soon he revealed a sneer. Ning Gucheng, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you just break in. This is my territory. Today, I will make sure you never return. Chapter 028 Auntie's medicine took effect, asking Ning Gucheng for help. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Ning Gucheng bent down and grabbed Huang Shuwei's arm, wanting to help her up. When his palm touched her arm, he could clearly feel a warmth. This is, being? My goodness, has this been drugged? Ning Gucheng didn't make a fuss. This is a nightclub. It is the most common place for men to hunt for beauties. If you see a hot girl, you can't get her through normal channels. It is to use such despicable means. This kind of thing happens almost every day in a nightclub. But who is so bold as to drug even the general manager of Day Group? Are you tired of living? This was the first time Ning Gucheng met her, but in the afternoon, Lu Yanan had already given Ning Gucheng a brief introduction about the Day Group. As the current general manager of Day Group and the person in charge, Huang Shuwei is naturally the focus of the introduction. Not only have I seen her photos, but I've also seen her videos. So, I could recognize her at a glance. However, Ning Gucheng had to pretend not to know him. Auntie, how are you? The word auntie almost made Huang Shuwei break down. Am I that old? Or do I look this old? He thought so in his heart, but Huang Shuwei really didn't have the energy to argue with Ning Gucheng about this. Grabbing his hand, she said, "Quick, take me away from here." She knew that her drugging was definitely not an accident, but someone did it on purpose. In any case, leaving here first was the best option. Good. Ning Gucheng supported her. Huang Shuwei's whole body was weak and she could not walk steadily. Even if Ning Gucheng supported her, she couldn't walk. There is no way.
He could only hold her up, put her left hand around Ninggucheng's neck, and then put Ninggucheng's right hand around her back. Then Xiaoyao grabbed her belly. As a result, the catch was a bit too high.
This move.
The soft yet elastic feeling in his hand made Ninggucheng very clear about what he had touched.
Excuse me. I didn't mean it.
I swear to God, I really didn't mean it. When Ninggucheng carried her out of the nightclub and came to the parking lot outside, Duanshu had already brought his men to be on high alert. There are at least 40 or 50 people. Duanshu sat on the front of Ninggucheng's Ferrari, smoking a cigarette and hugging a sexy girl in revealing clothes.
She's a blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl.
He looked at Ninggucheng and the other person who came out with great interest. His younger brothers surrounded him, some holding baseball bats and swinging knives, while others were bare-handed but had daggers in their pockets.
Is it you? You arranged for someone to drug me? Duanshu, do you want to die?
Although Huang Shui's mind had begun to blur, he still had some rationality. He scolded him angrily and said. Duanshu jumped off the front of the car.
He threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground and stomped it out.
If he had heard Huang Shui talking to him like this in the past, Duanshu would have been scared to death. But now, I'm not afraid anymore.
If I present you to my boss, I will have done a great deed.
The boss will definitely protect me.
Evil comes from the heart.
Duanshu felt that his chance to rise to prominence had come.
Looking at the arrogant Duanshu, Ninggucheng was very angry, extremely angry.
Damn it, he actually sat on the front of his car.
During the day, I taught you a lesson that wasn't enough, right? Auntie, please sit down for a while. Ninggucheng let Huang Shui go, and Huang Shui thought Ninggucheng was going to abandon him.
She immediately grabbed his hand and looked at him pleadingly. She knew very well that if Ninggucheng left like this, her fate would be miserable.
Don't abandon me, save me once, and I will give you a lot of money that you can't spend in your lifetime.
Speaking of this, Huang Shui remembered that Ninggucheng was not short of money.
Why do you feel that way?
When she came to the nightclub, she saw Ninggucheng's car.
A man who drives a Ferrari LaFerrari cannot be short of money. He added, save me once, and I'll give you whatever you want, including myself.
Ninggucheng raised his eyebrows.
Give whatever you want? Then I can get the evidence of your group's crimes if I want it, right? Don't worry, I'm not leaving. I just want to get rid of these people. Ninggucheng patted the back of her hand, signaling her not to be anxious.
Huang Shui thought that it was his words, including myself, that worked. Ninggucheng, there's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you insist on breaking in.
What do you think I should do to avenge these teeth of mine? Ninggucheng pointed at the Ferrari LaFerrari and said, you scratched my car? Duanshu smiled wryly, hey, is this your car? Hey. I know it's your car. I did it on purpose. How about it? You bite me. Duanshu had seen Ninggucheng's strength, this guy was very good at fighting. But
Duanshu was really not afraid of Ninggucheng now.
So what if he can fight? How about I give you a 1-on-5 fight? I have 40 or 50 people here, and they can beat the shit out of you with just a mouth or a stick. It seems that I didn't go easy on you last time?
As he spoke, Ninggucheng walked over slowly, then suddenly accelerated and rushed over in one quick step. The speed of the sudden explosion was so fast that the people around Duanshu couldn't even react.
By the time they reacted, the dagger in Ninggucheng's hand was already on Duanshu's neck.
The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. After his physique increased by 20 points, Ninggucheng discovered that he had only gained strength,
including hearing and vision.
Even the reaction speed of the nerves has been greatly improved.
Brother, I was wrong. I know it. Swords have no eyes.
Please take it easy and don't shake your hands.
Duanshu felt the cold blade against his neck. Where was his previous arrogance? Begging for mercy repeatedly.
And his younger brother no longer had the playful look on his face.
Let our boss go. Fuck, let him go. Do you really want to die?
All of these younger brothers roared, and a few of the more loyal ones even rushed over.
Ah! The next second, Duanshu screamed miserably. The dagger in Ninggucheng's hand was directly inserted into his thigh.
When the dagger was pulled out, blood gushed out.
The severe pain made him scream miserably in an instant. Damn it, if you come any closer, the next blow won't hit your thigh.
Ning Gucheng glanced at the younger brothers who were rushing towards him.
Duan Shu kept saying, "Get the hell back off. Do you want me dead? Retreat, retreat for me."
These little brothers no longer dared to come forward. Ning Gucheng signaled Huang Shuwei to come over, but Huang Shuwei couldn't stand up at all.
She couldn't walk. Ning Gucheng held the dagger in one hand and pressed it against Duan Shu's neck.
With his free hand, he slapped the foreign woman's hips. "Go, help her get in the car." The foreign girl screamed in panic when her but was attacked. Then, he immediately ran over to help Huang Shuwei up from the ground and helped her to the passenger seat. Afterwards, Ning Gucheng ordered Duan Shu's men to retreat 100 meters.
Finally, a knife stabbed his right thigh.
Blood gushed out from the thigh instantly. After these 2 slashes, Duan Shu had completely lost his fighting ability.
He thought Ning Gucheng was going to leave.
But it can bear fruit.
Ning Gucheng actually took out a pack of cigarettes leisurely. Pull out a cigarette and light it.
Then, he sat next to Duan Shu and slowly started smoking, as if he didn't want to leave. Duan Shu saw that Ning Gucheng didn't want to leave, but was unwilling to let him go. He glanced at the bloodstains on the ground again.
"If I wait any longer, I'll bleed to death. I was thinking, you stepped on my car and damaged it. How should I settle this account?"
Duan Shu immediately said, "I'll go with you.
No matter how much it costs. Could you please call an ambulance first?"
Ning Gucheng smoked slowly. "I know I need your company. I am calculating how much you will accompany me."
Duan Shu was about to cry, "Brother, can you please call an ambulance first and then we can take our time?"
Ning Gucheng continued, "My car is worth at least 25 million, and it's one of those things that's out of stock. With the damage you've done to it, it needs to be sent back to the factory for repairs. The round trip cost will be at least 5 million.
Duan Shu almost vomited blood. Just spray paint. 5 million? Why the hell don't you go and grab it?
Under normal circumstances, Duan Shu would definitely bargain. But now he really didn't dare to bargain, because what he lacked most was time.
Every extra second means 1 more second of blood flowing in the body. This could be fatal. I promise. 5 million? I'll give it to you. Can you call an ambulance for me? Or I can call one myself."
Ning Gucheng smiled indifferently. "You agreed quite readily."
"It seems that the price I offered was still too low. How about 8 million? Duan Shu almost vomited blood. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? What a thief! Darker than me.
But he still nodded.
There's nothing I can do. Now my life is in his hands. Okay, come on, transfer the money."
Ning Gucheng took out his mobile phone, found the mobile banking app, and gave him the card number. Although Duan Shu also felt the pain of spending the 8 million.
"But I can only do it." Ning Gucheng felt that it was almost time.
If he continued to waste time, this guy would really die.
What if something happened in public?
Even if Ning Gucheng had Lu Yanan's protection, he would definitely spend his next life in prison. Seeing that Ning Gucheng was finally willing to let him go, Duan Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The massive loss of blood in his body made him extremely weak.
It's a bit difficult to dial 120 with a mobile phone. Ning Gucheng was too lazy to pay attention to him. Turned around and got on the Ferrari LaFerrari.
What Ning Gucheng didn't expect was that as soon as he sat in the driver's seat, a wave of heat hit his face. Immediately afterwards, a delicate body threw itself into Ning Gucheng's arms.
"Give me. Quick." Ning Gucheng glared. Is this the complete effect of the medicine? Chapter 029. 2 people cooperate. Mindu Hotel. Top floor room.
After leaving Dihao, Ning Gucheng originally planned to take her back home, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. The people around her have turned against her.
Going back home may not be safe either. Bring back the best product in Mindu? Never mind.
Jiang Xinyan and her daughter are still here.
Inconvenient.
So, she was brought back to the Mindu Hotel. In this big hotel, the lower floors are the catering department, and the upper dozens of floors are all guest rooms. As the boss here, Ning Gucheng naturally has his own exclusive private room.
The next day. On the big bed.
Ning Gucheng woke up and sat up, with the bedsheet covering his lower body and his naked upper body exposed to the air. Since the physical fitness has increased, his figure has improved a lot and he has become stronger. Not only have strong abdominal muscles, There are also 8-pack abdominal muscles that can drive most women crazy. He took the half-empty pack of manhwa cigarettes from the bedside table, took out a cigarette and lit it. As the smoke swirls, the air purification system in the room naturally starts to purify the air. In this way, even if you smoke in the room, the air will not become stale. The sound of flowing water came to my ears. It came from the bathroom next to it. Huang Shuwei was taking a shower inside. Ning Guqing recalled the scene from last night. That scene was simply. It can only be described in 2 words. Crazy. If I had to add an adjective before crazy, it would be super crazy. I don't know if this is her nature or the result of the drug stimulation. He was quite proactive throughout the night. She was the one attacking most of the time, and Ning Guqing was stunned by her manipulation. Only the last time, her strength seemed to be running out. Ning Guqing then turned the passive situation into active one. About 10 minutes later, Huang Shuwei walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in a white bath towel, wiping his wet hair as he walked. "You're awake, why don't you sleep a little longer?" There was a hint of concern in Huang Shuwei's words. Huang Shuwei remembered everything that happened last night. Even though she was weak and impulsive at the time, she still had memories. She knew that everything was her own initiative. "You are asking for it yourself." But she couldn't remember exactly how many times. She only remembered that the feeling of being with him was unprecedented. This feeling is really good. Therefore, she did not hate Ning Guqing, but rather accepted him to some extent in her heart. Ning Guqing walked over, hugged her in his arms, and inhaled the fragrance emanating from her body. Because he was hugging her from behind. My hands naturally rested on it. Huang Shuwei's face turned red instantly, but she didn't take Ning Guqing's hand away, just let him hold her. "Isn't that enough, little brat? Auntie, I don't have your physical strength. I can't stand you tossing me around any further." The other side. Day Group, Loan Department. After a night of treatment and blood transfusion, Duan Chu was rescued from the brink of death. The first thing he did after getting out of bed was to find his boss Wang Xiaoshui. This Wang Xiaoshui was none other than the bastard who had played with the superstar Yang Meng in Ning Guqing's previous life, forcing her to end her life before she could be freed. However, in this life, thanks to Ning Guqing's reminder, Yang Meng has seen clearly what kind of person he is. Duan Chu was very scared now. Very scared. The original intention of attacking Huang Shuwei yesterday was to capture Huang Shuwei and give her to the boss to have a taste of her, and then take indecent photos or videos of her so that he could control her and achieve the goal of controlling the date group. Originally, he thought it was a foolproof thing. But who knew that Ning Guqing would show up unexpectedly and ruin the good thing? Duan Chu knew that his good intentions had led to bad consequences. The group is currently in an extraordinary period, and several major ministers of the group are eyeing this position. Although Huang Shuwei has been sidelined, he is still the general manager in name only. More importantly, she is the eldest brother's wife. She is their nominal sister-in-law. There is no way to justify attacking your sister-in-law. He knew that he had ruined the boss's plan, so he knelt in front of Wang Xiaoshui and called out desperately, "Boss, my starting point is also good. It's all for you. Please forgive me once, but I won't dare to do it again next time." Wang Xiaoshui was really angry. "I was planning to attack Yang Meng yesterday, but unfortunately, she found out. It's a waste. I originally thought this was the most tragic thing, but who knew that my subordinates were all idiots? At this time, should I touch my sister-in-law? Wouldn't this give other people in the group an excuse to attack me? Oh my god." Wang Xiaoshui was so angry that he kicked Duan Chu in the chest. Duan Chu was kicked several meters away with such force. "Boss, spare my life, boss. It's all because of Ning Guqing. If it weren't for him, your sister-in-law, would have been sent to your bed long ago." Wang Xiaoshui frowned and murmured, "Ning Guqing? Who is he?" Duan Chu explained, "It's that brat who helps Jiang Xinyan. Believe it or not, he's quite capable. 3 people can't beat him. It might take 5 people to beat him." Wang Xiaoshui spat in dissatisfaction, "Mad, you are useless if you are useless. If it weren't for the fact that you are my brother-in-law, I would slap you to death." Wang Xiaoshui is married. His legal wife was Duan Chu's sister. However, in front of a confidant like Yang Meng, he always lied that he was single. Nonsense. How to pick up girls if you don't talk about being single? Do you think those big stars are so easy to fool? When Duan Chu heard this, he knew that he had escaped this danger. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that he had his sister as a shield, otherwise he would have caused such a big mess and would have been badly injured even if he didn't die. Huang Shuwei stood up, her cheeks flushed as she glared coquettishly at Ning Gucheng, who had a sly smile on his face. He pulled the trash can next to him and spit a few times. Then, he picked up the water glass on the table and took a big sip. The water was not swallowed. Instead, he rinsed his mouth. After rinsing her mouth several times, she came back and touched Ning Gucheng's eyebrows with her delicate hand.
I'm saying, your body is made of iron, isn't it? Aren't you tired? Ning Gucheng put on his clothes. He smiled faintly, I feel like I can do it. Or. Upon hearing this, Huang Shuwei subconsciously took several steps back and looked at Ning Gucheng warily. No, you're going to kill me. Huang Shuwei is no longer a girl at this age, and she is not unfamiliar with the relationship between men and women. Even though she had only been with one man, she knew that under normal circumstances, 5 minutes was enough for a normal man. 15 minutes is quite impressive. Those who can last for more than 30 minutes are definitely the strong type. And what about Ning Gucheng? Each time lasts for more than an hour, and each time is so brave. It's more than just a strong word to describe it. From last night till now, how many times has it happened, and I still have impulsive thoughts? Huang Shuwei had no way to continue. I'm old, but it might cost me my life. On the other hand, she was secretly delighted. The more impulsive he is about himself, the more attractive he is. Tonight, I'll give you a big gift. Huang Shuwei added another sentence. Before, Ning Gucheng had talked to her about how she could get out of this situation and gave her a suggestion. If she wanted to get out of day group, the best way was to completely sever ties with them. And how to distance yourself from the matter. The natural thing is to collect evidence and hand it over to the police to catch all the people from the date group in one fell swoop. In this way, date group will be gone and she will be safe. Huang Shuwei was originally thinking about how to get out of date group, and Ning Gucheng's suggestion gave her a lot of inspiration. Yes, if all these people from date group are arrested, won't I be able to escape? Huang Shuwei knew that if he continued to stay in date group, even if his hands were clean, who would believe him? Sooner or later you'll get shot. Ning Gucheng thought the gift she was talking about was this. Can you collect all the evidence tonight? Huang Shuwei smiled mysteriously. I will send you the address, you will know when you come over tonight. Chapter 030 Sister-in-law's divine assistance. Ning Gucheng was forced to sacrifice himself. This is a villa located in the western suburbs of Mindu, covering an area of more than 300 square meters. There is also a small courtyard of 100 square meters in front. 2 luxury cars are parked in the parking shed on the far right side of the yard. A red Porsche. There is also an Alfred. To be able to own a house like this in a place like Mindu where every inch of land is valuable, it is definitely not an ordinary family. In the villa, on the soft big bed, the young woman finally woke up. As the hostess of this villa, Xiaoli sleeps until she wakes up naturally every day. Since marrying him, she has transformed herself from a small clothing store owner into a wealthy wife. Never worry about money again. Having endless money to spend. She lives the life of a wealthy wife that countless people dream of. But it's too lonely. Her husband basically doesn't come home anymore. She knew he had a woman outside. And there are more than one, there are many. She can't control it. I can't control it. How can she not feel lonely if she stays alone in an empty house for a long time? Especially since last year. A woman is as fierce as a tiger at the age of 30. When she was a little girl, Xiaoli thought this was a fairy tale. But last year, when I turned 30, the idea in that regard is becoming stronger and stronger. But her husband is rarely at home. Even if he comes back occasionally, he basically doesn't touch her. The reason for not touching her is not because she is not good looking. On the contrary, in terms of appearance, it can definitely be above 90 points, and her looks are quite attractive. Do yoga and fitness every day? Her figure is also first class. Why not touch her? Simple. Her husband ate too much outside. Sometimes Xiaoli would think, he can have so many women outside, why can't I have a man? He cheated on me, so why can't I cheat on him? Ring ring ring. At this time, the cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and found that it was my sister-in-law calling. Pick up the phone immediately. Sister-in-law, aren't you very busy recently? How do you have time to call me? Xiaoli and Huang Shuwei have a good relationship. Before taking over as general manager of Day Group,
Huang Shuwei often went shopping, had beauty treatments, and traveled with Shelley. They have one thing in common, that is, they all have a husband who can make money.
Xiaoli's husband, Wang Xiaoshui. Xiaoli's younger brother, Duan Chu. It's been a while since we've gotten together. Let's get together? Huang Shuwei smiled and said, we just received some top-quality red wine. Would you like to come over for a drink tonight?
Xiaoli agreed without a second thought, okay, I'll be there tonight.
Xiaoli didn't know that Wang Xiaoshui and Huang Shuwei had already fallen out. Hang up the phone. Made another phone call. This time the call was to Duan Chu's wife.
Duan Chu was also a married man, and he used the same method to ask her out. After hanging up the phone, Huang Shuwei sneered, Wang Xiaoshui, Duan Chu, don't blame me for being unjust since you were so unkind. Today, I will make you wear a huge green hat. On the other side, Ning Guqing returned to Minduipin.
It's already noontime. Zhang Xiaofei and Jiang Xinyan were busy in the kitchen.
When they heard someone coming in, Zhang Xiaofei poked her head out of the kitchen.
Seeing Ning Guqing walk in, he smiled, Brother Guqing, you are back? Have you had lunch yet?
Ning Guqing sniffed. The air was filled with the scent of cumin. What a nice smell.
What are you roasting? Roast duck. Zhang Xiaofei giggled, my mother's roast duck tastes delicious. Just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Ning Guqing nodded. Walk into the kitchen. Jiang Xinyan was wearing home clothes and an apron tied around her waist, and her movements were nimble. Ning Guqing leaned against the door and window, lit a cigarette, and looked at her with interest, thinking to himself, from the living room to the kitchen, it would be such a happy thing if I could marry a woman like this. What are you looking at? Is it my face that's dirty? Ning Guqing shook his head and said with a smile, I was thinking that Aunt Xinyan is not only beautiful, but also virtuous and can cook, and can also make money. Whoever marries you is blessed in their previous life. Are you making fun of me? I'm already so old, who would want to marry a woman who's almost 40? Although she said this, Jiang Xinyan felt a little proud in her heart. Which woman doesn't want to be praised? Okay, go wash your hands. It smells really bad in here. Go outside and wait for a while, then you can eat. Jiang Xinyan came over and pushed Ning Guqing out. After lunch, Ning Guqing received a call. It's Lu Yinan calling. The first thing he said was, I asked you to collect intelligence, not to sleep with anyone. Lu Yinan also didn't expect that Ning Guqing would have sex with the sister-in-law of the date group on his first day. Ning Guqing was too lazy to pay attention to her. He hung up the phone and fell asleep. I slept until the evening and then set off for Huang Shuwei's home. What Ning Guqing didn't expect was that he thought Huang Shuwei was the only one at home, but it turned out not to be the case. She had 2 guests. 2 women. To be precise, they were 2 young women. What about appearance? Although he is slightly inferior to Huang Shuwei, his rate of turning heads when he walks on the street is definitely 99%. The appearance of Ning Guqing also made the 2 women feel brightened. Some women like mature middle-aged men. Some women like handsome young men. Some women like handsome boys. In the eyes of these 2 women, isn't this the ideal little puppy? Sister-in-law, who is this? Xiaoli asked first. Let me introduce you, this is my cousin. As soon as his cousin said this, Ning Guqing was caught off guard and almost spit out tears, thinking, when did I become your cousin? Huang Shuwei continued to introduce calmly, my cousin just came from the countryside and is unfamiliar with the place. You 2 sisters will have to take good care of him in the future. To be honest. The moment Huang Shuwei saw Ning Guqing, his saliva almost drooled. You have to know that she is already over 30 years old, and she lives alone in an empty room every day. It's not just 1 or 2 days. Not 1 or 2 months. But it lasts for 1 or 2 years. Try to imagine what it feels like not to touch the opposite sex for such a long time. This is like the prisoners who are released from prison. Even a sow can be more beautiful than Diaochan. Xiaoli felt the same way. She suppressed the restlessness in her heart and took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello, cousin. Your cousin and I are sisters. You can call me Sister Xiaoli from now on. Ning Guqing couldn't figure out what Huang Shuwei meant by introducing Xiaoli to him. I was thinking, is it related to collecting evidence? So, I reached out my hand and shook her small, tender hand. Hello, Sister Xiaoli. In the evening, we had steak and red wine. There are also some seafood that are not common in the market.
Ning Guqing discovered that his alcohol tolerance increased a lot as his physical condition improved. In the past, 2 bottles of beer would have been enough. I can't finish 3 bottles. But now, he was drinking red wine. After a few glasses, he would have definitely passed out in the past, but now his cheeks were just slightly red. However, Ning Guqing was a little confused. What happened to Xiaoli and her sister-in-law? Why do you keep toasting yourself? This is the first time I'm meeting you two. There's no need to act like old friends who haven't seen each other for years and drink one drink after another, right? Ning Guqing can drink quite a lot. But these 2 women can drink a lot. It is definitely not an exaggeration to describe her as a heroine. You know, before marrying Wang Xiaoshui, Xiaoli was a famous nightclub queen. Few people can surpass his drinking capacity. So, even though Ning Guqing had a good alcohol tolerance, under the siege of the 2 women and the occasional assists from Huang Shuwei, he finally couldn't bear the alcohol and fell down. Of course, Ning Guqing was not the only one who fell. Xiaoli and her sister-in-law also fell down. Only Huang Shuwei was sober, and she took great pains to help the 3 drunk people into a room. The most eye-catching thing in the room is the big bed in the middle. She stripped all 3 of them naked. Covered with the same quilt, Ning Guqing was in the middle, and the 2 beauties were on either side. After doing all this, Huang Shuwei left the room and closed the door before leaving. Return to her own room. Turn on your computer. On the computer screen, there was the scene of the room where Ning Guqing was. Inside the room, Ning Guqing was simply drunk. The other 2 were not drunk, but were drugged by Huang Shuwei. When the drug took effect, it was out of control. Chapter 031 You don't want your husband to know. Ning Guqing had a dream. In the dream, there were 2 shameless women who took advantage of me being drunk and pushed me. It's the kind where they take turns. After tossing and turning for the entire night, until they were exhausted, the 2 women finally let him go. Ning Guqing was woken up by the sound of quarreling. The sound came from the corridor outside. Huang Shuwei, you actually drugged me? I treat you as a good sister. You actually let another man sleep with me? Are you shameless? The door of the room was not closed, and Ning Guqing could see 2 people arguing, one was Xiaoli and the other was Huang Shuwei. Huang Shuwei is wearing home clothes now. Black slip dress. Slightly loose. He held a long, thin cigarette in his hand, while a maid stood respectfully beside him holding an ashtray. Do you know how your husband treats me? Huang Shuwei stopped pretending and confessed directly. The day before yesterday, he also drugged me and asked his subordinates to drive a train for me. Xiaoli was stunned for a moment. There is such a thing? In Xiaoli's impression, Huang Shuwei is the elder sister-in-law, and her husband Wang Xiaoshui is his younger brother. How dare Wang Xiaoshui attack Huang Shuwei? Impossible. Why? You don't believe it? Do you think I, Huang Shuwei, would lie to you? Let me tell you, if it weren't for Ning Guqing, I, Huang Shuwei, would have been ridden by thousands of people. Xiaoli glared at Huang Shuwei. Even if this is true, you should deal with him. Why deal with me? How can I face people in the future? Huang Shuwei smiled. How could she not know who Xiaoli is? Are her hands clean? What the hell is clean? When I first married Wang Xiaoshui, he did not have the status he has now. In order to boost Wang Xiaoshui's performance, I don't know how many fellow villagers from his hometown were deceived to come to Wang Xiaoshui for loans. In the end, many families were broken up because they could not repay their loans. This woman's hands are not clean either. If this woman had clean hands and was a good person, Huang Shuwei would not have attacked her. Looking at you like this, it seems like you hate me? I know you hate me, but you're actually very happy inside, right? Huang Shuwei pointed in the direction of the room. Ning Guqing, 19 years old, not only young but also handsome, and most importantly, he can feed you well. Such a man has a relationship with you. Do you think I'm harming you? If I really wanted to harm you, I wouldn't look for such a handsome guy. I would look for a dirty and smelly beggar on the street. Hearing this, Xiaoli was slightly moved. Yes. Ning Guqing is such a handsome guy. A man who is hard to find even with a lantern. But I am in my 30s and it is impossible for me to have a relationship with him under normal circumstances. Did I get a bargain? Huang Shuwei paid attention to the changes in Xiaoli's expression and saw that she was no longer angry. I cursed in my heart. What a fickle woman. She still had a smile on her face. It's like this, Xiaoli, I know your husband Xiaoshui has an account book.
I want you to get it for me so I can take a look. Xiaoli couldn't help but tremble when she heard this. Ledger? This is his lifeblood.
It contains almost all of his criminal records.
For example, who has lent money, how much money has been lent, what is the interest rate, how much is expected to be returned, and how much has not been returned. Once this thing leaks out, Wang Xiaoshui will be dead. Therefore, Wang Xiaoshui always treated him like a baby. Xiaoli immediately understood Huang Shui's intention. He wanted to kill Wang Xiaoshui. Xiaoli, Wang Xiaoshui's wife, of course disagreed. He said righteously, Huang Shui, do you think it's possible? He is my husband. Don't refuse so quickly. Huang Shui took the phone and pulled up a few videos. Take a look at this first. Xiaoli took the phone. Take a look. His face turned pale instantly. You're actually recording a video?
This video was the scene of her sister-in-law and two other girls fighting against Ning Guqing last night. That scene was quite explosive.
You don't want your husband to know, do you?
Huang Shui took the phone back, still paying attention to the changes in her expression. Xiaoli, as a woman, I know how you feel.
You are not happy at all with him. You're only with him because he can give you money.
But you never thought that he would be finished sooner or later. Once he's caught, all your property will be confiscated, and you'll still be left with nothing. Besides, maybe all the dirty deeds you did to help him will be dug up, and then you'll have to go to jail too.
Give me that account book, and I can assure you that you will live a comfortable life for the rest of your life, and no one will know about those dirty deeds. Xiaoli was silent. She knew that what Huang Shui said was true.
She knew better than anyone what Wang Xiaoshui was doing.
Sooner or later you will have to pay for your actions.
Once Wang Xiaoshui goes bankrupt, it would be strange if his income is not confiscated, and then her life as a rich lady will be over.
Moreover, she had indeed helped Wang Xiaoshui before.
Helped him attract a lot of customers.
The final fate of these customers was extremely miserable.
So, she is also a part of it. Okay, I'll help you, but let me make it clear beforehand, I want you to give me 100 million, and after the job is done, I need to leave the country immediately. Xiaoli said, if you can agree to this, I will help you get the account book.
If not, then forget it. Huang Shui smiled, deal.
She felt relieved, as she was worried that Xiaoli would not help. Fortunately, this woman has big breasts and no brains, so she is easy to fool.
As for 100 million? For her, it's no big deal. Ning Guqing heard everything that was going on outside clearly.
In just a moment, Ning Guqing's opinion of Huang Shui completely changed.
When I saw her being bullied the night before yesterday, I thought she was just an ordinary lady. But now?
My opinion of her has really changed a lot.
This woman's methods. Decisive and ruthless.
Not only did she take herself into account, but in just a few minutes, she instigated Xiaoli to frame her own husband.
This woman is not simple.
Ning Guqing originally thought that they had reached an agreement and Xiaoli should be leaving.
He got up from the bed.
I pulled up my pants and was about to put them on when I heard Xiaoli say something outside.
I didn't eat enough last night. I want to eat it again. Ning Guqing thought, since you are not full, then go have breakfast. But the next second, Xiaoli walked in from outside.
With a hook of his right foot, the door closed. Looking at Xiaoli who was walking towards him and unbuttoning her clothes as she walked, Ning Guqing could not help but understand what she wanted to do.
Horrified, he said, what do you want to do? Don't get excited.
I just woke up, can we take a break?
I'm not such a casual person. Don't do that. Woo woo. Chapter 032 Sister, I don't want ugly ones. 2 hours later, Xiaoli finally left with great satisfaction. She was very full and felt very refreshed. She had never felt so refreshed before. Hundreds and thousands of times stronger than Wang Xiaoshui.
Xiaoli found herself a little dependent on Ning Guqing. Before leaving, I specifically asked for Ning Guqing's cell phone number in WeChat. After putting on his shoes and walking to the door, he made a gesture of making a phone call.
It means staying in touch.
She's very pleased with you. Huang Shui sat on the sofa, holding a long cigarette in his right hand, looking at Ning Guqing with interest. She was wearing a long halter dress, the hem of which almost reached her heels.
It happens to be a split fork type.
At this moment, the hem of the skirt tilted to the side, exposing the snow-white right leg to the air.
It's all white.
Ning Guqing felt that Huang Shuwei was really bad.
It's terrible. How can this be? Who do you take me for? I'm not such a casual person, okay? Don't look at me like that.
Wang Xiaoshui wants to sleep with me, so I'll find someone to sleep with his woman.
What's wrong with that? Don't be so ungrateful, kid. Duan Xiaoli, countless men have wanted to kiss her but couldn't. Now she's in your hands, and you're not happy? And Xiaoli's sister-in-law, what could possibly be wrong with her face and figure? I can see that she has been completely conquered by you. I promise she will be available whenever you call her from now on.
Congratulations, you have a new friend.
Huang Shuwei stood up and pushed Ning Guqing to the bathroom. You smell like her. Go wash me up. After you're done, have lunch with me. Yes. It's lunchtime.
After lunch, Huang Shuwei started making phone calls, several in a row.
Ning Guqing didn't know what she was plotting. Now Ning Guqing only needs to wait for news from Xiaoli.
There's no need to stay here any longer.
Leave.
I haven't been home for a day, but the mother and daughter are still at home. However, just as Ning Guqing walked out of the villa gate, Huang Shuwei hurriedly chased out from behind.
Looks very anxious.
Ning Guqing, come with me to the hospital.
What are you going to the hospital for?
The doctor called and said my husband had passed away and no one could save him. Ning Guqing saw how anxious she was and thought she was sad, so he comforted her. Don't be too sad, this person is destined to die, he. Before Ning Guqing could finish his words, Huang Shuwei came straight at him.
I'm not sad at all.
Ning Guqing was stunned for a moment. Your husband is dead, aren't you sad? Huang Shuwei continued, if he were alive, those within the date group would still be somewhat wary, and most would not act rashly. Once he dies like this, there will be no one left to suppress these people.
I'm really going to be in big trouble.
Huang Shuwei thought this day would come. But she didn't expect it to come so quickly, it caught her off guard.
Date Group has 3 major business divisions. First, the loan department. The person in charge is Wang Xiaoshui, who lends money under the pretext of borrowing money. Second, the Ministry of Finance. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is a department that specializes in helping people launder money. Third, the Ministry of Foreign Trade. Human trafficking.
After being bullied by Wang Xiaoshui the day before yesterday, Huang Shuwei figured it out.
Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative.
First, he used Xiaoli to deal with Wang Xiaoshui, and all the phone calls he made before were also to contact her to discuss how to deal with the other two.
But the result is that my husband died?
Why not make it at this time, not earlier or later? This caught Huang Shuwei off guard. She knew very well that the moment her husband died was the moment when the 3 ministers completely fell out with each other. In other words, she had no time to implement her plan of defeating them one by one.
I don't trust anyone now.
I only trust you, Ning Guqing.
Accompany me to the hospital. Huang Shuwei knew very well that this trip to the hospital would definitely not be peaceful. But I can't not go. So she must have someone she can trust by her side.
Moreover, this person needs to have strong skills and be able to protect her. After much thought, Ning Guqing is the only one.
No. Ning Guqing just thought about it for a moment and then directly refused. Let me protect you? Are you asking me to block the knife for you?
I, Ning Guqing, am not that stupid. Even if you use your toes to think, you can tell that the hospital is now crowded with people from the date group.
All of these people are eyeing the position of boss. Wang Xiaoshui, Zhang Hu, and Li Yong. Which of the 3 hills is the easiest to deal with? For these 3 people, Huang Shuwei is the biggest obstacle if they want to become the boss. After all, she is the eldest sister-in-law. The rightful successor to date group. With her around, none of the 3 people can legitimately take the position. So, either marry her. Let her become his woman, and then the date group will naturally become his. But let us not talk about whether Huang Shuwei is willing to marry herself. Even if you are willing, can you marry me? They all have wives. So, this won't work. Second, she dies. If she died, there would be no resistance from above. How could Ning Guqing not think of this truth? Huang Shuwei is now the biggest obstacle in their climb up, and he has no choice but to die. So, this trip to the hospital is definitely full of crises. Ning Guqing is not so stupid as to get involved in this mess. I want to go. I absolutely want to go. I 1T go even if you kill me. Ding, mission released.
Host, please accompany Huang Shuwei to the hospital and successfully resolve her crisis. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive a garage.
Ning Guqing was a little confused. Brother Tonzi, why don't you come at any other time? Why do you come at this time? Do you think my life is too long? You stinky boy, don't you agree? Are you just going to watch me go by myself, regardless of my life or death? Huang Shui's chest heaved up and down, he was angry. A day of marriage is 100 days of grace, not to mention, how many times did we do it the night before last? 5 days? You have no conscience. Sister Shelley, you're awesome, right? Who sent this to you? It's your sister, don't you understand? My sister is in trouble now, and you are unwilling to help her. You are such a heartless thing. Ning Guqing really didn't want to go. Nonsense. Who would want to go to such a dangerous place?
Ning Guqing has already died once and doesn't want to die again. Even if Ning Guqing's physical strength increased by 20, he would have no problem beating 10 people alone.
But how could there be only 10 people on the other side?
But the system had already issued the task, and Ning Guqing had no choice but to go. When he was about to agree, Huang Shuwei spoke again.
Ning Guqing, how about this? You go with me and protect my safety. After the matter is done, I will find some sisters to be your friends. Definitely more exciting than Sholi's. Ning Guqing glared at her. Who do you think I am, Ning Guqing? Am I the kind of person who thinks with my lower body? Do you think you can bribe me by getting a few women? Stop dreaming.
I, Ning Guqing, am not someone who can be bribed so easily. However, I still decided to go over and help you, not because of these women, but mainly because of the relationship between you and me. By the way, I don't want those ugly sisters you mentioned.
Chapter 033. A good dog doesn't block the road. Shanha Hospital.
The corridor outside the ward was crowded with people, and almost all the senior executives of Day Group were present.
Wang Xiaoshui, Zhang Hu, Li Yong.
The three of them were outside the ward, and they brought at least 100 people with them. Although the three parties belonged to the Day Group,
but they were not on good terms with each other.
Before, because Huang Shui's husband, the eldest brother, was still alive, the three parties had always kept to themselves.
Although they disliked each other, they didn't dare to actually fight.
They are all restrained. And now, with the death of their boss, they have nothing to fear anymore.
Xiaoshui, you're amazing.
You even dared to touch my sister-in-law.
You're really brave, aren't you?
In the corridor, Li Yong was smoking a cigar and looking at Wang Xiaoshui with a forced smile. The news of Duan Chu's attack on Huang Shuwei yesterday had already spread throughout the group, so there was no reason why Li Yong didn't know about it. The bearded Zhang Hu took over and sneered, but this luck isn't very good. I heard that a young man ruined your good fortune.
You guys can't even handle a boy of 18 or 19? Ha ha. Wang Xiaoshui's right cheek twitched violently, and he felt really unhappy. Duan Chu really didn't do a good job in this matter.
They were all wiped out by a boy of 18 or 19 years old, which made him look extremely shameful.
Wang Xiaoshui couldn't lose his dignity at this time, so he teased, Li Yong, don't laugh at me. Last year, your wife was abroad, and what happened with the foreigner? How is it going now? It's been a year, and you haven't even seen that foreigner? Li Yong's face immediately darkened.
Last year, her wife went to the United States for a trip and ended up having an affair with a foreigner.
He was caught red-handed by the accompanying bodyguard. Li Yong could not swallow the anger of being cuckolded, so he took dozens of people and went to the United States.
As a result, he was beaten half to death by his younger brothers without even seeing the man's face. You know, that foreigner also has a very strong background in the local area. From then on, Li Yong didn't even dare to go to the United States, let alone seek revenge. This matter was widely circulated at the time.
It became Li Yong's lifelong worry.
Whenever Wang Xiaoshui and Li Yong had a conflict, he would bring up this matter, and every time he could make Li Yong very upset.
Zhang Hu, don't laugh either. 3 years ago, who was it in northern Myanmar who, without knowing what was good for him, provoked the local warlord? Who was the one who peed his pants after having his 2 front teeth knocked out by a rifle butt?
3 years ago, Zhang Hu went to northern Myanmar specifically to open up the market.
As a result, he offended a local warlord.
He was caught and beaten half to death. I was so scared that I peed my pants. It was only because the group stepped in that he was saved. Zhang Hu glared at him.
Wang Xiaoshui, why don't you take a look at who opened the market in northern Myanmar? Wang Xiaoshui, have you ever been scared to pee? Zhang Hu, do you know how much profit the northern Myanmar side alone brings us every year? Wang Xiaoshui, you've been scared to pee. Zhang Hu, then let me ask you, was the warlord who attacked me later killed by someone I arranged? Wang Xiaoshui, you've been scared to pee. Zhang Hu, Wang Xiaoshui, could you please not talk about this? Wang Xiaoshui, you've been scared to pee. Zhang Hu took 3 steps back.
You can tolerate your uncle, but you can't tolerate your aunt.
Zhang Hu's temper flared up, and he yelled, Wang Xiaoshui, do you have the guts to say another word?
Wang Xiaoshui wasn't afraid of him, you've been scared to pee before. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. Just as a big fight was about to break out, someone suddenly shouted from the end of the corridor, sister-in-law is here.
As the sound came, Wang Xiaoshui and others immediately turned their heads to look over.
The younger brothers who were blocking the middle of the corridor automatically separated to the left and right.
Huang Shuwei, dressed in black and wearing high heels, walked over.
The eyes of Wang Xiaoshui, Li Hu, and Zhang Yong immediately brightened up.
It looks really good. It's really beautiful.
A woman like this would be willing to live a few years less if she were lucky enough to survive the epidemic. If I had to use one word to describe her, beauty on earth would be the most appropriate.
An idea popped up in the minds of the 3 people almost at the same time. I want date group, and I want this woman too. Huang Shuwei did not come alone.
Beside her was a very handsome young man who looked to be less than 20 years old.
Young and energetic. The first time Wang Xiaoshui saw him, his eyes narrowed instantly. Ning Gucheng? This was the first time Wang Xiaoshui met Ning Gucheng. But from Duan Chu's description, Wang Xiaoshui knew that the person in front of him was definitely Ning Gucheng. Young and handsome. A tall guy, over 1.8 meters tall. If not him, then who is it? There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you break in? You beat up my people, and yet you dare to show up here so brazenly? Do you think anyone can touch me, Wang Xiaoshui's men? Huang Shuwei walked straight through the path made clear by the crowd without looking around. When they approached Wang Xiaoshui and the others, they stepped back. When Huang Shuwei walked past them, these guys took a deep breath. The air was filled with her scent. Smells so good. It won't be long before you're my woman.
The 3 men stared at the woman intently, their saliva almost dripping. They have long been drooling over this exquisite woman.
Huang Shuwei walked straight past them, pushed the door and walked into the ward. When Ning Gucheng wanted to follow in, Wang Xiaoshui reached out to stop him. You were the one who stabbed Duan Chu? As Duan Chu's boss, if he doesn't stand up for his younger brother after he is bullied, how can he convince his subordinates? Ning Gucheng looked him up and down.
Based on the information about the people in the date group given by Liu Yanan, Ning Gucheng concluded that he was Duan Chu's boss Wang Xiaoshui.
I heard this guy is very good at fighting. Do you want to avenge him?
Ning Gucheng looked him straight in the eyes. Alright, I'll give you this chance, let's fight one-on-one.
Ning Gucheng absolutely could not show any sign of timidity at this time. You must intimidate the opponent with your momentum. Otherwise, if they really start fighting, they will rush forward and you won't even know how you died. Therefore, the look he gave him was full of contempt. After hearing these words, Wang Xiaoshui was completely confused. As soon as you come up, you want to fight with me? Now you are alone, and I have dozens of brothers here. A spit from each of me can kill you. Shouldn't you lower your posture and talk to me at this time? But why are you still so arrogant?
The more arrogant Ning Gucheng is, the more Wang Xiaoshui cannot figure out his true intentions.
You have to know that under normal circumstances, a teenager of 18 or 19 would be scared even if he saw him, let alone being threatened by him. But Ning Gucheng was not afraid at all, instead he was very arrogant. He doesn't even take himself into consideration. What is the basis for this? Ning Gucheng saw that he hesitated and pushed him away.
Wang Xiaoshui was pushed and staggered, almost falling.
Then he watched Ning Gucheng walk past him and go straight into the ward. Chapter 034. My husband is 97 years old. The ward is at least 50 square meters and is spacious and quiet. A middle-aged man wearing glasses stood in front of the bed with a folder in his hand. When he saw Huang Shuwei come in, he nodded to her politely. After that, he focused his attention on Ning Gucheng. If nothing unexpected happens, this young guy will be Ning Gucheng who saved Huang Shuwei.
This little guy is really lucky to be able to marry Huang Shuwei, a super rich woman. He is the housekeeper of the family. A person was lying quietly on the hospital bed. Cover your head with a white cloth. I can't see what he looks like. Huang Shuwei walked over and slowly lifted the white cloth, revealing his appearance. It's an old man. An old man whose skin is so wrinkled that it can't be wrinkled anymore. Judging from his appearance, he must be at least 90 years old, right? When Ning Guqing saw this old man, he was dumbfounded. Oh my god. So old? Could it be that I walked into the wrong room and recognized the wrong person? When this question came to his mind, Huang Shuwei suddenly burst into tears, crying so miserably. People who don't know would think how deep their feelings must be to make them cry so sadly. The middle-aged man in a suit beside him shook his head secretly, sighed, then turned and left the room. Let's not disturb their final reunion. After the man in the suit left, Huang Shuwei, who had been crying loudly just now, suddenly stopped crying. Why are you suddenly not crying anymore? Ning Guqing is quite strange. Huang Shuwei, there are no outsiders here, why am I crying? Ning Guqing. Understood. Are you crying for others to see? Ning Guqing was speechless. When I saw her crying so miserably just now, I thought she was really sad. But, well, this is for others to see. The pretending is too real. Such acting skills can even fool myself. Is this really your husband? Ning Guqing asked. Huang Shuwei nodded. Yes, it's my husband. He founded Date Group. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Ning Guqing asked in surprise. How old are you? Huang Shuwei thought for a moment and said, 97, no, it should be 98. I married him when I was 29, so it's been exactly 10 years now. Ning Guqing was stunned. He is 98 years old now. You married him 10 years ago? Wouldn't he have been 88 years old at that time? Huang Shuwei nodded. That's right. Ning Guqing Yame dad lived. Marry an 88-year-old man? Huang Shuwei saw through Ning Guqing's thoughts immediately and explained, I originally thought he would die after just a few years, but I didn't expect him to last a full 10 years. Now the day has finally come. I, Huang Shuwei, am about to start lying down completely. Ning Guqing stared at her. Don't look at me like that. I'm not afraid to tell you that I married him just for his money. What? Do you think I'm shameless? Let me ask you this, if you could get all of a woman's wealth by staying with her for a few years, would you be willing? By doing this, I saved more than 20 years. It means avoiding 20 lifetimes of detours. To be honest, if she was this age in her previous life, Ning Guqing would definitely be ashamed of doing this to her. Because I am young, I have not experienced the criticism of society. But now, it really won't happen. Why? In his 2 lifetimes, Ning Guqing has seen too many people who would do anything for money. Money is not everything. But, having no money is absolutely not an option. 99% of the problems in this world can be solved with money. The remaining 1% requires more money. Huang Shuwei sighed secretly, looking somewhat worried. It's just that he hid it really well and never let me know what he did. For the past 10 years, I thought Date Group was a legitimate company, but only after I took over the company last month did I find out what he really did. It's dark, it's really too dark. After she said that, Ning Guqing actually felt a little sympathetic towards her. Date Group has been targeted by Uncle Hat, and evidence is currently being collected. Ning Guqing remembered that Date Group in his previous life was wiped out the next year. And this year, with the addition of my Undercover, this time will definitely be brought forward. As the apparent head of Date Group, can she escape? It's hard to stay out of trouble, right? About half an hour later, the middle-aged housekeeper knocked on the ward door, waited for a few seconds, and then pushed the door open and walked in. Before he came in, Huang Shuwei was eating an apple, chatting with Ning Guqing. But when the housekeeper pushed the door open, she was already lying on the bed crying loudly. Ning Guqing wanted to laugh. This woman's acting is really great. I admire her a lot, too. If you want to laugh, you can laugh. If you want to cry, you can cry. Ning Guqing felt inferior to him in this ability. The middle-aged housekeeper was so sad to see that she was still crying. He shook his head secretly and thought that if she cried like this, she would probably go blind. He walked over and bowed respectfully. Madam, this is the next arrangement, please take a look. Middle-aged and polite. The folder in his hand records the arrangements for the master's funeral. His last name is Mo, and he used to sell fish. I don't know how I became the housekeeper here. Wang Xiaoshui and the others all call him Lao Mo. Huang Shuwei stood up when she heard the voice. She had her back to Butler, Missouri, and when she turned around, she was already wearing sunglasses.
Why wear sunglasses? Cover your eyes. Just think about it, what would the eyes of someone who cried for half an hour look like? It's definitely red and swollen. Huang Shuwei was pretending to cry. He could fake the sound of crying and the facial expression, but he couldn't fake the redness and swelling of his eyes, so he wore glasses to hide his crying. Lao Mo looked at her wearing glasses and didn't doubt it. After crying for so long, your eyes must be red and swollen, which looks ugly. It's normal to wear sunglasses to cover up the ugliness. He also knew that his wife was a person who loved beauty. Lao Mo nodded. Huang Shuwei took the document handed over by Lao Mo and pretended to look at it carefully. After a long while, he returned it to him. Lao Mo, your arrangements are very detailed and good. I will do as you said. Lao Mo nodded. With the death of his master, Huang Shuwei is now his only master. He didn't want anything to happen to her. Afterwards, he reminded Huang Shuwei, Madam, Wang Xiaoshui, Li Yong, Zhang Hu, and the others are waiting outside the door, they won't let you leave like this. Lao Mo knew that Wang Xiaoshui and the other two guys all had evil ambitions. Not only does he want to get Huang Shuwei, he also wants to get her shares in Date Group. But Huang Shuwei's strength is too weak now. Apart from money, there is no one who can help. Lao Mo looked at Ning Gucheng silently again. He had also heard that Ning Gucheng had seriously injured Duan Chu, a subordinate of Wang Xiaoshui. I guessed that this guy must have practiced it before. But what good is it if you have practiced? Tyson has practiced this before. Why don't you ask him to try fighting 5 guys with machetes? Believe it or not, it can be minced into meat paste in minutes. What's more, there are more than 5 people led by Wang Xiaoshui outside. There are probably at least 100 people. What is even more terrifying is that this is not all they have. If all of them were called over, the hospital playground would not be able to accommodate them all. Chapter 035 Why am I always the one who gets beaten? Even though he had no involvement in the group's affairs, Lao Mo knew the evil ambitions of Wang Xiaoshui and others. They are strong in both men and horses, while Huang Shuwei is just a woman. Sadly, she doesn't have many people at her disposal. How can she deal with them? Are you just counting on Ning Gucheng who is with her? Lao Mo sighed and looked at the master's body on the hospital bed. Only then did he feel what it meant to be forgotten after people left. If it weren't for the master, how could Wang Xiaoshui and the others be where they are today? If it weren't for the master's training, how could they have learned these skills? If it weren't for the master's support, how could they have their current status? Such a great favor, it would be fine if I didn't repay it. Instead, as soon as he died, they attacked his wife. What kind of thing is that? This is called ungratefulness. This is called treason. Lao Mo knew without a doubt that Huang Shuwei could not leave the hospital today no matter what, and those 3 guys outside would never let her leave. Unless you hand over your shares. Huang Shuwei nodded in response to Lao Mo's concern. How could she not know that the 3 guys outside had bad intentions? She also knew that if she wanted to get out safely, handing over her shares in Date Group would be the wisest choice. But this was what she had gained with 10 years of her youth. I feel unwilling to just give it up like this. Butler, Missouri, please inform me in advance when the master's funeral is held. Huang Shuwei picked up her bag, took a deep breath, and then strode towards the door. She knew that what was coming would eventually come. If that doesn't work, just give them the shares of Date Group. Fortunately, she has saved some money over the years. There are also 7 properties. I also have several luxury cars. As long as I don't overspend, I will have no problem living a stable life in the second half of my life. But I can't enjoy it like super rich women. When Huang Shuwei opened the door of the ward, Wang Xiaoshui, Li Yong and Zhang Hu immediately surrounded him. Blocked Huang Shuwei's way. Sister-in-law, we want to talk to you about something. Let's talk somewhere. Wang Xiaoshui spoke first. Before this, Wang Xiaoshui, Li Yong and Zhang Hu had reached an agreement to form a temporary alliance and first work together to get the shares held by Huang Shuwei. As for how the 3 of them will divide it after it's done, it depends on their abilities. So, now these 3 people are surprisingly united. Huang Shuwei knew very well what they wanted him to do, and he really didn't want to go, but what else could he do if he didn't go? There are hundreds of people in this corridor alone. The entire corridor was blocked by people, and there was no way for me to leave unless they let me go. Okay, let's find a quiet place to talk. Huang Shuwei glanced at Ning Guqing beside him and thought to himself, I'm counting on you now, you can't run away and leave me here alone. Huang Shuwei was a little scared. My heart was pounding. I was really afraid that Ning Guqing would just leave and leave me alone to face this group of tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. If you fall into their hands, not only will your innocence be lost, but your life will be worse than death. This is indeed not the place to talk. Let's go. I'll accompany you. When Ning Guqing's words came over, Huang Shuwei's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Good person. So touching. This little guy is really a man because he doesn't give up on himself at this time. It is said that husband and wife are like birds of the same age, they fly away separately when disaster strikes, but the relationship between Ning Guqing and I was at best a one-night stand. However, under such circumstances, he actually stayed with me? It is absolutely impossible to say that I am not moved. In an instant, my favorable impression of Ning Guqing rose several levels. This is a young man with a strong sense of justice. Little did they know that Ning Guqing was here because of a system task. A few minutes later, the group came to the small garden on the first floor. There were some patients here who were walking here accompanied by their caregivers or family members to breathe fresh air. As soon as Wang Xiaoshui and his men arrived, they drove away everyone here. These patients have anger. But I didn't dare to do anything. Seeing that these people were obviously not serious people, I didn't dare to say a word. The younger brothers were all guarding the periphery. Wang Xiaoshui, Li Yong, Zhang, who only brought a dozen younger brothers, Huang Shuwei and Ning Guqing to the center of the small garden. Wang Xiaoshui spoke first, sister-in-law, this day group was built by us brothers and big brother together. We should have a share of this date group. Now that big brother is gone, you can't just monopolize all the shares, right? Li Yong lit a Zhenghua cigarette and said, Xiaoshui is right. We conquered this country, and everyone should have a share. Zhang Hu sneered, we are the ones risking our lives. It's impossible for all the benefits to fall into your hands, sister-in-law. Even if I agree, the brothers behind me won't agree. Huang Shuwei frowned. Sure enough, they just want the shares in their hands. Forget it. Just save them. The arm can never twist the thigh. Faced with their aggressive attitude, Huang Shuwei knew that he would not be able to keep the shares in his hands. If you don't hand it over, they will never let you leave here. Wait a minute, why should we give them shares? Just when Huang Shuwei was about to agree, Ning Guqing suddenly spoke. If I give them the shares, what will happen to my system tasks? Can't finish it? Therefore, it is impossible for them to reach this agreement. Zhang Hu pointed at Ning Guqing's nose and said, Boy, this is a matter between us and Huang Shuwei. Wipe your hands now. Li Yong glared at him and said, Who do you think you are? You dare to meddle in our affairs? Are you tired of living? Wang Xiaoshui glared at Ning Guqing angrily, You injured my people, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now you're interfering in this matter again. Do you really think I dare not touch you? You kid, get out of here. Ning Guqing knew that this battle was inevitable. I don't bother to listen to what he said next, I'll just strike first. He rushed out with a quick step. As he approached Wang Xiaoshui, he jumped up, bent his right knee in midair, and used the force of the forward rush to hit Wang Xiaoshui's face directly with his knee. Wang Xiaoshui has been in society since he was a child. He was able to rise from a small gangster to his current status all thanks to his ruthlessness. He has some real skills. In other words, his skills are actually quite good. He is considered a capable fighter in the group. However, Ning Guqing's speed was too fast and too sudden. Wang Xiaoshui didn't realize that Ning Guqing dared to take action at this time. So, there was no defense at all. Bang! Ning Guqing's knee hit him directly in the face, breaking his nose and causing it to collapse. Blood gushed out. Under the great force, Wang Xiaoshui took several steps back. Then he fell headfirst to the ground. I feel dizzy. Before he fainted, a thought flashed through his mind, the three of us scolded you, but why was I the one who got beaten? Chapter 036 7 Days. This scene happened too suddenly. By the time Li Yong, Zhang Hu and his younger brothers reacted, Ning Guqing had already pulled Huang Shuwei towards the parking lot. Fuck, you want to run? Mad, I'm going to chop you to death. Li Yong and Zhang Hu didn't care about Wang Xiaoshui at all.
They thought it would be best if this guy died so that they wouldn't have to share the shares with him and they could still have an extra share. They led their men in pursuit towards Ninggucheng.
Ninggucheng ran fast. Unfortunately, Huang Shuwei couldn't run fast in high heels.
Even though she took off her high heels, she was still blocked by them in the parking lot. Dozens of younger brothers surrounded Ninggucheng and his companions, making it impossible for them to escape.
Li Yong and the other man were too lazy to waste time talking to Ninggucheng.
This guy was a bit dishonest and often did sneak attacks like this.
Don't bother talking nonsense, just beat him down first. Hide behind me and run when you get a chance. Ninggucheng's expression became completely gloomy at this time, and his expression became extremely serious. He knew very well that the next battle would definitely be a fierce one. Huang Shuwei, who was blocked behind Ninggucheng, looked at Ninggucheng's back. My nose felt sore and I actually had an urge to cry. This is touching.
It has been a long, long time since I have been protected like this. It feels so good to be cared for.
Ninggucheng, if you were 10 years older, I would definitely win you over no matter what.
Huang Shuwei said silently in his heart.
Pity.
The age difference between her and Ninggucheng is not a little bit.
Ninggucheng is 19 years old. She is 39.
Li Yong and Zhang, who both looked at Ninggucheng with sinister eyes, and the younger brothers around them were all eager to try.
Kill this kid for me. Li Yong gave the order in a deep voice. Zhang, who was not idle either.
He waved to his younger brothers and gave orders. The two men's subordinates rushed towards Ninggucheng, howling, and at this moment, suddenly a shiny object was thrown out from the off-road vehicle nearby. He fell flat on the concrete floor. Seeing this, the younger brothers who were rushing forward stopped with a click.
What? When I looked closely, I found that what was thrown on the ground was actually a pair of handcuffs. Then, the driver's door of the SUV was pushed open from the inside, and a tall and well-proportioned beauty walked down.
She was wearing flat shoes and her height looked to be over 1.75 meters.
Not thin.
Her upper body is straight, giving people the feeling of a soldier's sister.
Lu Yanan, captain of the Mindu criminal police team. Lu Yanan glanced around and finally stopped at Li Yong and Zhang Hu. How could Li Yong and Zhang Hu not know Lu Yanan? What bad luck! Why is this young lady here? Both of them looked a little unnatural.
If we were to ask who the people in Mindu are most afraid of, Lu Yanan would definitely be one of them.
If you are targeted by this woman, you will be in trouble.
I don't know how many of her colleagues have fallen into her hands.
Lu Yanan pointed at Li Yong and said, "Pick up the bracelet for me." One of Li Yong's subordinates immediately shouted, "Who the hell are you, you bitch? You said you'd pick it up, so I picked it up. Do you think you can point fingers at your boss?"
This little brother originally wanted to show off in front of Li Yong,
because he didn't know Lu Yanan.
However, before he could finish his words, Li Yong kicked him.
Mad, if you don't speak, you will die?
Then, he ran over happily, picked up the handcuffs on the ground, wiped the dust off the handcuffs with his clothes, and then handed them to Lu Yanan with a smile.
"Captain Lu, your bracelet." Lu Yanan looked at her calmly. "Take it with you." Li Yong was stunned. "Take him? Are you going to arrest me?" Hesitated for a moment. "Why, you don't want to wear it?"
"You brought so many people to beat up the two of them, which has violated the public security punishment regulations."
"I will take you back to assist in the investigation." "Is there any problem?" Li Yong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just this crime, then it would be simple. The worst that can happen is that they will be educated and get out of it. At worst, you will be detained for a few days.
So, Li Yong also cooperated and put on the mask.
After putting it on, he suddenly remembered something and pointed at Zhang Hu. "Officer Lu, you won't let me go in alone to assist in the investigation, right? He was also involved just now."
Zhang Hu almost vomited blood.
"Betray me?
What a disloyal guy." On the other side, Wang Xiaoshui woke up and shook his head vigorously.
Damn, he was still a little dizzy.
He touched his nose again. The grass had all collapsed, and the blood hadn't completely stopped yet. He immediately asked his younger brother to find some paper and stuffed it into his nostrils.
"Where are the people? Where did that little bee go?"
"If I don't beat him to death today, I won't be called Wang Xiaoshui." A younger brother immediately said, "Brother," they ran towards the parking lot. Brother Yong and Brother Long chased after them.
"I don't know what's going on now.
Wang Xiaoshui did not dare to hesitate and immediately took his men to chase after him.
Chased all the way to the parking lot.
When I arrived at the parking lot, I was stunned by the scene in front of me. Li Yong and Zhang Hu squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Li Yong had a handcuff on his left hand and Zhang Hu had one on his right hand. The two were leaning against each other. And their younger brothers squatted in an orderly manner at the back of the parking lot.
What's going on?
When Wang Xiaoshui saw this scene, he didn't react to what was happening until he saw Lu Yanan sitting under the shade of a tree, eating ice cream.
My goodness, is it this young lady?
Wang Xiaoshui turned around and was about to run. She really can't afford to offend this woman. Unfortunately, it was too late to run away at this time. Lu Yanan's voice came over. Wang Xiaoshui, if you leave now, I will arrange for my brothers to patronize your place every day. When Wang Xiaoshui heard this, he immediately stopped.
If you come here once a day, do you still want to do business? He could only come over and ask eagerly, Captain Lu, what do you want? Lu Yanan looked at Wang Xiaoshui.
His clothes on the chest were all stained red by the blood from his nose. His nose bridge was collapsed and his nose bone must be broken.
You are suspected of gang fighting. Come back with me for investigation.
Wang Xiaoshui said with a playful smile, Captain Lu, I'm injured.
Can you let me go to the hospital first? After I come back, I will report to you myself. Lu Yanan kicked him and said, stop talking nonsense. Just leave when I tell you to. After being scolded by Lu Yanan, Wang Xiaoshui immediately became obedient.
Li Yong and Zhang Hu looked at this scene, both of them trying to hold back their laughter. We are caught, and you can't escape.
So, Wang Xiaoshui, Li Yong and Zhang Hu were all taken to the police station. As for their younger brothers?
There were too many people and the detention center couldn't accommodate them all, so they were all released. Ning Guqing and Huang Shuwei also went to the police station and recorded a statement.
Afterwards, Lu Yanan would detain Wang Xiaoshui and the other two for gang fighting. That's right, detention. I can only keep them for 7 days.
Before leaving the police station, Lu Yanan told Ning Guqing, you have 7 days to collect evidence against them.
If you can collect it, they will never be able to get out. Ning Guqing nodded. 7 days? Coincidentally, school will start in 7 days. Chapter 038 Blushing Heartbeat. Why did Lu Yanan suddenly appear in the hospital parking lot?
Of course, it was Ning Guqing who informed her in advance. Before coming to the hospital, Ning Guqing had a feeling that things were not going well, so he contacted Lu Yanan by phone.
Ning Guqing told Lu Yanan about the situation.
With Lu Yanan's intelligence, how could he not understand that as long as these 3 guys were there, it would be futile for Ning Guqing to conduct an in-depth investigation?
So, I came up with this idea. Find a reason to lock them up first. Without their obstruction, the investigation would be much easier. However, Lu Yanan couldn't keep them locked up for too long.
7 days was the limit. If it exceeded 7 days, I believe they would definitely hire a lawyer. By then, he might only be locked up for 2 or 3 days. After leaving the police station, Huang Shuwei stretched comfortably. She was in a good mood and breathed the air outside, feeling particularly fresh.
Locked up? That's great. I'm safe while they're locked up. I have already started thinking about my next plan.
She made 2 preparations. First, find a way to transfer the money in the group into your own hands.
Second, collect evidence of Li Yong and Zhang Hu as crimes.
She planned to carry out these 2 steps simultaneously. If we can collect evidence against Li Yong and Zhang Hu, then everything will be fine and they can be put in jail for life.
What if it can't be collected?
Then before they are released, leave Mindu and fly away. Because staying here will only lead to death. Based on Huang Shuwei's understanding of the 3 of them, they would not let him go even if he handed over all the shares of the group to them.
They want both money and women.
She could feel it from the way they looked at her. I know that Li Yong has a trusted younger brother named Wu Dali.
He should know everything about Li Yong.
Huang Shuwei suddenly hugged Ning Guqing's arm, looking very intimate. Let's ask him out and have a good talk.
Maybe we can get some clues from him.
Because I hugged you hard and tightly. The place she was so proud of was a little deformed due to the squeezing. Ning Guqing felt the soft and elastic feeling on his arm and subconsciously looked back at her.
This woman suddenly offers benefits?
If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief.
Ning Guqing didn't believe that she came up to him so suddenly and gave him benefits not because of any purpose. This woman is too shrewd.
Ning Guqing knew without a doubt that she was worried that he would not accompany her to find Li Yong's younger brother. If she went alone without Ning Guqing's company, it would be a bit unsafe because she was worried that she would not be able to deal with Wu Dali.
How could Ning Guqing not see her thoughts? Even if she didn't use the beauty trick, Ning Guqing would still accompany her. Why?
It's not that Ning Guqing likes to meddle in her affairs, but the damn system task has not been completed yet. System task: accompany Huang Shuwei to the hospital and successfully resolve her crisis. Chen Hao originally thought that the only way to resolve the crisis was to ensure her safety in the hospital.
What's the result? Not really. I just asked the system about solving the problem of her shares.
Ning Guqing knew that if he didn't kill Li Yong, Zhang Hu, and Wang Xiaoshui, he would not be able to complete the system task.
Sorry, all three of you,
Ning Guqing said silently in his heart. For the sake of the system mission, you three must die. After the two men reached an agreement, they parted ways. Ning Guqing returned to Minduiping, and Huang Shuwei returned to his own home.
The two agreed to meet at Xishan Resort in the evening. This is Wu Dali's industry.
When Ning Guqing returned to Minduiping, his house was empty and he did not see Zhang Xiaofei and Zhang Xinyan.
Ning Guqing thought they had gone out.
He took off his clothes and pants and walked towards the sky swimming pool in his underwear. After a busy day and sweating a lot, Ning Guqing planned to take a shower. Just as Ning Guqing reached the edge of the swimming pool, he heard the sound of water breaking, and a perfect body rushed out of the water.
As stunning as a lotus emerging from water. Ning Guqing's attention was immediately drawn there. This look. Wow, this figure is absolutely amazing. Ning Guqing had seen Zhang Xinyan's figure before, but that was on surveillance video.
Last time, Zhang Xinyan and Zhang Xiaofei swam in this swimming pool while Ning Guqing was out, but they never thought that there were surveillance cameras installed around the swimming pool.
That time I watched the surveillance video through my mobile phone. At that time, Ning Guqing was shocked. Now that we are watching it live, the distance between the two people is only a few meters.
Watching her from such a close distance, her perfect figure was fully displayed in Ning Guqing's sight.
Wearing this swimsuit, I am so sexy. Xiaocheng, when did you come back?
Zhang Xinyan also noticed Ning Guqing standing above her at this time, and felt a little embarrassed, so she immediately retracted her body back above the water.
Only the head is exposed. The next second, Zhang Xinyan noticed something and suddenly started shouting. Ah!
Then he covered his face and turned away quickly.
Xiaocheng, how could you do this?
Zhang Xinyan turned around and stamped her feet shyly.
It was all out, I saw it all. Oh my god, I actually saw his. Ning Guqing only reacted at this time. Glancing down. You don't know until you see it.
When he saw it, even he was shocked.
Are you so energetic? Ning Guqing. It's so fucking embarrassing. Cover it up. Turn around. Run away.
Half an hour later, both of them were dressed and met in the living room.
Zhang Xinyan refused to mention what she had just seen, and Ning Guqing also deliberately avoided the question, where's Xiaofei? Why can't I see her? Zhang Xinyan said, she went to the famous star Yang Meng downstairs. She's been going to Yang Meng's place every day these days.
Yang Meng is also a student at the Mindu Film and Television Academy. She is a junior and will be a senior after school starts.
But, because she has become famous, she basically doesn't go to school anymore.
Last time, Ning Guqing helped her and told her to be wary of Wang Xiaoshui, and Yang Meng tried to do so. As a result, he actually discovered that Wang Xiaoshui was going to drug him.
After returning, Yang Meng specially asked someone to check Wang Xiaoshui's identity.
He was shocked to find out that he was actually a director of Day Group. Of course she understood what kind of company Day Group was.
Just thinking about her makes me a little scared.
Therefore, she was very grateful to Ning Guqing in her heart, and she also felt Ning Guqing's financial resources and wanted to make friends with Ning Guqing. He took the initiative to visit her, and after a few visits, his relationship with Zhang Xiaofei improved. Now, Zhang Xiaofei basically stays at her place.
Chapter 039 Yang Meng was ignored, I am a big star. By the way, Xiaocheng, are you free tonight?
I have an appointment with a friend who is interested in buying my company.
I plan to talk to him tonight.
After the last lesson, Zhang Xinyan learned her lesson this time.
Decided to take Ning Guqing with him.
It felt very unsafe without Ning Guqing present.
Sell the company? No need to sell it.
Ning Guqing waved his hand.
If I don't sell the company, how can I repay the date group? Jiang Xinyan's face was full of worry. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Last time you beat up Brother Yang, but they won't let it go. They will send Brother Zhang, Brother Li, and Brother Chen again. Aunt Xinyan, don't rush to sell the company. I will help you with this loan.
Ning Guqing thought to himself that if they decided to kill Wang Xiaoshui, Li Yong and Zhang Hu, Day Group would definitely have to close down.
The company is gone, what kind of money is being paid? Of course, Ning Guqing did not tell anyone about this. Once it got out, the people from Day Group would never let him go.
You know, in the Day Group, there are hundreds of men under the command of Wang Xiaoshui and the other two. If they knew that it was Ning Guqing who cut off their source of income, they would definitely fight to the death.
Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. Ning Guqing still understood this principle. Therefore, everything must be done in secret. Jiang Xinyan looked at Ning Guqing suspiciously, thinking, he helps me deal with it? How can he help me deal with it? This is a debt of 30 million. How can he handle it? Ask his rich friend for help?
Jiang Xinyan still believed that this house in Minduipin and even the Ferrari LaFerrari driven by Ning Guqing belonged to his friends.
Xiaocheng, sometime take me to meet your friend. He's able to let Xiaofei and I live here, so I should thank him. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease living here. Jiang Xinyan said sincerely. Aunt Xinyan, okay, I won't hide it from you. Actually, this house is mine. I just bought it not long ago.
Ning Guqing smiled and said, just live here peacefully for as long as you want.
Don't feel any psychological burden. Jiang Xinyan tapped Ning Guqing's brow with her delicate hand. Stop it, are you trying to make fun of me? Aunt Xinyan may be old, but she's not blind. What kind of family you come from? Do you think I don't know? Jiang Xinyan and Ning Guqing have been neighbors for many years. How could you not know that Ning Guqing is an orphan?
Ning Guqing saw that she still didn't believe it, so he thought, forget it, he was too lazy to explain it, and that sooner or later you would find out.
Aunt Xinyan, you don't look old at all. You are at your most charming state as a woman right now. Ning Guqing said sincerely. Jiang Xinyan smiled gently.
She knew Ning Guqing was deliberately praising her, but she felt very happy about it.
And which woman doesn't like to be praised?
Ning Guqing hardly slept well these days.
The night before yesterday, Ning Guqing couldn't remember how many times he was tormented by Huang Shuwei. He almost didn't sleep the whole night. Last night was even crazier. Huang Shuwei found Xiaoli and her sister-in-law. 1 versus 2. My waist is so tired.
He hadn't slept for a few hours in 2 days. It was probably because Ning Guqing's physique was stronger than that of an ordinary person, otherwise he would have fallen asleep long ago.
In the afternoon, Ning Guqing took a nap.
After sleeping for a few hours, I woke up feeling refreshed and energetic.
We had dinner at home. At Zhang Xiaofei's invitation, Yang Meng also came up to eat together.
Yang Meng had not planned to come up originally because she ate very little at night in order to maintain her figure.
Usually just some fruit salad or something.
But when she learned that Ning Guqing was at home today, she immediately decided to come up. This is a good opportunity to build a good relationship with him.
In the past few days, Yang Meng ran upstairs quite often, but Ning Guqing was not there every time.
This left her with no chance to get close to Ning Guqing.
And now there is finally a chance.
In order to leave a good impression on Ning Guqing, she dressed up before going upstairs.
When I look at myself in the mirror, I feel beautiful. However, what made Yang Meng angry was that when she came up from downstairs happily and appeared in front of Ning Guqing in a glamorous manner. Ning Guqing has finished his meal. Putting on shoes to go out. Goodbye.
This was the only sentence Ning Guqing said to her.
Yang Meng was confused. Shouldn't I say hello? Why do we say goodbye right away? Then she noticed on the table. My heart sank. You asked me to come up to eat, but you ate your own meal first? Don't you take me seriously? Can you at least pay attention to me? After all, I am a household name, can't you give me some face? You ate the meal without waiting for me, which makes me feel embarrassed, okay? I am also a person of status. This feeling of being ignored made Yang Meng feel very lost. But she still forced a smile, pretending to be calm and generous, and said goodbye to Ning Guqing. Goodbye, you go ahead and do what you need. After Ning Guqing left, Yang Meng was no longer in the mood to eat. She said to Zhang Xiaofei, I'm tired, and went downstairs again.
On the other side, Ning Guqing drove to the downstairs of a luxurious residential area. After parking the car, he called Huang Shuwei.
In the room, Huang Shuwei was operating the computer. She was very busy this afternoon, busy transferring assets. She was well aware of one fact. Once Wang Xiaoshui and his accomplices are proven guilty, Day Group will be shut down, the company's accounts will be frozen, and all funds will be confiscated.
You should know that this money is all illegally obtained. By then, even if Huang Shuwei would not be arrested, after all, she had not committed any crime.
But the money couldn't be obtained.
Therefore, she needed to withdraw the money from the company account as soon as possible while there was still some time. She found a professional team to help run the
Get as much as you can. This busy work took an entire afternoon. Then, the phone next to me rang.
I looked at the caller ID and found that it was Ning Guqing calling.
Only then did I realize that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening.
Before leaving the room, she called her operations team again, insisting on speed and leaving no traces.
Ning Guqing walked out of the supermarket at the entrance of the community.
I was standing at the supermarket door with a pack of slim Zhonghua cigarettes in my hand, about to light one up, when a voice came over.
Isn't this Lao Ning? The most obedient monitor in our class, the one who is the best behaved in the teacher's eyes, has actually started smoking? Ning Guqing turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Then a young man came riding a bicycle and stopped in front of Ning Guqing with a click. This is his high school classmate. His name is Yu Chaoza. A guy who is not very popular in the class. This time his college entrance examination results were not ideal. However, because his family had some money, they got him into a second-tier university. Also in Mindu.
3 years later, when he was a junior in college, he was not only expelled from school but also sentenced to 6 months in prison for molesting a female classmate.
Hey, you're not bad, you're smoking Zhonghua cigarettes now? These cigarettes are not cheap, 70 a pack?
Yu Chaoza learned to smoke when he was in junior high school, but the cigarettes he smoked were only a dozen yuan a pack.
Occasionally, when I am rich, I will buy some good cigarettes like Zhonghua to show off. Want to smoke?
Ning Guqing looked at him with a smile. His smoking habit was a legacy from his previous life, when he started smoking after he was 25 years old.
Yu Chaoza nodded, give me one, so I can satisfy my craving. If you want to smoke, buy it yourself. Ning Guqing was too lazy to pay attention to him. They had a disagreement at school, and now he wanted to smoke his cigarette? Dream on. Chapter 040, Group Sensation, Lao Ning is being kept? Stingy.
Yu Chaoza curled his lips, took out a pack of White Wolf cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and lit it, then pointed at the bicycle under his crotch.
He said proudly, how about this bicycle, isn't it cool? XDS mountain bike. Model, Swordsman 800. It's over $3,000, newly withdrawn.
When Ning Guqing saw him like this, he knew that he was showing off.
In this day and age, is it so cool to ride a bicycle worth more than 3,000 yuan?
Besides, the price of Zaicheng Swordsman 800 is not more than 3,000, just over 2,000 at most.
Just blow your mission. To flatter yourself? Want to step on me?
When he was in school, Ning Guqing lived a poor life. Since his parents were gone, he didn't dare to spend money recklessly and he was frugal in his spending.
Yu Chaoza is the exact opposite of Ning Guqing. He has a little money and loves to show off.
I also like to compete with Ning Guqing. This makes him feel superior.
Ning Guqing didn't want to indulge him anymore, so he pointed at the LaFerrari on the side of the road and said, can your bike outrun that one? Yu Chaoza looked up, his eyes suddenly brightening, Ferrari? Wow, so cool? He couldn't tell which Ferrari this was, but judging by the design, it must have cost at least 10 million, right? Whose rich man's car is this?
Yu Chaoza dreams of owning a sports car, but unfortunately, his family is unlikely to buy him even a small car, let alone a sports car.
Because he loves to show off, everyone thinks his family is rich. But the real reason is that his parents are just working and getting paid.
The bicycle he rides now was bought for him by his family after much persuasion and with tears in their eyes.
Buy a car? Impossible. My family can't afford it either. Yu Chaoza's eyes lit up. Lao Ning, you are deliberately making fun of me, right? How can my bicycle possibly compare to a Ferrari supercar? I don't know whose car this is. It would be great if I could have a supercar like this. Ning Guqing patted his shoulder, mine.
Yu Chaoza almost burst out laughing and was about to mock him, but Ning Guqing ignored him and walked straight towards the Ferrari.
He took out the key and pressed it. Beep. The car unlocked and the surrounding headlights came on. At the same time, the driver's door rises automatically, which is absolutely cool and awesome. Yu Chaozi widened his eyes and his mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. What was even more unexpected for him was that at this moment, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman opened the passenger door and got in directly. After the car door was closed, the Ferrari started slowly. After driving out of the roadside parking space, it accelerated suddenly, rushing out like a roaring beast, and quickly disappeared from Yu Chaozi's sight. It took Yu Chaozi a long time to come back to his senses, and he was extremely shocked. Thinking of that supercar, it was absolutely crazy and cool. Remember that tall and beautiful young woman? Oh my god, I also want to drive a supercar with a breathtakingly beautiful young woman sitting in the passenger seat. But, the problem arises again. It's only been over a month since we last met, how come Ning Guqing is driving a supercar? Why is there a beautiful young woman around me? After Yu Chaozi's analysis, there was only one possibility: Lao Ning was kept by someone. That beautiful young woman just now is the rich woman who supports him? When Yu Chaozi announced the news of Ning Guqing being kept in the class group, the entire class went wild. Xiao Qinger, Lao Ning is being kept? Is it true or false? Wang Wen, he's already driving a Ferrari? That's really possible. Otherwise, how could he, an orphan without parents, drive a Ferrari? Lin Yanyan, I don't think Ning Guqing is that kind of person. Sun Tian, why not? Ning Guqing has no parents and no financial resources. I heard he applied to a film and television academy, which is very expensive. Is it normal for him to be kept by someone just to pay for the tuition? Li Feifei, our old squad leader, wouldn't be so self-degrading, would he? Wu Feng, I want to know if this is true. In just a few minutes, the entire chat group page was flooded with messages. Some people believe that Ning Guqing is really being kept by someone. After all, he is an orphan and needs money to support his life. Being kept is the fastest way to make money. Another group of people did not believe it. Based on their understanding of Ning Guqing, he would not do such a self-degrading thing. There is another group of people who did not express their opinions. They maintain a neutral attitude. At Ning Guqing, old Ning, come out and say something. At Ning Guqing, old squad leader, is it true, is he really being kept? At Ning Guqing, old Ning, if you were kept by someone, I would look down on you. At Ning Guqing, don't play dead, come out and say something. Ning Guqing was driving and his phone was beeping non-stop. Let me help you. Huang Shuwei in the passenger seat took the phone and Ning Guqing unlocked it with his fingerprint. Enter WeChat. I found out it was a message in the class group. Huang Shuwei quickly scanned through the information and chuckled softly. Ning Guqing, everyone in your class group is saying that you're being kept by someone? Ning Guqing said speechlessly, why am I being kept? I'll reply to them for you. Ning Guqing thought she wanted to clarify things for him, so he agreed. Huang Shuwei picked up his phone, took a selfie, and then directly posted it into the group. A message was attached. 30 years less struggle. With the appearance of this photo, the class group instantly became quiet. After a brief immersion for a few seconds, it exploded completely. Oh my goodness, is it so beautiful? Is Ning Guqing really being kept by someone? Oh my god, I thought it was some kind of big, thick-shouldered grandmother who must be in her 50s or 60s, but you gave me such a beautiful sister? She has money and beauty. I'm willing to be supported by a sister like her. Leoning, ask my sister if she has any sisters? Leoning, great, great, great. I also wish I could work 30 years less. This close-up photo had a huge impact on these young men who had just finished the college entrance examination. They are all at the age when love begins to blossom. It's all about appearance at this age. No one would not like this beautiful and sexy sister. In an instant, the ridicule towards Ning Guqing in the group turned into envy and jealousy. Think about it. What is it like to have a girlfriend who is not only willing to spend money on you but also has a beautiful figure? Some people would say that it has no dignity. Does being kept mean you have no dignity? Who told you that you have no dignity if you are kept by someone? We rely on appearance. It depends on physical strength. He makes a living by his face. Ask yourself, have you ever suddenly had the thought at some point, what if there was a super rich woman, a first-class rich woman with a first-class figure and appearance, who was willing to spend money on you? I believe most men have had this thought to some extent. However, reality is quite cruel. Those rich ladies won't even look at you. Why? If you want to catch their eye, no one will pay attention to you even if you have no looks or a good figure, let alone a rich and knowledgeable woman. Stop daydreaming and go to bed. Chapter 41, Ning Guqing and Huang Shuwei break up. Ning Guqing glanced at Huang Shuwei, who was giggling the whole time, and said, "Have you explained it clearly to everyone?" Ning Guqing didn't want to be labeled as a kept man. It's so embarrassing. Huang Shuwei suppressed a smile and nodded. It's made clear, they all believe it. Ning Guqing breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you believe it and are not being kept by someone. Little did they know that Huang Shuwei had something else in mind. What she meant by believe it was that everyone believed that you were being kept by someone. At this time, Huang Shuwei's phone rang. It was the call from the team leader who helped her cash out from Day Group, telling Huang Shuwei that some problems had occurred. The two people talked on the phone for more than 10 minutes. Ning Guqing, who was standing by, heard it all clearly, and the more he listened, the more unnatural his expression became. After Huang Shuwei finished the call, Ning Guqing parked the car on the side of the road. Seeing the car stopped, Huang Shuwei asked in confusion, "Why did it stop?" "We still have half the distance to go." Ning Guqing glared at her and said, "Let me ask you, are you planning to take the money out of Day Group and put it in your own pocket?" Huang Shuwei knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he nodded and said, "That's right." Currently, Day Group still has over 30 billion yuan in funds on its books. I want to get as much as I can out of it before Day Group is shut down. Ning Guqing said firmly, "You can't touch a single cent of this money." Huang Shuwei? Why? This is more than 30 billion, why can't we touch it? Huang Shuwei didn't expect to get all the 30 billion yuan, but it was very likely to get 18 billion yuan. With this money, I can spend it all for the rest of my life. Ning Guqing looked into her eyes and said, "Don't you know that this money is dirty? You were originally clean. Even if Day Group was shut down, you would be able to stay out of it. But you touched the money. You can't explain it clearly. These are stolen funds and evidence of crime. If you touch them, your hands will be corrupted. When the Day Group is wiped out, you won't be able to escape." Even if Ning Guqing was not a law student, he knew that touching this money would be tantamount to committing a crime. Can't run away? Then I won't run away before the Day Group is wiped out? I went abroad. Can't we just go to a country that doesn't have an extradition treaty with China? Ning Guqing's eyes gradually narrowed and became sharp. Then do you know where all this money comes from? Do you know how many people have lost everything behind this? Do you know how many people have lost their families? After the Day Group is wiped out, this money will be returned to the victims. Do you know how many families this will save? You want this kind of money? It was the first time Huang Shuting saw Ning Guqing angry, and the first time he yelled at her. She got angry too. "Why are you yelling? Can't you just say it nicely?" Ning Guqing took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. I don't know why, but when Ning Guqing heard this, he became inexplicably angry. Maybe he was worried that she would be caught. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Ning Guqing said calmly, "Listen to me, don't touch this money, don't touch a single cent." Huang Shuwei shook his head. "I can listen to you on everything else, but not on this matter. I, Huang Shuwei, have followed him for 10 years. This is what I have earned through 10 years of my youth. I deserve it. Why shouldn't I want it?" Ning Guqing continued to suppress his anger. "Be good and listen to me." Huang Shuwei did not comment. Ning Guqing continued to persuade him, "The money you have now, and the many properties you own, are more than enough for you to live a carefree life in your next life. There's no need to touch the Day Group's money." Huang Shuwei still didn't make any statement, just looked into Ning Guqing's eyes. Seeing that she didn't express her opinion, Ning Guqing knew that she still had no intention of giving up the money. His anger rose again and he spoke hurriedly. "If you touch this money, we may no longer even be friends." Ning Guqing is an undercover agent. He promised Lu Yanan that he would cooperate with her to wipe out the Day Group. This money is the most powerful evidence. It will be used as evidence in court. So you took the evidence away? Should I tell Lu Yanan or not? Ning Guqing, don't force me. Huang Shuwei finally spoke, gritting his teeth. Ning Guqing also looked into her eyes. "Don't force me." After that, it became quiet. No one spoke. Just like this, you stare at me and I stare at you. After 3 minutes, Huang Shuwei took the first step and unbuckled her seatbelt.
Then she picked up her handbag angrily and pushed the door open to get out of the car.
You don't want to be friends with me, right? Ning Gucheng, do you think I want to be friends with you?
I'm telling you, that money was earned by spending 10 years of my youth.
Why wouldn't I want it? Ning Gucheng's expression also turned completely gloomy. Well, in that case, we have different paths and cannot work together.
You will regret it. After saying that, Ning Gucheng stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari quickly disappeared from Huang Shui's sight. Looking at Ning Gucheng's receding back, Huang Shui stomped his feet in anger.
Ning Gucheng, are you really leaving? Ning Gucheng, you bastard. Ning Gucheng, do you think I can't do what's next without you? Huang Shui took out his cell phone from his handbag and called the housekeeper Lao Mo. About half an hour later, Lao Mo arrived with about 20 people.
Afterwards, the group headed straight for the Qishan resort.
Chapter 042. A red apricot out of the wall.
This resort is, on the surface, a tourist destination.
There are indeed tourists visiting here during the day. But
tourism is just a deception. Deep in the resort, inside that small building, there is a different world.
This is an underground casino. There are at least dozens of passengers every day.
Sometimes the daily turnover exceeds hundreds of millions of yuan, and I don't know how much profit it brings to the group. This resort is, on the surface, a tourist destination.
There are indeed tourists visiting here during the day. But
tourism is just a cover-up. There is a small brick building in the mountains deepest in the resort.
From the outside, this small building looks ordinary.
It looks like an ordinary farmhouse, but if you look closely, you can see that it is different from an ordinary farmhouse.
There are at least a dozen sentries around this small building. How could there be so many sentries in an ordinary farmyard? What is even more incredible is that there are many luxury cars parked not far from the courtyard. People were coming in and out of the courtyard one after another. This is an underground casino.
The resort is just a cover-up. This is also one of the places where Li Yong makes money the fastest, and it is looked after by his trusted younger brother Wu Dali.
This small building has 4 floors.
The casino was arranged on the 2 lower floors. The 3rd floor was where the thugs lived and rested, and the top floor had the finance office, as well as Wu Dali's office and his resting place. At this moment, I am in Wu Dali's room.
There was a man and a woman.
The man was about 30 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, not very tall, but his muscular body gave people a sense of power. There is a scar on the chest that is more than 10 centimeters long.
This is his strongest record. He blocked the knife for Li Yong and saved Li Yong's life, which is why he has his current status. He, Wu Dali, the most powerful warrior under Li Yong. And this woman,
a noble lady to be exact.
Not only is he wearing all branded clothes, but even his watch is a valuable Patek Philippe.
In terms of appearance, she is not stunning, but has average looks. However, due to her good maintenance and dressing, she is still quite pleasing to the eye.
She got up from the bed. Wearing clothes. Damn it, have you taken any medicine? Why are you so strong today?
The woman said this coquettishly while putting on her clothes. Her face was still flushed with the aftereffects of the incident, which had not yet completely dissipated. From her coquettish look, it can be felt that she is very satisfied with Wu Dali's performance just now.
She, Yi Hongxing,
one of the leaders of Date Group and Zhang Hu's wife.
Wu Dali's boss is Li Yong, and Li Yong is at the same level as Zhang Hu.
Since Yi Hongxing is Zhang Hu's wife, Wu Dali has to call her sister-in-law according to seniority.
But these two people have been hooking up for a long time.
Yi Hongxing loved gambling and often came to this casino.
After a while, she became involved with Wu Dali. Wu Dali is really fierce.
It can bring her an unprecedented feeling, which is much better than Zhang Hu's less than a minute. This relationship between the two of them has lasted for a year. Zhang Hu was kept in the dark. Now that Zhang Hu was locked up in the police station, Yi Hongxing couldn't wait to come over. After getting dressed, Yi Hongxing picked up her handbag and kissed Wu Dali on the cheek again. I'm going downstairs to play a few rounds.
Yi Hongxing has 3 major hobbies. First, stealing food. Second, gambling. Third, dress up. Now that I'm physically satisfied, of course I want to play a few games.
Wu Dali sat on the bed, with a blanket covering his lower body, leaving his upper body with explosive muscles exposed.
He nodded and said, "Go ahead. I've already told the people below that if you lose, it's mine, and if you win, you can take it away."
After Yi Hongxing left, Wu Dali looked at his watch.
Judging from the time, Huang Shuwei should be here soon, right?
When he was with Yi Hongxing just now, all Wu Dali could think about was Huang Shuwei.
He mistook Yi Hongxing for Huang Shuwei.
This makes you particularly brave. In Wu Dali's eyes, Yi Hongxing is not even worthy of carrying Huang Shuwei's shoes. Before, he only dared to fantasize about Huang Shuwei in his mind and did not dare to have any improper thoughts.
After all, this is the real sister-in-law. But now it's different. The boss has already fallen out with her, so what is there for her to be afraid of? When I think that Huang Shuwei is about to come to me, isn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Which man in the entire group doesn't want to sleep with this woman? Let me try it first today.
Not long after, a younger brother called and said that Huang Shuwei had already arrived at the resort.
It takes several minutes to drive from the resort entrance to here. Wu Dali got up immediately. Put on your clothes.
I took my younger brother to the door of the small building to greet him. After Huang Shuwei and Ning Guqing broke up, they contacted the housekeeper Lao Amo, who brought about 20 people.
There are 3 cars in total. Hello, sister-in-law.
Wu Dali bowed deeply, and the younger brother behind him also bowed. You have to do enough surface work. But soon, Wu Dali began to sneer, and his lustful eyes lingered on Huang Shuwei unscrupulously. The look in his eyes seemed as if he wanted to devour her.
Sister-in-law, I know what you are here for. You want me to rebel against Brother Yong. Well, it's not impossible to negotiate. But if I want to rebel against Brother Yong, you have to give me some benefits, right?
Huang Shuwei didn't waste any more time talking to him and offered his own conditions. Dili, after this is done, you will take over all of Li Yong's business. I will also give you 10% of the group's shares.
From now on, you will be my partner. To be honest, this condition is quite tempting.
He transformed himself from a small boss into a partner of the group.
The annual dividends will be astronomical. However, Wu Dali didn't seem particularly excited. This offer is quite tempting, but what's missing? Sister-in-law, I've made tea upstairs. How about we go to my room and chat? Huang Shuwei's face turned cold in an instant. How could she not guess what Wu Dali wanted her to do by asking her to go to the room? She is very angry.
How dare your younger brother make such a request to your elder sister-in-law?
That's really too much.
However, since he needed help from him, Huang Shuwei had to suppress his anger. I'll increase your stake in the company to 15%.
Shouldn't you be satisfied now?
Wu Dali was still looking at Huang Shuwei with lustful eyes, and his fiery gaze seemed to be spitting fire. Such a big thing should give me some serious thought. I still feel that we should talk upstairs over tea. After a brief contact, Huang Shuwei had already sensed that Wu Dali was not interested in the conditions he proposed. Or maybe he had no intention of cooperating with me from the bottom of his heart.
Forget it, Li Yong's younger brother isn't his only one. Just find someone else. A big reward will always bring out brave men. I just don't believe that. Huang Shuwei was too lazy to talk to him anymore. Turn around and leave. Sister-in-law, why are you leaving now? Stay and have some tea.
Wu Dali stretched out his hand to block her way.
Wu Dali, what do you want to do? Huang Shuwei shouted coldly. This guy is really too presumptuous. Sister-in-law, now that you're here, don't leave. Let me, your brother, have some fun. Wu Dali stopped pretending and looked very obscene.
He even reached out to touch Huang Shuwei's arm, but Huang Shuwei slapped him away.
Wu Dali, you are committing insubordination. You are so bold. Huang Shuwei slapped him. With a slap, it hit Wu Dali's face. Wu Dali was slapped in the face, but he was not angry. Instead, he touched the place where he was slapped. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Sister-in-law, you touched my face in front of so many people. How can I bear it?
The younger brother behind him burst into laughter.
Wu Dali, if you dare to do anything to me, Steward Mo will never let you go.
This time, Huang Shuwei did not come alone. He also called Butler Missouri and a dozen thugs. She has the confidence. However, when her eyes fell on Lao Mo, she immediately realized that something was wrong. Lao Mo stood aside with a leisurely look on his face, smoking leisurely.
The people brought by Lao Mo also had an attitude of watching the fun. Shouldn't you come here to support me at this time? Why are you still standing there so leisurely?
Seeing Huang Shui's eyes looking at him, Lao Mo stopped pretending and walked over. He first handed Wu Dali a cigarette, and then said to Huang Shui, "Madam, I also need to eat, and I also have to support my family. So, I'm sorry." Huang Shui's eyes widened. "You betrayed me and joined them?" Chapter 43 Betrayal. Huang Shui's life hangs on a thread. Lao Mo smiled and said, "Betrayal? How can I say betrayal? I belong to the master. After the master is gone, I am free to follow whoever I want. They gave me more, so of course I followed them." Huang Shui's confidence in coming here was originally because of Ninggucheng, but he had a falling out with Ninggucheng. So he called Lao Mo. Lao Mo is now her source of confidence. And now Lao Mo is in cahoots with them? Huang Shui felt as if thunder had struck him. He had never expected that Lao Mo would betray him. Huang Shui said angrily, "How much did they give you?" "I can give you double. It's just money. The shares of Day Group are still in my hands. I can give you as much money as you want." Lao Mo smiled. Wu Dali also laughed. "Shares of Day Group? He. It's in your hands now, but so what? Once those bosses are released, won't you have to hand over your shares?" Lao Mo said, "Madam, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Even if I join them, we can't defeat Li Yong, Xiao Shui, and the others. Tell me, if it were me, what would you choose?" Huang Shui was very angry, his chest heaving with anger. He looked at Lao Mo with fiery eyes. "However, on second thought, if I were to switch identities with him, I would most likely choose to side with Li Yong and the others. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, their side had no chance of winning." "Sister-in-law, there are too many people here, why don't you go upstairs and talk?" Wu Dali said with a sneer. While speaking, he suddenly made a move, intending to pick up Huang Shui's waist and carry him upstairs. He has been coveting this woman for a long time. Today, I will let you see what it means to make miracles happen with great effort. I guarantee that after we do it once, you will be unable to leave me. Just like Yi Hongxing. However, Huang Shui was already prepared. When Wu Dali reached out to grab her waist, an electric current instantly passed into his body. Sizzle! Sizzle! Under the impact of the stun gun, Wu Dali fell directly to the ground. Huang Shui didn't care whether he lived or died, he turned around and ran away. She knew that if she stayed, there was a high possibility that these people would take turns driving the train. Unfortunately, it's too late to run now. Behind her were Lao Mo and his men. The retreat route is completely blocked. How could a weak woman like her possibly break out from among 20 or so burly men? No need to come. If anyone comes over here, I'll electrocute her. Ah! The next second, Huang Shui felt a sharp pain in his arm. He didn't know who hit him with a stick, and the electric baton in his hand fell out of his hand. Without the stun gun, the other party will not be afraid at all. Flocked in. Huang Shui knew there was no way to escape and felt hopeless. And just at this moment, a low roar of an engine came from far away, and the huge roar spread throughout the villa. Under everyone's gaze, they saw a sports car driving towards them madly in a crushing manner, its speed as fast as lightning in the night sky. Those who were originally on guard outside saw the car and wanted to stop it. But this one didn't slow down at all. Just rush forward. No one dares to use his body to block a supercar traveling at over 150 miles per hour. Soon, the supercar rushed through the outer security and arrived at the small Western-style building. Then, with a click, the car stopped. Lao Mo and his men were so frightened that they took several steps back. "Mad, who is it? Fuck, do you know where this is? Speeding here, do you want to die?" "I've never died." The younger brothers came over and cursed. After the car stopped, Ning Guqing pushed the door and got out. He glanced around and soon his eyes landed on Huang Shui. When their eyes met, Huang Shui could no longer hold back and burst into tears. While everyone's attention was on Ning Guqing, Huang Shui immediately ran to Ning Guqing. Woo, I thought you didn't care about me anymore. I thought you really didn't care about me anymore. Woo. Ning Guqing took a step forward and gently put his arm around her shoulders. "It's okay, I'm here." Huang Shui nodded obediently, yes. Before this, she was so panicked that she almost peed her pants. Now, seeing Ning Guqing, I finally feel relieved. I feel like the sky will not fall as long as he is around. Ning Guqing's sharp eyes swept across the people in front of him.
It stayed on Lao Mo's body for a few seconds. Ning Gucheng had an impression of this person. Wasn't he the housekeeper he had met in the hospital before?
It can be felt that he is already in the same group with Wu Dali and the others. Wu Dali is still in a coma and several of his younger brothers are taking care of him. One of them kept pinching his Renjong point, hoping that he would wake up faster. Then Ning Gucheng protected Huang Shuwei behind him. Stand here and don't go anywhere.
Leave the rest to me.
After saying a word of comfort, Ning Gucheng went to the trunk and took out a steel pipe. This steel pipe was prepared by Ning Gucheng a long time ago and it will be useful in fighting.
Everyone, including Lao Mo, looked at Ning Gucheng with sarcasm. Lao Mo mocked him mercilessly. What does this guy want to do by taking out the steel pipe? He doesn't want to fight so many of us on his own, does he? You really don't know your own limitations. He's courting death. If he really dares to do that, he'll definitely get the shit beaten out of him. The mocking voices came one after another.
No one took Ning Gucheng seriously.
He was too young and looked a little immature. More importantly, he is still a human being. Weak and powerless.
However, the next second, everyone saw Ning Gucheng take out his phone and make a call.
Everyone thought Ning Gucheng was going to call for reinforcements, but when he opened his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. Hey, Yao Yaoling, is this you? There's an underground casino here, do you care about it?
Location is in Chishan Resort. Your patrol team is patrolling nearby.
They will arrive in 5 minutes?
Then please hurry up, otherwise, they will all run away. The people on the opposite side really didn't expect Ning Gucheng to call the police.
Will it arrive in 5 minutes? Damn it! If he gets caught, won't he end up in jail for life?
Although these people are evil and bold, none of them has clean hands, so the one they fear the most is Uncle Hat.
They know. Opening a casino is illegal. Once caught,
it will take at least 3 to 5 years to achieve this.
And there are other things.
If they were to be uncovered, he would really be in jail for life.
No one wants to go in and squat.
Considering that Uncle Hat would arrive in only 5 minutes, these guys who were planning to teach Ning Gucheng a lesson had no intention of paying any attention to Ning Gucheng at all.
Escape. Run away before Uncle Hat comes.
As long as I don't get caught, I'll still be a dragon tomorrow. So, without anyone to command them, more than 40 people immediately scattered like birds and beasts, running faster than rabbits.
Everyone ran towards the mountain behind. There are mountain roads and small paths there. Even if Uncle and Hat knew about it, he wouldn't dare to chase after them in the middle of the night. Even Lao Mo ran away.
Even though he is a housekeeper, his hands are quite dirty. In an instant, the originally noisy front yard became quiet. Apart from Ning Gucheng and Huang Shuwei, there were only 3 people left.
A Wu Dali. He is in a coma.
There were also his 2 younger brothers, who were Wu Dali's confidants. The 2 of them were holding up the unconscious Wu Dali. Looking at this scene, Ning Gucheng smiled.
A fake phone call scared these people like this? Sure enough, mice are afraid of cats. Chapter 044 KO in minutes. Ning Gucheng, what did you say? Are you saying that the call just now was a fake? Huang Shuwei asked in surprise. Ning Gucheng nodded. Yes, it was a fake call.
They didn't call the police at all. Think about it, this is the countryside, such a remote place.
Have you ever seen a patrol team patrolling in such a remote enemy area at night? Huang Shuwei suddenly realized, are you cheating? Do you think I, Ning Gucheng, am a god?
There are over 40 of them, with 20 or 30 machetes, and one of them might even have a shotgun in his pocket.
Only a fool would take on so many people alone.
The 2 guys who were carrying Wu Dali and running away staggered and almost fell when they heard Ning Gucheng's words.
He just started cursing. Shameless.
What a shameless bastard.
Tricking us into calling the police? Didn't you call the police? Are you trying to cheat us? Shameless.
It's simply shameless opening the door to shamelessness, it's shameless to the extreme.
These 2 people? Ning Gucheng looked at the 2 people holding Wu Dali and walked over with a smile. There are more than 40 people, we don't have the ability to deal with them, but there are only 2? Simple.
With Ning Gucheng's physical fitness of 75 points, it is more than enough to deal with 2 people. Even though these 2 people are quite capable, they can be ranked in the upper middle level in the entire group. But compared with Chen Hao, he is still not in the same league. After just a few moves, he was knocked unconscious by Ning Gucheng.
Before fainting, these two people were quite disgusted with Ning Guqing's behavior. "We are fighting with bare hands, but you are using a stick. This is not a moral code of martial arts." As these two people fainted, only Wu Dali was left in a coma. Some people say that after being knocked unconscious by an electric baton, you can wake up by splashing water on the person. Ning Guqing didn't bring any water. But this didn't bother him. Use urine. Unexpectedly, this trick was effective. After only a few seconds, Wu Dali woke up. His first reaction was that it was raining. He also blinked a few times. Fishy. Salty. Poo. Why does God rain salty rain? But he soon realized something was wrong. Just a few meters in front of him, a young man was pulling up his pants and zipping them up. Only then did Wu Dali react. Damn, isn't it raining? Is this urine? How could Wu Dali bear it when he realized that he was woken up by urine? Climbed up from the ground. He rushed towards Ning Guqing like crazy. "I'm going to tear you to pieces, you little jerk, damn it." Wu Dali is definitely considered a capable fighter in the group. Because, strong. Very strong. Ordinary people can't even withstand a punch from him. What a pity. Ning Guqing didn't even give him a chance to punch, and just smashed down with the stick in his hand. Wu Dali instinctively blocked with his arms. There was a muffled bang. Wu Dali felt like his arm was about to break. It hurt so much. Even though he is strong and his fists are hard, they are not harder than a stick. At this time, the second stick came down again, and Wu Dali blocked it with his arms again. Roar. When his arm was hit, Wu Dali let out a roar. Pain. It hurts even more than having your balls exploded. Then, the third stick. The fourth stick. By the seventh blow, Wu Dali could no longer lift his hands. He glared at Ning Guqing resentfully. "Boy, do you have the guts to not use a stick?" "Good." Ning Guqing agreed without any hesitation. Wu Dali thought he had heard it wrong. Is he so easy to talk to? Just ask him not to use the stick and he won't use it? Without a stick, you are nothing. I can KO you in minutes. However, Ning Guqing's next move made Wu Dali kneel down immediately. Ning Guqing threw the stick in his hand aside and picked up a machete. This machete was left behind by the guys who escaped before, but no one knows which guy left it behind. Wu Dali knelt down immediately. Brother, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Wu Dali knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He couldn't dodge the attack from the stick, so he certainly couldn't dodge the attack from the machete. If I get cut, it won't be just a swollen hand. Ning Guqing felt that it was almost time, so he got to the point. You followed Li Yong. I want evidence of Li Yong's crimes. I think you must have a lot of it. Of course Wu Dali knows a lot. Who says he is one of Li Yong's confidants? However, Wu Dali was very stubborn. You want me to betray my boss? I, Wu Dali, have been with Brother Yong since I was 16. Brother Yong gave me what I have today. Without him, there would be no Wu Dali today. I already consider him as my reborn parent. Now, you want me to betray him? To tell you the truth. Ah! Wu Dali suddenly screamed, covering his bloody ears and rolling on the ground while screaming in pain. His right ear is gone. Ning Guqing slashed his right ear with one knife. The blood gushing out in the bloody scene scared Huang Shuwei so much that he covered his face and dared not look. Looking at Ning Guqing on the other hand, his face was calm. He fished out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, took out one, lit it, took a puff, and said, I'll ask you again, do you want to tell me or not? By the way, do you know how serious the crime of opening a casino is? Tell me, if I let Uncle Hat come over now, how many years will you be sentenced to? 10 years, 8 years, or life? Think about it carefully. Wu Dali covered his ears and stared at Ning Guqing with his red eyes. He knew he was in trouble. He fell into the hands of a boy who was less than 20 years old. Is this considered a capsize in the ditch? Okay, I'll tell you. Li Yong's properties include 3 casinos. We have one here, and there are 2 more. One is on a fishing boat, and the other is in Shishan Cemetery. In addition to the casino, he also helped people launder money. As Wu Dali was speaking, Huang Shuwei took out his cell phone and recorded everything he said. We talked for half an hour. After saying this, Ning Guqing couldn't help but be shocked. This Li Yong actually helped people launder so much money? The commission is as high as 50%? In other words, if you laundered 10 billion yuan, 5 billion yuan would go into Li Yong's pocket. What Li Yong reported to the company was 3 billion yuan. The remaining 2 billion went into his personal wallet. Wu Dali talked a lot, and it took him half an hour to finish. He almost told all the bad things Li Yong had done. He even talked about the several women he kept. Brother, you are my real brother. Wu Dali looked at Ning Guqing with pleading eyes. I've said everything I need to say. Can you please let me go to the hospital first? The bleeding still hasn't stopped. It's been half an hour and blood is still flowing from the wound on his ear. Wu Dali felt that he had to go to the hospital. Otherwise people will die. Ning Guqing, however, leisurely lit a cigarette, not even considering sending him to the hospital. He said, I heard that you were having an affair with Zhang Hu's wife, Yi Hongxing. I assume you don't want Zhang Hu to know about this, do you? Chapter 045, Big Brother's woman, her beauty is impeccable. Wu Dali was shocked. How did he know this? Wu Dali and Yi Hongxing were more than just having an affair. They had sex several times every month. The relationship lasted for over a year. However, they both knew that Zhang Hu must not know about this. Once the truth came out, with Zhang Hu's temper, how could they both survive? Therefore, these two people have always been cautious, fearing that others will know. In other words, they are very secretive. But how could Ning Guqing know? Even Huang Shuwei looked at Ning Guqing in surprise. Even she didn't know that Wu Dali and Yi Hongxing were having an affair. How did Ning Guqing know? Huang Shuwei had a vague feeling that Ning Guqing didn't seem to be as he knew him to be. The reason why Ning Guqing knew this was naturally because Lu Yinan told him. All the key figures in Day Group and Lu Yinan's people were investigated. From Wu Dali and Yi Hongxing's travel records, Lu Yinan could conclude that there must be something fishy going on with these two people. Don't slander me. Yi Hongxing is my sister-in-law. How could I have an affair with her? Wu Dali retorted. He knew it, but couldn't admit it. Once I admit it and it gets out, Zhang Hu will definitely chop me into pieces. 2 months ago, Yi Hongxing went to France, and you went to the United States. Ning Guqing said. Wu Dali said, that's right. So what? One is in Europe and the other is in North America. There's a huge difference. But the day after you arrived in the United States, you went to France. Wu Dali widened his eyes. How did he know? 2 months ago, the two planned to go on vacation to Europe. But it's impossible for us to go together. How serious is the suspicion? So, Yi Hongxing went to France first. Wu Dali announced to the public that he was going to the United States, and then went to France without anyone noticing. That way, no one will know. But what he didn't expect was that this action of his attracted Lu Yinan's attention, which confirmed his improper relationship with Yi Hongxing. Wu Dali's approach was able to hide it from Zhang Hu. Because Zhang Hu couldn't find his whereabouts. But in front of the National Monitoring Agency, his tricks were too childish. They even knew exactly which city and hotel he stayed in France. Wu Dali looked at Ning Guqing in disbelief. He really didn't know. How could Ning Guqing know? He didn't want to admit it. But, the other party has produced evidence, so what does it matter whether they admit it or not? Don't speak. Not saying anything means agreeing. I want you to ask Yi Hongxing out. I want to talk to her. Ning Guqing stated his purpose. No need to make an appointment, she's inside the casino. Wu Dali pointed to the second floor of the casino, she's in Hall 2. Ning Guqing patted his shoulder and said, you are quite honest, kid. Wu Dali thought to himself, I have said everything I should say and everything I shouldn't say, so now it's time for me to let myself go. I'm in a hurry to go to the hospital. Go! Ning Guqing smiled. When Wu Dali saw that Ning Guqing let him go, he felt for the first time that Ning Guqing was an honest and trustworthy person. He drove away immediately and headed straight for the nearest hospital. Just as he got off the bus, several men in hats suddenly rushed out, pinned him to the ground, and warned him, Wu Dali, you are suspected of organizing gambling and illegal fundraising. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation. On the other side, after Wu Dali left, Ning Guqing entered the casino. The entire casino was filled with smoke. There were shouts everywhere, as well as people cursing because they lost money. In front of the dice table in hall number 2, there was a beautiful and elegant woman who seemed out of place among the gamblers around her. There were at least 3 million chips in front of her.
He is the most generous player at the entire gambling table. At this moment, she was feeling a little depressed because she had lost 3 games in a row.
500,000 is gone.
Of course, losing $500,000 was not the reason for her worries. But it was because of the young man sitting next to her.
He is so handsome. Good figure too.
A real fresh meat. But this kid is so hateful.
No matter what Hongxing asks him to do, he will do the opposite. For example, Yi Hongxing is the biggest. He is just small. Yi Hongxing lost 3 games in a row, and he won 3 games in a row. This is clearly going against my own opinion. Yi Hongxing defeated Xiao this time. And that boy bet big again. Yi Hongxing was immediately furious.
She slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Ning Guqing. What do you mean, if I bet on big, you bet on small, and if I bet on small, you bet on big?
Are you looking for trouble on purpose? Do you know who I am? Do you want to leave here alive?
As expected of the eldest brother's woman, she always speaks in a domineering manner. Of course, given her status, it's normal for her to be a little domineering. However, Ning Guqing's words made her lose her temper. You are having an affair with Wu Dali. Yi Hongxing was stunned for a moment.
She didn't dare admit this.
Still angrily, he said, don't be so unreasonable.
My husband is Zhang Hu of Day Group.
You even dare to take pictures of his wife shaking.
You really don't want to live anymore.
Ning Guqing continued, you and Wu Dali are having an affair.
Yi Hongxing, speaking now, do you believe I will tear your mouth apart?
Ning Guqing, you are having an affair with Wu Dali. Yi Hongxing was so angry that she was shaking all over, but she was afraid that this matter would get out, so she had to give in. Little brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I'm sure you know that the mouth can cause trouble.
Ning Guqing, you and Wu Dali have.
This time, Yi Hongxing didn't let Ning Guqing continue speaking and immediately covered his mouth.
All right. Let us talk it out nicely. Don't always have a leg. If this gets out, I'll be dead.
There were many people here, so Yi Hongxing pulled Ning Guqing upstairs. Originally, this upstairs was where Wu Dali and his younger brothers rested.
Strangely, the entire floor was empty. Of course there is no one. All ran away.
It's just that Yi Hongxing was inside the casino and didn't know what was happening outside.
She didn't take it seriously.
Ning Guqing was taken to a private room. Ning Guqing and Yi Hongxing were the only 2 people in the empty private room. Yi Hongxing lit a slender cigarette, and her smoking movements were very elegant.
Tell me, what do you want?
Ning Guqing looked at her with interest.
Don't say. The eldest brother's woman is really stunningly beautiful. I think you don't want your husband to know about this, right? Yi Hongxing sneered, that's not true at all. Wu Dali and I have nothing to do with each other. If we really do have any relationship, it's just an ordinary friendship. It seems that you will not give up until you see the Yellow River.
Ning Guqing was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so he took out his cell phone and showed her a photo. Ning Guqing took this photo when Wu Dali was kneeling on the ground, with one ear missing, begging Ning Guqing desperately.
He's confessed everything. What else do you have to say?
Yi Hongxing's face completely darkened. Looking at Ning Guqing seriously. Before, she thought Ning Guqing just happened to see her and Wu Dali doing something and wanted to use it as a threat to get some money. But now it seems not. If even Wu Dali could be beaten like this, it would definitely not be as simple as just asking for money.
Yi Hongxing started to panic.
She knew very well that if Zhang Hu knew about her and Wu Dali, she would be dead. I thought to myself that I must not let Zhang Hu know.
But how can I make Ning Guqing keep his mouth shut? How can I make Ning Guqing not tell anyone? Yi Hongxing thought about it and finally came up with a plan. Beauty trap.
Yi Hongxing, who was quite fierce just now, immediately turned into a gentle big sister, and her eyes were so charming that they could squeeze water out of her.
She first took off the small jacket she was wearing and placed it on the sofa.
Inside is a small white camisole. The majestic mountains were no longer covered by the coat and were fully displayed in Ning Guqing's sight. There is a feeling that I am about to break through Xiao Dai's belt and come out. Yi Hongxing took a step forward to get closer to Ning Guqing, put one hand on Ning Guqing's shoulder, and gently lifted the right shoulder strap of the suspenders with the other hand. Breathing like orchid, little brother, I see that you are so young, you probably haven't tasted what a woman tastes like, sister will let you taste it today.
Chapter 046 Huang Shui's ending. To be honest, Yi Hongxing looks really good. Not only does she have a good figure, but she also has a beautiful face, otherwise how could she become Zhang Hu's wife?
At this moment, she is extremely charming.
Few men could resist that tender and gentle look. Little brother, I'll let you have a taste today. After you have tasted it, you must not tell anyone about Wu Dali and me. Yi Hongxing's voice is charming. The tender eyes looked at Ning Guqing with an indescribable teasing look.
She is still quite confident in herself. Over the years, countless men have fallen under her spell and been unable to extricate themselves.
She just couldn't believe that a little boy who hadn't even grown all his hair could resist her. What to do? She was wrong.
Ning Guqing only felt that she was disgusting.
Quite disgusting.
Ning Guqing has never been interested in women who would always use their bodies as a bargaining chip.
I don't know how many hands it has passed through.
It looks bright and shiny on the surface, but in reality, dirty. Ning Guqing pushed her away directly. Yi Hongxing didn't expect Ning Guqing to push her away so ruthlessly.
A little lost. Sister, am I really old? Ning Guqing's voice came. I ask questions and you answer them. If you make me even slightly dissatisfied, I will definitely tell your husband about you and Wu Dali. Okay, go ahead and tell me what I know.
You've been with Zhang Hu for so long, you must know something about him.
I think you should understand what I mean. Yi Hongxing is not stupid, how could she not know what Ning Guqing was referring to?
It refers to his handle.
To put it simply, it is evidence of his crime.
Yi Hongxing instantly understood that he wanted to bring down Zhang Hu.
She really hesitated.
Once Zhang Hu falls, her life as a rich wife will be over, and she will never have such a comfortable life again.
But what if I don't tell Ning Guqing? What would be the consequences if Zhang Hu found out about my affair with Wu Dali?
Ning Guqing looked at her hesitation and felt that he needed to add fuel to the fire.
You should know that I know about Wu Dali and you, but can you guarantee that others don't know? So, your only choice is to kill Zhang Hu. Once he dies, or is arrested, even if he knows about you and Wu Dali, he won't be able to do anything to you. Yi Hongxing felt that what Ning Guqing said made sense. Once Zhang Hu dies or is caught, won't I be completely safe? Are you afraid of a bird?
Her mind raced through her savings. I have spent a lot of money over the years, but I also have some savings, as well as real estate, gold, and other things. If you don't spend money lavishly, you won't have to worry about your next life.
Okay, I tell you, he has a murder case on his hands. Half an hour later, Ning Guqing came out and sent the recording to Lu Yanan. 2 recordings. 1 paragraph is about Wu Dali exposing Li Yong. 1 paragraph is about Yi Hongxing exposing Zhang Hu. The rest of the matters were left to Lu Yanan. 3 days passed in a flash. On the bed,
Huang Shuwei placed her delicate hand on Ning Guqing's forehead and said, "You little rascal, I told you to be gentle, but you refused.
You'll get hurt if you're this violent, don't you know?"
Ning Guqing hugged Huang Shuwei's plump body. The aftermath of the incident still remained on her face. In the past 3 days, Ning Guqing had been almost always with her.
I also want to be gentle, but when I see you like this, I can't help but want to rub and torture you.
Huang Shuwei pressed her pretty face against Ning Guqing's chest, her right hand drawing circles on his lower abdomen. I hope you will always remember what I just said.
Remember, no matter how far apart we are, you must remember me.
Huang Shuwei's words had hidden meaning. But Ning Guqing didn't understand the meaning of her words and thought she wanted a promise from him.
I will never forget you, no matter who I forget.
You and I are in the same city, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future.
Huang Shuwei was stunned for a moment.
He smiled bitterly. About 10 minutes later, Huang Shuwei climbed down from Ning Guqing. She knew she was leaving.
Leave Mindu. Leave China.
It's not that she wants to leave, she doesn't want to leave, but she has to leave.
Leave here before Lu Yanan officially closes in on Date Group. Otherwise, you will be implicated.
Even if she did not participate in the illegal activities of Date Group, the fact that she cashed out from Date Group was enough to make her lose all her money. 3 days ago, Ning Guqing had a big fight with her because of this matter. Afterwards, Huang Shuwei said that he would not change his mind anymore. But in reality, she was still directing her team to cash out from Date Group's treasury. In 3 days, more than 9 billion yuan was raised.
Plus the previous ones. It is no exaggeration to say that she transferred tens of billions of funds overseas.
After Ning Guqing got up and took a shower, he didn't see Huang Shuwei anymore. He thought she had gone to buy breakfast.
He waited for a while,
but she didn't come back. I waited for another hour, but she still didn't come back. Made a phone call. But it is in the shutdown state. Ning Gucheng thought something had happened to her, but then he found a note she left on the table in the living room. Ning Gucheng, you little bastard. Sister, I'm leaving. If you don't leave now, I'm really going to fall in love with you. These days with you are the happiest days for my sister. I know you'll ask why I'm leaving. I don't want to hide it from you. Sister, I love money. I was used to the hard times when I was a kid, and I don't want to live that kind of hardship anymore, so these days, I've asked my team to cash out from Day Group. Seeing this, I think you will definitely despise me. Just despise me if you want to. Of course, if you report me now, Uncle Hat can still catch me. I'm at the airport right now. This is the end of the content on this note. Airport. Waiting hall. Huang Shui's luggage was very simple, just a simple trolley case. Holding a magazine in his hand. I looked at the time on my wrist and saw that there was still an hour and a half before takeoff. Looking at magazines. There was no change in expression on his face, he looked calm and composed. But my heart is not at peace at all. She didn't know whether Ning Gucheng would report her. To be honest, she was taking a gamble. Telling Ning Gucheng where you are going is like taking a gamble. I bet Ning Gucheng won't report me. Chapter 47. Ning Gucheng confesses his love to Jiang Xinyan. Time passes by every second. Until she boarded the plane, until the plane she was on took off. And just as the plane took off, Ning Gucheng watched quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window in the waiting hall. Watching the plane gradually taxi, take off, and then fly away. Ning Gucheng sighed helplessly, you still don't believe me. If you believe, you won't tempt yourself. Even if I knew it a long time ago, I would never report you. Ding. Successfully helped Huang Shui overcome this crisis and received the reward Minduipin basement second floor garage first floor. On the afternoon that Huang Shui left, Lu Yanan led a team that mobilized almost all the criminal police in Mindu, and the armed police and special police also cooperated to launch a crackdown on the Day Group. The operation lasted for a full 5 hours. All of Day Group's operations were wiped out, and more than 270 people were arrested. Wang Xiaoshui, Li Yang and Zhang Hu, who were in the detention center, were still kept in the dark. They didn't know what was happening outside, and were still looking forward to leaving here safely when the time came. It was not until their younger brothers were brought in one by one that they realized that something was wrong. When Lu Yanan saw a pile of evidence in front of them, the three guys were completely panicked. How did Uncle Hat get these charges and evidence? They knew it was over. This life is over. For their crimes, being shot 10 times would be considered a light punishment. When Ning Gucheng arrived at the garage on the second underground floor of Minduipin, he was completely dumbfounded. It's not surprising because of the large area here. But it's because of the car in the garage. There's a Bugatti Veyron. Poison. Porsche 911. Phantom. Koenigsegg 1. Ferrari 250 GTO. Hennessy Venom GT. Aston Martin 177. Hundreds of supercars are parked quietly here, and most of the cars here are supercars worth more than 50 million. Even Ning Gucheng's Ferrari LaFerrari is completely inferior to these cars. The system only said it would give me a garage, not a luxury car? Ning Gucheng was extremely excited. His Ferrari LaFerrari was scratched a few days ago, and he was still wondering when the system would give him another one. As a result, if you don't come, then don't come. It's so scary when it comes. Hundreds of them. If you open one every day, it will take hundreds of days to finish the day. Ning Gucheng spent several hours test driving more than a dozen sports cars, and only returned home after the sun had set. As soon as I got home, I saw Jiang Xinyan and Zhang Xiufei hugging each other. Looking very happy and excited. They were so excited that they were almost dancing, and they didn't notice that they were all wearing home clothes. Features of home clothes, soft. As they jumped up in excitement, the shaking of their majestic bodies was so powerful. Up and down, very magnificent. Especially Jiang Xinyan, because of her heroic nature, the waves were quite turbulent. Ning Gucheng was really worried that it might jump out of his collar. Xiaocheng, you're back. Come and see, come and see. Jiang Xinyan pointed at the TV and said, Day Group was raided, Wang Xiaoshui and the others were all arrested. I'm safe now, Xiaofei and I are safe now. Jiang Xinyan has been living in fear these days. First of all, he was afraid that Wang Xiaoshui's people would come to his door. Secondly, Zhang Xiaofei is about to start school and will definitely have to leave here to go to school. It is impossible to let her stay here all the time without going out.
It's okay now. Wang Xiaoshui and his gang were arrested, and the date group was also shut down. In this case, doesn't that mean I don't have to pay back the 10 million? It's safe. Finally safe. It's really great. I finally don't have to worry about it anymore. So happy. So exciting. Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but jump up again. Because he was far away before, Ning Guqing could only see the surging waves from afar. And now the two of them are close. Ning Guqing was more than a head taller than Jiang Xinyan. Looking down from above, through her stretched collar, he could clearly see the lively movements inside her clothes. No. Can't watch. Do not look at anything inappropriate. Morality told Ning Guqing that this view was very immoral. But I couldn't take my eyes away. Jiang Xinyan noticed Ning Guqing's eyes, then she immediately covered her hands and took a step back. Ning Guqing finally reacted. Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom. Ning Guqing, discovered? Awkward. He walked quickly into the bathroom. Jiang Xinyan cooked dinner to celebrate the new life. Yes, for Jiang Xinyan, she is the new life. Life began to come alive again. I opened 2 bottles of red wine specially. Zhang Xiaofei couldn't drink much and got drunk after just a few drinks. Ning Guqing carried her into the room like a princess. Jiang Xinyan was a little drunk. She tilted her head and looked at Ning Guqing. When I saw you hugging Xiaofei just now, I was thinking, how great it would be if you were Xiaofei's boyfriend. Ning Guqing sat next to Jiang Xinyan. Aunt Xinyan, you are wrong. I never thought about being Xiaofei's boyfriend, but I thought about being your boyfriend. Jiang Xinyan was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes stared into Ning Guqing's without blinking. Ning Guqing also looked at her. Time seemed to stop at this moment. It was unknown how long it took before Jiang Xinyan reacted first. She placed her delicate hand on Ning Guqing's brow and said, "You little bastard, do you know what you're talking about? How old am I? How old are you? I'm a generation older than you, don't you know?" Ning Guqing nodded. I know, but age is not distance. Which law stipulates that people with an age difference cannot be together? Having said that, Ning Guqing directly hugged Jiang Xinyan in his arms. The beauty in my arms is as fragrant and soft as jade. Jiang Xinyan struggled for a few times, symbolically hit Ning Guqing's shoulder, and then stopped moving. Holding Ning Guqing's waist. That beautiful face was pressed against Ning Guqing's chest. Ning Guqing looked at the shy and lovely beauty in his arms, at her charming red lips. Chapter 48. Jiang Xinyan washes the sheets early in the morning. Just when Ning Guqing was about to succeed, Jiang Xinyan suddenly came to her senses and immediately broke free from Ning Guqing's arms. No. Absolutely not. There's such a huge gap between him and me, it's absolutely impossible. Then, she fled into her room and threw herself into the quilt. At this time, she found that her cheeks were unusually hot. Although it has something to do with drinking. But she knew it was definitely not because of drinking. My little heart is beating wildly. Jiang Xinyan herself felt it was incredible. As someone who had experienced it, how could she not know that this was emotional? To put it bluntly, she wanted it too. This is the second time Jiang Xinyan has felt this way in these days. This is an incredible thing. If it were someone else, not only would they not have this feeling, they would even feel disgusted. Why does this feeling appear again and again when facing Ning Guqing's teasing? Don't look at Jiang Xinyan's age. But deep down, he is still very traditional. I really can't accept that there is such a big age gap between me and Ning Guqing, and we still have this kind of relationship. He can't really like me. There's such a huge age gap between him and me, he must be attracted to me just because of my appearance. Jiang Xinyan is absolutely confident about her figure. But she doesn't want her partner to be good to her because of her body or looks. This was not what she wanted to see. However, as for Ning Guqing, she really couldn't imagine what else a 19-year-old boy, and such an outstanding boy at that, could like in her besides her looks. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Aunt Xinyan, it's me. It was Ning Guqing's voice. Xiaocheng, I'm going to sleep. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Jiang Xinyan said without opening the door.
She was worried that if she opened the door, she would lose control when she met Ning Gucheng.
That would be difficult. This continued until the next morning. Jiang Xinyan almost didn't sleep the whole night. She couldn't sleep and tossed and turned all night. When I woke up, I had dark circles under my eyes. Ning Gucheng discovered early in the morning that Jiang Xinyan came out with a bedsheet. Wash the sheets? Aunt Xinyan, there's no need to wash it yourself. I'll ask the property management to arrange for the cleaning staff to come.
Ning Gucheng walked over and wanted to take the bedsheet from her hand, but Jiang Xinyan put her hands behind her back like lightning.
No, I'll wash it myself.
Then she fled into the bathroom.
Ning Gucheng inadvertently glanced at the bedsheet in her hand. I found that there was a wet spot.
Well, he must have been drinking water in bed and the cup was knocked over. However, for such a large area, it must have needed a large cup of water, otherwise it would not be so wet.
After breakfast, Jiang Xinyan and her daughter left. Wang Xiaoshui was arrested, Day Group was destroyed, and Jiang Xinyan and her daughter were completely safe. Not only do you not have to pay back the 30 million you owe, you don't even have to pay back the principal of 10 million. Looking at the back of the girl driving away in the Tesla, Ning Gucheng sneered, how could such a gorgeous girl escape from my grasp? Reborn.
Ning Gucheng just wants to live a life as he pleases. He wanted to enjoy everything he had not enjoyed in his previous life. I smiled triumphantly, and again triumphantly, smiling at the immortality of the mortal world.
I am proud. Ning Gucheng's cell phone rang. It was Lu Yanan calling.
The biggest contributor to solving the Date Group case so quickly was undoubtedly the undercover agent Ning Gucheng.
But, for Ning Gucheng's safety, his undercover identity should not be exposed. Ning Gucheng's name will never appear in public. Even at the press conference yesterday, Lu Yanan didn't dare to mention Ning Gucheng's name. But praise is still necessary.
Lu Yanan called to express her gratitude to Ning Gucheng. The two agreed to meet at the Love Coffee Shop on the corner of Jiangbin Road.
In the elevator.
Even though Yang Meng was wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, he was recognized by the guy in the elevator with him.
He is a young man. A look of excitement, Yang Meng? Are you really Yang Meng? I finally met the big star Yang Meng.
The young man seemed extremely excited.
Excited. Excited.
He immediately took out his phone and said, "Hello, Yang Meng.
I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you?" Yang Meng actually doesn't want to take photos with anyone. Why?
Because I was worried that they didn't turn on the beauty filter. Or if your photography skills are not good and you take ugly photos of yourself, and then post the ugly photos online, it will affect your image.
Sorry, I don't take pictures with people. Excuse me. Yang Meng refused bluntly. The young man could clearly feel Yang Meng's indifference towards him. But I was thinking in my heart, it's not just me that's being cold to you. You're so cold to everyone. Bite. At this time, the elevator door opened. Ning Gucheng walked in.
When Yang Meng saw that it was Ning Gucheng, she, who had been extremely cold just now, suddenly became like a different person. There's no trace of aloofness at all. She smiled sweetly and took the initiative to please him. "Hello, Junior Ning, what a coincidence, we meet again."
Look.
Even the junior fellow's words of flattery were said.
If this isn't flattery, what is?
Ning Gucheng had met her several times before and smiled, "It's you, little star."
The word little star almost broke Yang Meng's defense.
Although I am not a top star, I am still a household name.
Can you remove that small print?
If anyone else had teased Yang Meng like this, she would have definitely turned her face away.
However, the young man next to her began to gloat. Isn't mocking Yang Meng as a little star an insult to her? Expect to be looked down upon.
This guy was still waiting for Yang Meng to lose his temper, but
in Junior Ning's eyes, I'm of course just a small star.
Junior Ning is the future top star.
Puff. The guy just now spat out the milk tea in his mouth before he could swallow it. Is this how you lick it?
It can no longer be described as flattering.
This is totally licking, right? Who on earth is this guy? How could Yang Meng, the goddess in the eyes of countless men and a big star, lick him like this? They were both taking the same elevator, so why was he allowed to be licked by Yang Meng? Chapter 049. If you want to be healthy, you should eat more papaya.
The young man felt very unbalanced. Because of jealousy, she was unhappy with Ning Guqing no matter how she looked at him.
Bah, why? However, he didn't think so the next second. He saw Ning Guqing pressing the elevator button to the basement floor.
The underground garage rewarded by Ning Guqing's system is on the second floor below ground. The young man's eyes widened.
Yang Mang also looked at Ning Guqing in great surprise. All residents living here know that in Minduipin's underground garage, only the basement floor is open to the public. The second basement floor has never been open to the public. As for why, nobody knows.
And just today, it was suddenly reported that the entire underground second floor was bought by a mysterious super rich man.
Why do we have to add a super before the tycoon?
It's easy to figure out that in this land-scarce city of Fujian, it's not possible for ordinary rich people to buy such a large parking lot. What is even more frightening is that I heard there are countless supercars parked inside. A considerable number of car models are ones that most people have never seen. It's even the kind that most ordinary people would never dream of seeing in their lifetime.
Yang Meng was surprised and asked, "Is that mysterious rich man you?" Ning Guqing was a little confused after hearing this. "What do you mean by mysterious rich man? How could I be a mysterious rich man?"
Seeing that Ning Guqing had no reaction, Yang Meng thought, these super rich people are just low-key.
They still refuse to admit it even after such a situation? Take out your cell phone. Click on the owners group.
The whole group was very lively, with everyone talking about things on the second floor below ground.
For example, it is possible that it was bought by the richest man in Mindu. Some people say that he might be the heir to a super tycoon family.
Some people also say it was a domineering president. Some people also said that there were countless supercars parked inside.
Since there are no pictures, I don't know if it's real. Ning Guqing looked at the news and felt helpless.
He didn't expect it to spread so quickly.
But I don't care.
With so many luxury cars parked there, it would be strange if they were not discovered.
Soon, we reached the basement level. The elevator door opened.
Ning Guqing looked at Yang Meng in surprise, then looked at the young man before, and thought to himself, didn't you two go to base 1?
Why did you follow us here? As soon as the elevator door opened, the security guard at the door immediately bowed respectfully.
Hello, Mr. Ning. This security guard was arranged by the property management. If there are so many luxury cars parked here and no one is watching over them, something bad will definitely happen. Ning Guqing was holding a plastic bag in his hand.
Handed the plastic bag to the security guard. Brother Wang, thank you for your hard work. Give it to the brothers. The security guard took the plastic bag, took a look at it, and his eyes widened instantly. 5 Chinese dumplings?
It's the thin kind. His mind was spinning rapidly.
750 yuan per piece, how much would 5 of them cost? It must be several thousand, right?
Brother Wang has been working as a security guard for many years and often receives small gifts from owners, including cigarettes and alcohol, but at most he only receives 1 or 2 packs, and most of the time he receives them one by one. I have never met someone like Ning Guqing who can come up with 5 at once. As expected of a super rich man, everything he does is extraordinary. Now he had even more respect for Ning Guqing. I patted my chest and promised Ning Guqing that as long as the car was parked in the garage, if it was damaged even a little bit, I would give you my head. This is exactly what Ning Guqing wanted. Yang Meng and the young man were completely stunned the moment the elevator door opened. Looking around, all you see are supercars. Koenigsegg 1. Ferrari 250 GTO. Hennessy Venom GT. Aston Martin 177. Poison? Phantom? Bugatti Veyron? Yang Meng couldn't recognize most of the cars here, but she could tell from their appearance that they were very expensive. And that young man is the one who knows the value of things. He is a rich second generation and owns a supercar worth more than 3 million yuan. I also joined a supercar club. So, there is still some research on supercars. He recognized most of the car models here at a glance. I was so scared that I almost peed myself. What the hell, even our entire supercar club combined doesn't have this many cars? Moreover, each one is a limited edition, and many of them are not available on the market. Who is this guy? Before, the young man was envious and jealous of Ning Guqing, but now he is not jealous anymore. Just look up. Then he immediately took out his cell phone and planned to take a photo. He believed that as long as this photo appeared in the club group, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Even the club president who has been elusive will be blown out. But Just as he took out his cell phone, Brother Wang rushed over. She reached out and snatched his phone.
Sorry, no photos allowed here.
Brother Wang's voice was low and quite majestic.
Wu Xiaofeng said with a smile, I'll just take one photo, just one photo will be enough. Brother Wang continued, I'm sorry, no, you don't want me to lose my job, do you?
At this time, another security guard came over. There are 2 security guards in this underground garage during the day and 2 security guards at night. Wu Xiaofeng was helpless and could only look at Ning Guqing with pleading eyes, hoping that Ning Guqing would show mercy and let him take a few photos.
Ning Guqing didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Just ignore it. Walked straight to Koenigsegg 1.
It is said that this car costs hundreds of millions. Afterwards, Wu Xiaofeng was directly kicked out by the security guards.
As for Yang Meng,
the security guard didn't stop him.
After all, she is a beauty.
Beautiful women have their own advantages, but who knows what the relationship between her and Ning Guqing is?
Yang Meng immediately chased after Ning Guqing.
The look he gave Ning Guqing once again changed drastically. Before this, when she saw Ning Guqing by the king of buildings, she became determined to curry favor with him. Now, I have once again witnessed Ning Guqing's strength. I'm completely impressed by him. You have to know that a considerable number of these cars cannot be bought just by having money.
To qualify for a car purchase.
This so-called qualification, in simple terms, is identity and status. Although Yang Meng has not been in society for long, she has spent 3 years struggling in the entertainment industry, the most chaotic melting pot. I know very well that it is really difficult for an artist to make any progress without background and support.
Dao Lang knows it. He was so popular in the past that he was already a household name. But it's because I have no background.
Those scumbags in the Beijing circle were unhappy with him and forced him to retire from the circle for many years. If he hadn't clung to that person's support 2 years ago, it would have been impossible for him to become popular again, or even return to the stage. Yang Meng caught up to Ning Guqing and knocked on the car window, and Ning Guqing lowered the window.
This Koenigsegg 1 is a bit short.
In fact, supercars are all a bit short. In order to keep her eyes level with Ning Guqing, Yang Meng deliberately bent down, and when she bent down, her collar opened. From Ning Guqing's perspective, the scenery inside can be seen at a glance.
White is really white. Her skin is very good, white and tender. But, it is really small. It's even smaller than Zhang Xiaofei's.
Zhang Xiaofei is at least between B and C, while Yang Meng is at best at the A to B level.
Yang Meng was about to speak when Ning Guqing spoke first. I suggest you eat more papaya.
After saying that, Ning Guqing's car window rolled up, and then this supercar worth hundreds of millions of dollars rushed out with a roar like a wild beast.
Yang Meng didn't react to what Ning Guqing meant for a moment. Why would you let yourself eat papaya for no reason? But he reacted quickly. This is to allow yourself to. Did he see everything just now? Yang Meng subconsciously covered her chest and said silently, does he dislike that I am small? Does he like big ones?
No wonder, even though I'm so enthusiastic towards him, he still ignores me.
So that's the problem. He doesn't like small. Isn't it easy to get bigger?
Then she immediately took out her cell phone and called her agent. Hello, Sister Wang, please help me contact a reliable plastic surgery hospital, I want to have breast augmentation.
Chapter 050. These legs are so white.
At the entrance of Mindu Ipin community, there is a supercar parked with the engine still running.
Lamborghini Urus S.
A supercar with a bare car price of around 3 million is considered an entry-level model among Lamborghini models. But it doesn't prevent the young man from driving this car to pick up girls. Whenever I go to entertainment venues such as university gates or nightclubs, I always come back with a lot of things.
The young man always paid attention to the exit of the underground parking lot.
The phone shows the chat group of their supercar club. Just now, the young man Wu Xiaofeng sent a message saying, the second underground floor of Minduipin is filled with super sports cars, at least more than 100 of them.
And
all of them are supercars worth more than 50 million. For example, Ferrari F60, Aston Martin 177, Koenigsegg 1, and SSC Big Lizard under Siebel. He mentioned more than a dozen supercars in one breath.
Then,
it instantly caused ridicule from everyone in the group.
Yes, not a sensation, but a ridicule. No one believes it. All the people who can be in this group are rich second generation. They are all supercar enthusiasts. Who doesn't know how difficult it is to get a car like this? Some things cannot be bought with money.
If you say that there are 2 or 3 such supercars parked in the underground garage of Minduipin, they will believe it. After all, Minduipin is where the rich live.
Rich? But you said the entire garage is filled with luxury cars of this kind, hundreds of them? Do you think this is a car show? Even a world-class auto show cannot get hundreds of luxury cars like this. Wu Xiaofeng was ridiculed by his brothers in the group. I feel depressed. I'm telling the truth.
Unfortunately, no one believed what he said, and he had no photos as evidence to prove himself, so he waited at the exit and made sure to take a photo to show these guys.
It wasn't long before I heard the roar of an engine coming from the exit.
Wu Xiaofeng immediately switched his phone to video mode.
Brush.
The Koenigsegg one passed by him like lightning and entered the main road. The video is very short, just a few seconds, and Koenigsegg is gone. When this video appeared in the group, those guys who were originally mocking Wu Xiaofeng shut up instantly.
Oh my god, this is the Koenigsegg one? Is it really the Koenigsegg one?
I've only seen the legendary supercar worth hundreds of millions of yuan on TV.
Awesome. Brother Jiad Wu Xiaofeng, send me the coordinates and location.
Roaring engine at Wu Xiaofeng, brother Feng, I want to see the style of Koenigsegg.
Send me the location and I'll go and take a look. Supercars are my favorite at Wu Xiaofeng, brother Feng. Do you know the guy driving the Koenigsegg? Is he handsome? Is he young? Can you introduce him to someone?
I'm more concerned about the guy driving the Koenigsegg.
Super running Xiaolin at super running. I'm the most sexy, little slut. Are you going to be naughty again? I am the most coquettish when running a supercar. Yeah, that's right, don't you agree?
If you don't agree, come and bite me.
Supercar Xiaolin, speechless expression. Supercars are my coolest at Wu Xiaofeng, brother Feng. Is that guy handsome? Is he young? Wu Xiaofeng at supercar. I am the stylish, he's just so handsome. Even though I never admit defeat in terms of looks, I have to admit he's the best.
I am the most sexy when it comes to supercars, the expression of shining eyes.
Wu Xiaofeng, I estimate it to be around 18 or 19 years old.
I am the coolest when it comes to supercars, my eyes are shining again, plus I am shocked plus overjoyed. Then at everyone, sisters in the group, this is my decision.
If anyone wants to snatch it from me, I will be angry. This group is mostly composed of boys.
But some of them are girls. At this time, a man called Young Master Jiang spoke.
Young Master Jiang at Wu Xiaofeng, Koenigsegg 1? This is a car I can't even buy. How could there be such an amazing person in Mindu? Xiaofeng, ask this person out. I want to meet him. Young Master Jiang, full name Jiang Hao. The only legal heir to the Jiang Group.
It is said that the Jiang Group controls 2 listed companies, and it is unknown how many unlisted companies there are.
As the only legitimate heir to the Jiang Group, one can imagine how noble his status is. And he has another identity, the vice president of the Supercar Club. Since young Master Jiang had spoken, Wu Xiaofeng had to do as he was told. Okay, young Master Jiang, but give me some time. He and I have only met once, and it wasn't a very pleasant meeting. Give me 3 days, and I guarantee I can get him an appointment. Young Master Jiang at Wu Xiaofeng, okay, I trust you to do the job. The other side. Ning Guqing drove the Koenigsegg OEN to the place agreed with Lu Yanan. Wanda Plaza. I have a question for everyone. Do you know what it feels like to drive a supercar worth hundreds of millions to a downtown area? Do you know what it feels like to have a 100% return rate?
When Ning Guqing's Koenigsegg appeared in front of everyone, when the roaring engine sound like a beast surrounded these people's ears,
almost everyone looked over. And when Ning Guqing got off the car, as expected, he was surrounded.
Compared to this luxury car, those young ladies are obviously more interested in the owner of this luxury car. The scent of dozens of perfumes hit me in the face. There were people everywhere, and there were too many of them for Ning Guqing to handle.
Everyone, please be patient. I'll give you my contact information if you want, and I'll accompany you for dinner if you want. But please wait a moment. I'll give the car keys to my boss and then I'll come back to accompany you. If you're late, my boss will be angry.
As soon as Ning Guqing said this, the attitudes of the young ladies around him immediately changed.
Is this guy the driver? Fuck, he's just a driver, what a waste of my expression. Stinky driver, I was saying he looked shabby.
I almost got tricked, mad.
In an instant, these young ladies scattered. Ning Gucheng expressed helplessness. Some women are just so realistic. Wow, not bad, you changed your car again? This one is more luxurious than the last one? A teasing voice came from next to my ear. Ning Gucheng turned around and saw the tall Lu Yanan standing in front of him. She was not wearing a uniform at the moment. A smart casual outfit. On top is a white t-shirt that is so ordinary that it cannot be more ordinary. Below are denim shorts and white sneakers, revealing a pair of slender white legs that are bright enough to blind people. Ning Gucheng couldn't help but take a few more glances. These legs are so damn white. Chapter 051. I can't beat her, this woman is too violent. How could Ning Gucheng's gaze escape Lu Yanan's discerning eyes? She had already noticed that Ning Gucheng's eyes were looking at her legs again and again. But instead of getting angry, she deliberately teased, "Is it beautiful? If it is beautiful, then look at it more." "Sister, I am not angry with you." The more she said this, the more embarrassed Ning Gucheng felt. He smiled awkwardly. To ease the awkwardness, he changed the subject. "I said, where is the commendation meeting for me?" Lu Yanan said, "What commendation meeting? I came here to treat you to coffee." Pointed to the coffee shop not far ahead. Store name, Love at the Corner. Ning Gucheng? Wasn't it agreed on the phone that you asked me to come here to commend me? Recognition turns into drinking coffee? Do I have to run so far just to drink coffee? Be my boyfriend. Lu Yanan suddenly said again. Her words scared Ning Gucheng. Be your boyfriend? Are you kidding me? It's okay that we just met by chance. Not familiar again. We only collaborated once. Why so sudden? Ning Gucheng sighed. Am I so handsome that even the policewoman can't help but fall in love with me? Being handsome can sometimes be a hassle. The situation is this, my parents have been urging me to get married, but I don't want to get married so soon, so, you made up an excuse that you already have a boyfriend to fool your dad? Lu Yanan nodded. Am I very smart? Ning Gucheng immediately rolled his eyes at her. This kind of outdated method could be thought of by anyone. Still smart? Oh my god. So, I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend all the time. Ning Gucheng turned and left. He is using himself as a shield. This is a thankless job, whoever wants to do it can do it, he is too lazy to do it. Seeing Ning Gucheng being so disrespectful, Lu Yanan's temper flared up. Ning Gucheng, stop right there. Don't stop. I'm Shadaishan. If you don't come back to me, I'll beat you up, believe it or not? Ning Gucheng then stopped. Turn around and look at her. Beat me? So funny. Let us learn about Laozi's physique, which is 75. He hooked his finger at her. Come here. Seeing Ning Gucheng being so arrogant, Lu Yanan strode over. A grabbing move was directly directed at Ning Gucheng's shoulder. Ning Gucheng, who had been prepared, planned to take a step back, but Lu Yanan's move was just a feint. The right hand that was originally clasping towards his shoulder moved downwards. He grabbed Ning Gucheng's belt at the waist like lightning, and at the same time grabbed his collar with his left hand. Use both arms to exert force at the same time. Call. Ning Gucheng's body weighing more than 100 pounds was actually lifted up by her and thrown out. This move is not a grappling technique in military boxing, but a wrestling technique. Ning Gucheng was thrown out. If he were a normal person, it would be difficult for him not to be thrown all over the place. However, Ning Gucheng's physical fitness is only level 75 after all. His body's reaction speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. He lost his balance in mid-air and twisted his waist. His body somersaulted in mid-air. Keep your legs firmly on the ground. Didn't fall. What to do? Ning Gucheng was obviously too happy too early. Just when he stood still, Lu Yanan's attack had already arrived. Call. Ning Gucheng only felt a strong wind blowing on his face, and Lu Yanan's shoe was directly in front of him. The shoe upper and his nose were no more than a centimeter apart. Ning Gucheng was startled. Knowing that you lost. Lost without any chance of fighting back. How about it? Do the soles of my shoes look good? Lu Yanan retracted her legs. I thought to myself, this kid was able to dissolve my first move, his strength is still acceptable. Ning Gucheng shook his head. He felt that even 5 of him wouldn't be able to defeat her. In the face of absolute strength, temporarily avoiding the edge is the best option. So Ning Gucheng decided not to leave.
I followed her into the coffee shop and the two of us chose a seat by the window. We first ordered 2 cups of coffee and some pastries. Then, Lu Yanan solemnly took out his mobile phone and made a video call. The people on the other end of the video are Lu Yanan's parents. The mother looks dignified and graceful. His father was serious and majestic. Ning Guqing felt at first sight that this man might be a high-ranking official, otherwise how could he have such an aura? When Lu Yanan introduced Ning Guqing, the two elders were obviously a little unconvinced. Isn't this too young? Can't we have a sister-brother relationship? You two elders will definitely think I'm a fake, right? Let me put it this way, if you were looking for a fake, why would you choose someone with such a big age difference? Wouldn't it be enough to find someone around Nan's age? Why would I expose such a flaw to you? After hearing what Ning Guqing said, the two elders felt that it made sense. That's right. Even if you want to find a fake, you can just find one who is about the same age. They had no doubt about Ning Guqing's identity, and the next step was to ask some questions. For example, your specific age and what you do. How many people are there in the family? Etc. It lasted for more than half an hour before it ended. Fortunately, Ning Guqing has lived 2 lives and has a lot of social experience, otherwise I really don't know how to deal with it. Ning Guqing's performance exceeded Lu Yanan's expectations. Isn't it too good? After the video ended, he gave Ning Guqing a big thumbs up. I find that you have a talent for being a policeman. Why don't you stop studying at the Mindu Film and Television Academy and transfer to the Mindu Police Academy? Lu Yanan stirred the coffee and looked into Ning Guqing's eyes. After working with him for just a few days, I was able to take over the day group. This alone is enough to prove that he has a talent for solving cases. You want me to be a police officer? Lu Yanan nodded. Yes, if you agree, I will help you enroll in the Mindu Police Academy. Ning Guqing didn't refuse directly, but instead asked, if I became a police officer, would I be able to drive a supercar worth tens of millions to work every day? Lu Yanan shook his head. No, it will have a very bad impact. I absolutely won't allow it. Ning Guqing asked again, then can I wear a Patek Philippe and clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars to work? Lu Yanan shook his head again. No, our team emphasizes integrity. Ning Guqing spread his hands. You said, this is not possible, that is not possible, and I have to be on call 24 hours a day. Do you think I am stupid? I have a good life and I want to risk my life with you? Lu Yanan seemed to have anticipated this answer long ago. Therefore, she did not show too much disappointment. After a pause, she finally said the real purpose of coming to Ning Guqing this time. Since you don't want to be a police officer, I won't force you, but... Chapter 052 Mysterious Organization. But even if you don't become a police officer, you can still help us police officers. Several actresses have disappeared recently. All of them are from the Mindu Film and Television Academy, and are either in their 3rd or 4th year of university. We suspect it's related to Vice President Park of the Academy of Film and Television. Ning Guqing's heart sank. Is a senior student missing from school? Ning Guqing remembered that in his previous life, some senior students in school had suddenly disappeared. The students' parents even came to the school to make trouble. But in the end, the school suppressed it, and the reason was not found until Ning Guqing graduated. It's actually related to that bald guy? Aren't you going to study at the Mindu Film and Television Academy? Please help me investigate this Vice President Park. Ning Guqing was silent. Okay, I promise. Ning Guqing nodded. Lu Yanan smiled faintly. Oh, you agreed so readily? I thought you were going to bargain. Ning Guqing rolled his eyes at her and said, as long as we live, we should do something meaningful for society and the people. Although I, Ning Guqing, am just a commoner, I also know what to do and what not to do. Lu Yanan was extremely excited after hearing this. You have such awareness at such a young age. I was right about you. However, the reality is, the system just assigned another task. Main quest released. Complete the task assigned by Lu Yanan. Upon completion, you will receive the reward, Mastery of Military Boxing. Seeing that it was military boxing, Ning Guqing couldn't help but feel excited. Ning Guqing knew that he lost to Lu Yanan just now because of his poor technique. It's like having a lot of energy but not knowing how to use it. Just rely on brute force. However, you can still beat ordinary thugs by relying on brute force. But if you meet a martial artist, you will be in trouble. Once you master the military boxing, you will know how to use all your strength. Little guy, wait until I master the military boxing, and then I'll show you how I'll deal with you.
Afterwards, Lu Yanan introduced Vice President Park to Ning Gucheng. His original name is Park Bucheng. Vice President. 47 years old. I married a wife who was about 25 years old 5 years ago. It was like an old cow eating young grass. The introduction lasted about an hour. The two people then separated.
It wasn't until Ning Gucheng completely disappeared from sight that Lu Yanan picked up the phone and dialed a number.
Leader, I've found a good talent.
He's not only thoughtful but also quick-witted.
Although his skills are a little lacking, I think he can be trained. I strongly recommend him to join us.
A middle-aged voice came from the other end of the phone. I have nothing to say about the person you like, but everything needs to follow the procedures. Receiving the leader's affirmation, Lu Yanan breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, leader, I will carefully evaluate him.
I have just assigned him a task, mainly to test his ability. The next day,
Ning Gucheng was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone.
I glanced at the time and it was 10 o'clock in the morning.
The person calling was Zhang Xiaofei.
Brother Xiaocheng, what time is it? Why haven't you reported to school yet? I've been waiting for you for an hour. Don't tell me you're still sleeping. Report? All right. Ning Gucheng then remembered that today was the first day of school registration. Your most handsome little city brother is getting up.
Ning Gucheng turned over and stood up with a somersault. Zhang Xiaofei on the opposite side burst out laughing when she heard Ning Gucheng's conceited words.
It's so hot outside. I won't wait for you. I'll go in and register first. See you at school.
Zhang Xiaofei had already arrived at the school gate. I waited for Ning Gucheng at the school gate for an hour. You have to remember that this is early September and the temperature is as high as 37 or 38 degrees. Considering that Ning Gucheng was coming from home, it would take at least an hour for him to arrive.
I can't wait any longer, or I'll get tanned.
What's more, Zhang Xiaofei and Ning Gucheng are not studying the same major.
Zhang Xiaofei is in the directing department, and Ning Gucheng is in the acting department.
The registration location varies depending on the major. After washing up, breakfast was delivered from the Mindu Hotel. After breakfast, Ning Gucheng went out and saw a familiar face at the elevator entrance.
Wasn't he the guy who went to his garage yesterday to take a photo?
Wu Xiaofeng has been waiting for Ning Gucheng for 2 hours.
He didn't dare to knock on Ning Gucheng's door.
I was afraid that disturbing him rashly would make him unhappy, so I waited at the elevator entrance.
I thought, he must be going out.
Seeing Ning Gucheng coming over, Wu Xiaofeng immediately took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Brother Chang.
You waiting for me? Wu Xiaofeng nodded.
Brother Feng, I live downstairs, on the 5th floor.
My name is Wu Xiaofeng. I've told young Master Jiang about you, and he wants to meet you. When are you free?
Ning Gucheng, I'm rushing to register at school now, so I don't have time.
Wu Xiaofeng, I don't know which school you are going to register at, Brother Chang. Ning Gucheng glared at him. Are you here to check the household registration?
Wu Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly.
I don't want to ask any more questions. Seeing Ning Gucheng enter the elevator, he immediately followed in.
Brother Chang, please don't make things difficult for me.
I can't afford to offend young Master Jiang. He asked me to come and ask you out.
If I fail to complete this task, it will be difficult for me to survive in Mindu in the future.
Ning Gucheng frowned. Is this young Master Jiang so domineering? Then, you are having a hard time in Mindu, what does it have to do with me? Ha!
Wu Xiaofeng originally intended to play the victim.
Try to gain some sympathy.
I thought to myself, I'm so pitiful, please help me meet young Master Jiang.
Result. This guy doesn't care about his own life or death. Brother Chang, please don't embarrass me.
You and young Master Jiang are both important people.
I, a mere errand boy, can't afford to offend either of them.
How about this, you set a time and place, and I'll talk to young Master Jiang and we can meet.
Before, Wu Xiaofeng asked Ning Gucheng to meet young Master Jiang. Now we have changed the topic and arranged a meeting place. It seems like they are all meeting, but the results are different. Have you ever seen a younger person ask an elder to come and see them? Of course, this doesn't make sense. By the same token, initially letting Ning Gucheng meet young Master Jiang was an inequality of status.
By making an appointment to meet at a place, the two people's status is equal.
Young Master Jiang really wants to see me so much?
If he really wants to see me, then let him come to the Mindu Film and Television Academy. After Ning Guqing finished speaking, the elevator arrived. After the door opened, he walked out. Wu Xiaofang wanted to follow him, but was stopped by the security guard.
Wu Xiaofang was depressed. How did it become that young Master Jiang went to see you? Chapter 053, What is it like to drive a supercar to school?
Ning Guqing entered the parking lot and looked around to see all kinds of super sports cars. Of course, there were also some off-road vehicles, but not many, less than 10.
Since we're going to school? School is a place of purity, not a place of comparison.
Studying hard and making progress every day is what students should do, so I should keep a low profile when reporting this time. So, he chose the Bugatti La Voiture Noire.
This car made its debut at the 2019 Geneva Motor Show.
It is priced at 129 million yuan and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.4 seconds. This car can only be considered medium level in Ning Guqing's garage. Wu Xiaofang was just about to call young Master Jiang when he heard the roar of an engine. He looked up and saw a super cool supercar driving out of the garage.
Then it went uphill and soon disappeared from his sight. Wu Xiaofang was stunned. He drove a Bugatti to school to register? I'll go.
This is the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. A supercar with a bare car price of 126 million.
So, can't he get any girl in this school he wants? In the eyes of a rich second generation like Wu Xiaofang, Ning Guqing's Bugatti is definitely the best supercar.
Not to mention owning it, even if he can drive it for a lap, he will wake up laughing in his dreams.
All smart rich second generations know this.
Money is for women to look at, not to spend. So, if you want to pick up girls, you have to let them see your strength.
How can you let her see your strength? You can't just show her your balance.
Therefore, these external things are particularly important.
For example, watches. But there are too many people buying fakes, and there are a lot of parallel imports on the market.
Take the green submariner that is popular in nightclubs for example, 8 out of 10 people wear fakes. Most women simply cannot tell the real from the fake. As a result, in recent years, many girls have been deceived by this type of people who have no money but pretend to be rich.
Over time, these women no longer look at their watches. Then what are you looking at? The first thing you notice is the car he drives.
Those who drive luxury cars are not necessarily rich people, but rich people definitely have at least one luxury car of their own.
At this time, some people will ask, can I borrow a car too? Even rent.
Some cars can be rented for only a few hundred yuan a day, while supercars and the like can be rented for only 1 or 2,000 yuan a day.
Most people can bear it. Think about it, what kind of cars are available for rent? Supercar?
At most, it's at the level of a few million. There are basically no tens of millions, and hundreds of millions are even more impossible.
Wu Xiaofang looked at the Bugatti going away with an indescribable envy in his eyes.
Some people struggle all their lives just to reach Rome, while some people are born in Rome.
If his car appeared at the Film and Television Academy, how many girls could resist it?
This Film and Television Academy was originally one of the places for selecting concubines for people like Wu Xiaofang.
They go there often.
As soon as the supercar stops at the school gate, within 10 minutes, a student girl will come over to chat with you.
Mindu Film and Television Academy is located in the university town of Mindu. Today is the day for new students to report.
Around noon, the school gate is the busiest time, and some students from other places have almost arrived by this time.
Many new students arrived one after another.
A long banner was hung at the school gate, "Welcome new students." Some student union seniors who were responsible for welcoming the new students were also very enthusiastic. Especially when they see the pretty female students, the seniors immediately become ambassadors of love.
Not only did they help carry bags and luggage, they also walked them downstairs to the girls' dormitory like lapdogs.
If the dormitory manager hadn't forbidden boys to go upstairs, these guys would have been eager to move the luggage upstairs.
As for those senior students, they don't just look at people based on appearance.
The Film and Television Academy cannot compare with other schools in terms of the number of students enrolled simply because it has a smaller number of admissions. However, when it comes to the number of handsome men and beautiful women, no other school can match it. There are so many handsome guys.
Not rare. What they look at first is strength. Of course, if you are capable and handsome, that would be the best choice. It was almost 11 o'clock in the afternoon.
Accompanied by a low, beast-like roar of an engine, the originally noisy school gate suddenly became quiet. Whether it's the freshmen who are registering, the student union members who are responsible for welcoming the freshmen, or the male animals who have nothing to do but insist on using the slogan of welcoming freshmen just to pick up girls, they all stopped what they were doing.
Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from. Then I saw a black, cool and awesome super sports car rushing towards me on the road like a running beast. Wherever this car passed, other cars on the road gave way. Even Land Rovers, BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes and even Rolls-Royces that usually run rampant on the road would keep out of the way when they saw the Bugatti coming. If it gets bumped or scratched, I won't be able to afford the compensation even if I sell my underwear. Under everyone's gaze, the Bugatti stopped steadily at the school gate. Originally everyone thought that the supercar was just passing by the road in front of the school gate. I never thought it would stop. Could it be the new students who are here to report? Realizing this, the senior students all became excited, especially those girls who felt good about themselves, who felt that their chance had come. The girls' focus is on the person inside the supercar. The boys are focused on this supercar. Is this a Bugatti? Wow, a Bugatti car costs at least 30 million. Which model is this? Can someone explain it to me? No one understands this car? It seems they are all a bunch of bumpkins. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the back of the crowd. This is the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Its only appearance was at the 2019 Geneva International Motor Show. The price of the bear car announced at the time was 126 million. Everyone was shocked to hear that 126 million was such an inhumane sum. You can't earn that much money in 10 lifetimes? Then he turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. In sight is a super sexy girl. She wore an off-white mid-sleeved shirt on her upper body. The shirt was the kind with a cinched waist, which not only brought out her slender waist, but also made the towering part look particularly prominent. The lower body is a black hip-hugging miniskirt. The black stockings and 10-centimeter high heels make the already slender legs look even more sexy. She, Lu Piao. I am a junior in college. One of the campus beauties of Mindu Film and Television Academy. To be selected as the school belle in a place like the Film and Television Academy where there are so many beautiful girls. You can imagine how beautiful she is. Her appearance caused quite a stir, especially among the male compatriots, whose eyes never left her the moment she appeared. Lu Piao had long been accustomed to the fiery looks cast at her from all around and ignored them completely. He walked straight towards the Bugatti in front of everyone. Chapter 054 Two school beauties come together. Lu Piao walked straight to the front of the Bugatti, bent down and knocked on the window. After the window was lowered, Lu Piao could see the person inside clearly. They couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Is he so handsome? She immediately revealed a sweet smile. Hello, I'm the vice president of the student union. My name is Lu Piao, and I'm in charge of welcoming this year's freshmen. May I ask, are you a freshman this year? When Ning Gucheng heard the name Lu Piao, a piece of news from when he first entered school in his previous life immediately emerged in his mind. Lu Piao is missing. Just on the third day after entering school, news came that Lu Piao was missing. Because Lu Piao was the school belle, Ning Gucheng in his previous life paid more attention to her. Later, her family also went to the school to make a scene, and almost everyone in the school knew about it. It was even posted on Douyin, where it caused a sensation. This further deepened Ning Gucheng's impression of her. That's why Ning Gucheng still remembers this person after such a long time. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough in the missing persons investigation from her? Thinking of this, Ning Gucheng decided to get along well with her. Hello, Senior Piao. Ning Gucheng smiled broadly. I'm Ning Gucheng, a freshman this year, from the acting department. Hearing that it was indeed a new student, Lu Piao was delighted. Even more enthusiastic. It's Junior Ning. This is your first day here, so you must be unfamiliar with the place. I'd better take you through the formalities. Ning Gucheng has studied here for 4 years, how could he not be familiar with this place? However, you have to pretend to be a newbie. Nodding, then I'll have to trouble Senior Piao. By the way, Senior Piao, where is the parking lot? There's a parking lot inside the school. I'll take you there. Come with me. As she spoke, Lu Piao was about to lead the way. Ning Gucheng certainly knew that the campus parking lot was several hundred meters away from the school gate. Invite Lu Piao to get in the car. Senior Piao, get in the car, you just need to show the way from the passenger seat. Hearing this, Lu Piapiao immediately felt flattered. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he walked around the car and went to the passenger seat. When the people around saw that Lu Piapiao was actually planning to get on the bus, especially the male classmates, they all beat their chests and stamped their feet. You know, Lu Piapiao is a big celebrity in the school. I don't know how many male classmates think she is their goddess. Is it so easy to get into a luxury car? As expected, women are realistic animals, no matter how beautiful they are. It's great to have money. I also want to drive a supercar worth hundreds of millions to school and attract the attention of the campus beauty. But, mad, I don't have that kind of luck. If looks could kill, Ning Guqing would have died countless times by now. But suddenly, the situation changed. Just when Lu Piapiao walked to the passenger door, someone put his hand on the door before her. It's a woman. He wore a mask that covered most of his face, and a pair of large sunglasses on top of the mask. Although I couldn't see her face clearly, I could tell from her figure that she was definitely a beauty. I'm sorry, it was junior brother Ning who invited me to get in the car. Lu Piapiao felt a little unhappy that someone had gotten there first. I was thinking, which shameless woman is trying to compete with me? The woman who got there first didn't say anything. She first took off her sunglasses and then untied her mask. When her face appeared in everyone's sight, there was an instant burst of exclamations from all around. This is the big star, Yang Meng? Is it senior sister Yang Meng? Since becoming famous, senior sister Yang Meng has rarely come to school. So why is she here today? Could she be here for this junior? It's very likely. Otherwise, why would she try to grab the passenger seat? I also feel that Yang Meng is coming for my junior brother. Two women competing for one man? Both of them are campus beauties, both are top-notch beauties. Hee hee, I want to see how this junior will choose. I'm so damn envious of him. It's only his first day at school, and he's already provoked a heated argument between two of the most beautiful girls on campus. They're both men, both freshmen, so why is he so cool? When Lu Piapiao saw that it was Yang Meng, her momentum obviously dropped a bit. Although they are both school beauties. But one of them is already famous, a household name, and a big star. Lu Piapiao, who is in his third year of college, is still unknown. Although Lu Piapiao didn't say it, she was very envious of Yang Meng in her heart and dreamed of becoming a big star like Yang Meng. With this mentality, how could Lu Piapiao still be confident when facing Yang Meng? She subconsciously took 2 steps back. Although I was reluctant in my heart, I still gave up my seat reluctantly. Yang Meng saw Lu Piapiao stepping back and put on his sunglasses again. Very cool and sassy look. Feeling proud, she opened the car door. Result. After pulling it several times without success, I knocked on the glass window and it finally lowered. Rather. Yang Meng was just about to ask Ning Guqing to open the door when Ning Guqing's voice came over. Senior sister Piapiao, get in the car. Ning Guqing thought to himself. Yang Meng, why are you getting involved at this time? Lu Piapiao is an important person in helping me complete the mission. If you scare her away and affect my progress in solving the case, I will be very angry with you. As Ning Guqing said this to senior sister Piapiao, the whole place fell silent instantly. In their eyes, although Lu Piapiao is also excellent and a school belle, her popularity cannot be compared with that of the big star Yang Meng. If I have to choose between the two, Yang Meng would definitely be the choice. But the result is completely opposite? What is going on? Yang Meng was also stunned, looking at Ning Guqing in the car in extreme disbelief. She also couldn't have imagined that Ning Guqing would choose Lu Piapiao? The reason why Yang Meng suddenly appeared here was to give Ning Guqing face. How do you understand this? Let me explain it this way. If a big star approaches you in public without being afraid of the eyes of people around him or being exposed, wouldn't that make you proud? Yang Meng originally wanted to use this method to get closer to Ning Guqing and achieve his goal of clinging to him. She thought that if she did this, she would definitely be exposed. It will definitely go viral on the internet. It is even very likely to become a hot topic. But no matter how much I planned, I never thought that I would be rejected by Ning Guqing. For Lu Piapiao, it was an absolute pleasant surprise, and her mood suddenly changed from loss to extreme excitement. This junior brother Ning really gave me a lot of face. Without hesitation, he said, Senior Yang Meng, I'm sorry, please move aside. Yang Meng is now a senior in college. Lu Piapiao is a junior in college. Of course I have to call her senior. Hearing the voice, Yang Meng's face instantly turned gloomy. She didn't want to give in. But if you don't move away at this time, you will become a laughingstock among the people around you. Reluctantly, he took a few steps back. Lu Piapiao pulled the car door lightly and it opened, unlike Yang Meng who had tried several times before but failed to open it. It was obvious that Ning Guqing had locked the car door before. Then, Yang Meng watched Lu Piapiao get on Ning Guqing's supercar. I watched the car slowly drive into the school gate, and only reacted when I heard teasing voices all around. Then came the endless feeling of humiliation. Damn it, Ning Guqing, Yang Meng, also need to save face. Chapter 055 I choose whoever looks good. In the car, Lu Piapiao seemed a little uneasy. This was the first time in her life that she had ridden in such a luxurious car. If nothing unexpected happened, this would most likely be the only chance like this in her life. Lu Piapiao was very excited. But stay calm. I can't let Ning Guqing see that I'm a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. He suppressed his excitement and pretended to be calm. Shouty Ning, thank you so much for what you did just now. Just now, Lu Piapiao felt that she had lost all her face after being attacked by Yang Meng in public. If it weren't for Ning Guqing's move. So, we must be grateful. Why are you thanking me? I invited you to get in the car. She was the one who didn't know how to be polite. Ning Guqing said lightly. That being said, she is a big star after all. How could you reject a big star? Lu Piapiao felt incredible. That person doesn't like big stars? How prestigious would it be to have a big star by your side? Ning Guqing chose Lu Piapiao instead of Lu Meng mainly because of the system's task, and Lu Piapiao was related to the task. Of course, Ning Guqing would not tell the truth directly. He smiled and said, I'm a rather tacky person. I usually choose good-looking ones. I'll choose whoever is good-looking. Lu Piapiao was obviously stunned for a moment. Immediately he was overjoyed. Is he praising me for being prettier than Yang Meng? You have to know that both of them are school beauties and their looks are equally good. But Yang Meng is a big star, and Lu Piapiao is nothing. Yang Meng has the halo of a big star, but Lu Piapiao has nothing. So, although they are both school beauties, Lu Piapiao has always been overshadowed by Yang Meng. Even if someone compares Lu Piapiao and Yang Meng, they all thought that Yang Meng was better. After all, she had the aura of a star. Even Lu Piapiao herself couldn't muster up confidence in front of Yang Meng. But now, Ning Guqing chose Lu Piapiao and praised her for being more beautiful than Yang Meng, which was undoubtedly a recognition of her. Let me ask you, is there any woman who doesn't like to be praised for her beauty? Which woman doesn't like to be praised as being more beautiful than big stars? Lu Piapiao felt that she could finally hold her head high in front of Yang Meng. This feeling is so great. The two chatted briefly, and then Ning Guqing parked his car in the open-air parking lot. After turning off the engine, the two pushed the door and got out. Afterwards, Lu Piapiao took Ning Guqing to register. With her help, Ning Guqing's admission procedures went quite smoothly. During this period, some unscrupulous person posted the photo of Yang Meng being rejected by Ning Guqing on the internet. It was also accompanied by a striking headline: a popular actress tried to flirt with a rich man, but was rejected. With the words popular actress as a gimmick, it quickly attracted more and more people's attention. More and more related news appears on Douyin, Xiaohongshu, and Weibo. Yang Meng's boyfriend is two-timing. Shocking. Yang Meng's mysterious boyfriend shows up, and turns out to be a wealthy man who drives a Bugatti. Yang Meng interferes with the rich man's relationship, but is ruthlessly kicked out by him. Yang Meng is willing to be a mistress because the other party drives a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. Yang Meng falls in love with a married man, but the man comes and slaps her in the face. More and more news appeared on the internet. In order to gain traffic, those bloggers do everything they can, and the gimmicks they create are becoming more and more outrageous. Seeing this news, Yang Meng was not angry but happy instead. What does it take to be a star? Heat. Although most of the negative reports are fabricated, doesn't it just increase her popularity? It only takes a few days to issue a statement or have the company make an announcement to easily reverse public opinion. Let the bullets fly for a while. Brother Ning didn't choose me, but chose Lu Piapiao. What on earth is going on? They just met each other. Am I worse than Lu Piapiao in his eyes? Lu Piapiao, why do you deserve his favor?
The more Yang Meng thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She didn't leave immediately, but made a phone call. The call was quickly connected, and the other party's excited voice came, "Senior Yang Meng."
In Yang Meng's eyes, Zhang Xiufei is Ning Guqing's real girlfriend.
Even if Zhang Xiufei tried her best to deny that she and Ning Guqing were in a relationship in front of Yang Meng would never believe it.
If you're not his girlfriend, why are you living in his house? You are not related to me, why are you living in his house?
Mother and daughter still live together. When Yang Meng first saw Zhang Xiaofei and Zhang Xinyan at Ning Guqing's house, she knew that this was a mother and daughter serving the same man. The reason why Zhang Xiaofei strongly denied the relationship between herself and Ning Guqing. It must be because it is immoral for a mother and daughter to serve the same man, but they are embarrassed to admit it. Yang Meng thought she guessed right, so after Zhang Xiaofei said that she was not Ning Guqing's girlfriend, she never asked what their relationship was.
Some things are better left unsaid in your heart. Yang Meng smiled and said, "Xiaofei, where are you now?" "I'm at the school gate."
Zhang Xiaofei said excitedly, "Wow, senior sister Yang Meng, why are you here?"
"I'm here to register."
Yang Meng replied, "I know today is your registration day, so I came here to show you around the school so you can get familiar with the environment.
I'll also introduce you to some seniors.
I won't be at school very often, so let them take care of you when I'm not." When Zhang Xiaofei heard this, she was deeply moved.
Senior Yang Meng is so nice and considerate to me.
Excitedly, he said, "Sister Yang Meng, wait for me at the school gate.
I'll be there soon."
After a while, Zhang Xiaofei trotted to the school gate and saw Yang Meng wearing big sunglasses standing under the shade of a tree,
jogging all the way over. Yang Meng took the initiative to hold Zhang Xiaofei's arm.
The two of them were arm in arm, both were top beauties, just like two sisters.
I don't know how many eyes I attracted along the way.
In fact, the fact that Yang Meng was refused permission to get on Ning Guqing's car had already caused a sensation on the campus network.
However, Zhang Xiaofei just reported it. I don't know anything about the campus network.
So, she really thought that Yang Meng came for her, and under Yang Meng's guidance, the two of them visited the campus. I also got to know a few seniors from the student union. Finally, Yang Meng took her to Student Street, which was only separated by a wall outside the school.
It's time for lunch.
Because he was wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, he was disguised very well and no one recognized him along the way.
How about going for Cantonese food? Yang Meng suggested. Zhang Xiaofei nodded.
She also liked Cantonese cuisine very much.
Cantonese cuisine list. Zhang Xiaofei's taste is not heavy, and Cantonese cuisine suits her taste.
There is only one Cantonese restaurant here, and when Yang Meng brought Zhang Xiaofei into the restaurant, Zhang Xiaofei's eyes were instantly fixed on a window seat on the right side of the restaurant.
There, a man and a woman were chatting and laughing. The man is handsome. The woman is beautiful.
To outsiders, they are definitely a perfect match.
Brother Xiaocheng.
Zhang Xiaofei shouted and then walked towards them quickly. Seeing this, Yang Meng couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into an intriguing smile.
The real boss is here, Lu Piapiao, let me see what you, the mistress, should do now? This is going to be a good show. Chapter 056. It is necessary to give you, the freshman, an education lesson.
While Yang Meng was still imagining the scene of the real boss beating up the mistress, she was stunned by the next scene.
After Zhang Xiaofei greeted Ning Guqing, they curiously asked who Lu Piapiao was. Hello, my name is Lu Piapiao, and I'm a junior at the Mindu Film and Television Academy, majoring in acting. Lu Piapiao introduced herself gracefully.
Zhang Xiaofei introduced her naturally, you are the campus beauty, senior sister Piapiao.
I've heard of you for a long time, and now that I see you, you're even more beautiful than I imagined. Hello, senior Piapiao. My name is Zhang Xiaofei. I'm a freshman this year in the directing department. By the way, Xiaocheng and I are neighbors.
We were in the same junior high class and have known each other for 7 or 8 years.
A word suddenly popped up in Lu Piapiao's mind, childhood sweetheart?
Zhang Xiaofei did some research about school figures before reporting to school.
For example, some famous teachers. Some excellent students.
Zhang Xiaofei had heard of Lu Piapiao, the school belle of Mindu Film and Television Academy. Such a harmonious scene stunned Yang Meng, who was standing behind.
What is going on? Shouldn't there be a scene where the mistress is torn apart with bare hands? I even had my phone ready to record it, but in the end, nothing happened? Lu Piapiao is obviously trying to steal your boyfriend. Zhang Xiaofei, can you tolerate this? Aren't you worried that she will run away with your man?
Before Yang Meng could figure out what was going on, Zhang Xiaofei had already waved to her. Senior Meng Meng, brother Xiaocheng is here.
Do you mind joining them? Yang Meng was eager to find an opportunity to get along with Ning Gucheng. How could I possibly mind? After walking over, problems arose. This type of seat is a booth, the rectangular one, divided into left and right sides. Originally, Ning Gucheng and Lu Piapiao were sitting on their own sides. Now that Zhang Xiaofei and Ning Gucheng are sitting together, Yang Meng can only sit with Lu Piapiao. Although the two women were very reluctant to sit with each other, they had no choice because Ning Gucheng was right across from them and they couldn't let him see any dissatisfaction in them. So, both of them deliberately acted very naturally. Senior Yang Meng, I want to toast you with this glass. Zhang Xiaofei drank tea instead of water. Thank you for introducing me to the senior students in the directing department. I will definitely study hard in the future and strive to graduate as soon as possible so that I can film with my idol. Zhang Xiaofei has always had a dream. She is also a fan. Since I was in junior high school, I have liked the Hong Kong star Andy Lau, who is known as the ageless male god. I have always dreamed of making a movie tailor-made for King Lu. Her dream is to work with Andy Lau. Yang Meng also raised her glass, which also contained a drink. Senior, I wish you to cooperate with King Lu soon. Then the two of them clinked their glasses. This Cantonese restaurant is located on Student Street, and right outside the windows is a busy pedestrian street. There is too much traffic. Isn't this Yang Meng? She really is the big star Yang Meng. She actually sat down to eat with Lu Piapiao? And there was no sense of incongruity at all. What's going on? Aren't they incompatible? Is this reconciliation? Do you think it's because of the boy sitting across from them that they were able to get along so peacefully so quickly? I don't know him. He's quite handsome, but I've never seen him before. Do you think he could be the new student who came to register in the Bugatti? At that time, Ning Gucheng was in the car and did not get out of it at all. He was only seen by a few people when the car window was lowered. Even though the internet was flooded with news about Yang Meng and that mysterious rich man. But no photo of Ning Gucheng was released. And now, Ning Gucheng is with Yang Meng and Lu Piapiao, and it is hard not to let these guys wonder whether this mysterious rich man is this handsome young man. Did you notice that the beauty sitting next to that guy is also very good looking? It's a new face. I haven't seen him before. Although she's still a little green, her looks are no less than Lu Piapiao and Yang Meng. Lu Piapiao and Yang Meng are sitting opposite each other. This girl is actually sitting with the rich man. Do you think this girl is the real owner of the mysterious rich man? Who knows? Anyway, I envy this guy very much. I also want to have a beautiful woman sitting next to me and opposite me when I eat. It's a pity that I don't have that kind of luck. Envy? It's certainly enviable, but have you ever heard of the phrase, beauty is a disaster? What do you mean? Take a look over there. Looking in the direction he pointed, I saw a group of people walking towards me. The one leading them had a gloomy expression and I could tell he was quite angry. He is over 1.8 meters tall, with a sturdy build and as strong as a calf. Isn't this Zhang Weigang? He seems very angry. What is he doing here? Is he here for Lu Piapiao? Do you still need to guess? Wherever Lu Piapiao is, there's Zhang Weigang. This guy is Lu Piapiao's most determined pursuer. How could he possibly tolerate her being with another man? So, isn't there going to be some fun to watch? Just wait and see what that guy who had dinner with Lu Piapiao will do. Zhang Weigang is also from the Mindu Film and Television Academy. Department of Performance. In the same grade as Lu Piapiao but in a different class. As the vice-captain of the school basketball team, Zhang Weigang has many suitors due to his strong physique and wealthy family background. However, he didn't like any of those women. But he has a special liking for Lu Piapiao. However, Lu Piapiao didn't like Zhang Weigang and rejected him countless times. Zhang Weigang firmly believes that as long as he persists, he will be moved by the principle that dripping water can wear away a stone and that if he works hard, he can grind an iron rod into a needle. This persistence lasted for 2 years. It started from my freshman year and now I am my junior year, and I have persisted for 2 years. He had long ago spread the word that Lu Piapiao was the designated daughter-in-law of his Zhang family, and anyone who dared to pursue her would be making things difficult for him, Zhang Weigang. Zhang Weigang's words are quite meaningful.
After all, his status in the school is not low, not to mention that his family conditions are very good. Just for the title of vice captain of the basketball team, people in the school will give him some face. Just now, Zhang Wei, who was playing basketball, was furious when he learned that Lu Piapiao had gotten into a luxury car owned by a rich second-generation man in the morning.
Flirting with my future wife in public? I can't stand it. After asking around, I found out that he was actually a freshman.
Zhang Weigang felt that it was necessary to give these freshmen an education lesson, to let them know how tragic the consequences would be if they tried to flirt with senior students right after entering school.
Chapter 057. This kid is really looking for death.
Although Ning Guqing's seat was next to the window, it was diagonally facing the hotel entrance. Following the waiter's welcome, Lu Piapiao subconsciously looked towards the door, and was shocked when she saw it.
How unlucky am I to meet him here? Lu Piapiao is really annoyed by this person. We've gathered him so many times, why is he still sticking to us like a dogskin plaster? Please, let me go. I really don't like guys like you with strong limbs.
The next second, Lu Piapiao instantly realized the crisis, not her own crisis, but Ning Guqing's. Based on Piapiao's understanding of Zhang Weigang, he was most likely coming for Ning Guqing this time. Thinking of this, Lu Piapiao immediately put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, stood up and walked over to stop Zhang Weigang. He didn't dare let Zhang Weigang get close to Ning Guqing, for fear that he would beat Ning Guqing.
How could he maintain a good relationship with Ning Guqing then? After stopping Zhang Weigang, he said, Zhang Weigang, what a coincidence, you're here to eat too. Zhang Weigang looked at Lu Piapiao.
He didn't dare let Zhang Weigang get close to Ning Guqing, for fear that he would beat Ning Guqing.
How could he maintain a good relationship with Ning Guqing then? After stopping Zhang Weigang, he said, Zhang Weigang, what a coincidence, you're here to eat too. Zhang Weigang looked at Lu Piapiao. When he noticed that she was so sexy in black stockings and a short skirt, countless black lines immediately appeared on his forehead and he almost vomited blood. I dream of you wearing black stockings in front of me. 2 years. Not a single chance. And now, you are wearing black stockings and going out to eat with a freshman? Can't tolerate it. I can't stand it either. Zhang Weigang pointed at Ning Guqing and said angrily, Piapiao, was this the same person's car you got into at the school gate? Lu Piapiao knew that it was useless to deny it. So many people had seen it, and it was impossible to hide it. Weigang, it's not who you think it is. Junior Ning is here to register at school today.
As the person in charge of freshman reception, it's normal for me to receive him. And since I don't know where the parking lot is, I took him there in the passenger seat.
It's not what you think. Zhang Weigang frowned. Freshman reception? The reception even goes to the dinner table?
His voice was so loud that everyone around him looked at him, but Zhang Weigang ignored their looks.
Before Lu Piapiao could speak, he pushed her away.
Came in front of Ning Guqing,
staring at him fiercely.
Sitting opposite Ning Guqing, Yang Meng, who was originally sitting with Lu Piapiao, felt that Ning Guqing was going to be beaten. She had also heard of Zhang Weigang, who was a bully in school.
Ning Guqing was beaten?
Then I'll come to his rescue.
This way, his impression of me will surely improve, right?
Yang Meng believed that with her identity, it would be very easy to stop Zhang Weigang from beating Ning Guqing, but she did not rush to take action. She wanted Ning Guqing to suffer a little first. Think about it, if you help the other person when he has suffered a loss, or if you help him before he has suffered a loss, in which situation will he be more grateful to you?
The answer is of course the latter.
Zhang Xiaofei, who was sitting with Ning Guqing, just glanced at Zhang Weigang indifferently and continued eating.
It tastes delicious.
From her calm demeanor, it was clear that she wasn't worried at all about Ning Guqing because of Zhang Weigang's arrival. This made Yang Meng feel strange.
You are his woman, there is no reason why you wouldn't worry about him, right? Aren't you worried that he will be beaten?
Yang Meng had never seen Ning Guqing take action, so he didn't know Ning Guqing's strength. However, Zhang Xiaofei had seen it with her own eyes. The people in front of her looked strong and powerful, but at best they were just school bullies.
Not even a street thug. And who was Ning Guqing fighting? People from Date Group. This is the existence of the person in charge of the Hard River Group. He who dares to attack and teach people from the Date Group a lesson, would he be afraid of a bunch of you school bullies who are not even thugs? So funny. For Zhang Xiaofei, what she should worry about is not Ning Guqing, but whether Zhang Wei is okay. And what she has to do now is to eat. Because it's so delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious food in several days.
Ever since Zhang Xiaofei and Jiang Xinyan left Ningguqing and returned home, Jiang Xinyan has been busy with company matters.
When Jiang Xinyan is busy, there is no one to cook for her.
Zhang Xiaofei couldn't cook, so she had to order takeout every day, and she ate so much that she wanted to vomit. Now that we finally have a good meal, we must enjoy it to our heart's content.
Me, eat. 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 At this time, there were already quite a few people watching.
Some were watching outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, while others were watching at the door.
Some people felt that the view outside was not clear enough, so they went into the restaurant. Suddenly the restaurant became lively. Who is this young man? He's trying to steal Zhang Weigong's girlfriend. Isn't this a life-threatening move? What about Zhang Weigong's girlfriend? Lu Piapiao didn't agree to be his girlfriend, okay? Stop talking nonsense. It's true that he didn't agree, but don't you know that Zhang Weigang has already made it known that anyone who dares to covet Lu Piapiao will have a hard time with him? In the Film and Television Academy, although Zhang Weigang isn't the top guy yet, his words still carry a lot of weight. This time, Zhang Weigang brought so many people with him, and he was caught red-handed. This new student is in trouble. Beg for mercy quickly, or you'll probably get beaten to death. Yes, if you are wise, then beg for mercy immediately. There are many people around and a lot of noisy sounds. Ningguqing felt a little unhappy that a good meal was interrupted like this. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Then, in front of everyone including Zhang Weigang, he directly hugged Lu Piapiao in his arms, looked at Zhang Weigang with disdain, and asked Lu Piapiao, "Piapiao, who is this gorilla?" When the people around saw this scene, they were stunned instantly. What does this freshman want to do? This is obviously a provocation to Zhang Weigang. Is he so bold as to be brave as a tiger? In everyone's eyes, Ningguqing's action was undoubtedly an inexplicable act that completely angered Zhang Weigang. This is no different from seeking death. Zhang Weigong's face darkened instantly, and his eyes, which had been wide open like pupils, now narrowed into the most dangerous needle-like shapes. Staring at Ningguqing, this kid really wants to die. Chapter 058. This kid has practiced. Originally, Ningguqing had no intention of arguing with Zhang Weigang. After all, he had lived 2 lives, and Ningguqing was too lazy to argue with such a little brat. But this kid takes himself too seriously. Not to mention that Lu Piapiao is not your girlfriend. Even if she is your girlfriend, she was the one who took the initiative to talk to me. There's no need to be nice to you. He stood up and put his arm around Lu Piapiao's shoulders. By doing this, he was undoubtedly declaring his sovereignty and provoking Zhang Weigang. When Ningguqing hugged Lu Piapiao in his arms, not only the onlookers around him were stunned, but Yang Meng was also stunned. His eyes immediately turned to Zhang Xiaofei opposite him. "Xiaofei, your boyfriend is hugging another woman in front of you, can you tolerate this?" Zhang Xiaofei looked up at Ningguqing. There wasn't much surprise, and she said, "I'll say it again, he's not my boyfriend. No, I like mature, older men, like King Lu, not cool little brothers like him." Yang Meng was silent for a moment. Could it be that I really misunderstood the relationship between her and Ningguqing? From the first time she met Zhang Xiaofei, Yang Meng thought she was Ningguqing's girlfriend. So is her mother. That is the legendary situation where 2 women serve 1 man. But now? All right. Misunderstanding. So, don't I have a chance too? Before this, Yang Meng had never thought about becoming Ningguqing's girlfriend. Why? Because of Zhang Xiaofei. She was able to get closer to Ningguqing through Zhang Xiaofei, so how could she possibly try to steal Zhang Xiaofei's boyfriend? Isn't this inappropriate and ungrateful? Yang Meng couldn't do such a thing. But now, Ningguqing is not Zhang Xiaofei's boyfriend? That's another matter. Yang Meng still doesn't know what Ningguqing's specific background is, and has no idea what kind of family he comes from. But based on her understanding of Ningguqing's current condition, she can feel that he is definitely not an ordinary rich second generation. Only those legendary super wealthy families have such strength. Think about it, a whole garage full of supercars, what does that mean? Of course, this doesn't mean that no one can afford a whole garage full of cars. But it can't be bought. These cars are all in high demand. It might be okay to get a few, but getting so many is absolutely impossible without extraordinary means. My chance has come, Yang Meng. Yang Meng was a little excited. At this moment, Zhang Weigang,
whose emotions were completely out of control, roared, "Mad, you're courting death." Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Weigang threw a straight hook, and his fist, as big as a sandbag, slammed into Ning Guqing's face. A powerful punch. It was another act of hatred. You can imagine the power of this punch. It can be felt that this guy must have practiced a little, otherwise his punches wouldn't be so fast.
Good boy, you're making a move? If I get hit by this punch, I'll be disfigured, right?
They started fighting as soon as they disagreed with each other. Zhang Weigang is really a ruthless person.
This freshman is so unlucky.
He only registered on his first day and already got into trouble with Zhang Weigang.
He's just looking for trouble. I feel like Zhang Weigang is really going too far, and Lu Piapiao doesn't like him. She has a boyfriend, so what does it have to do with him? Everyone basically holds a disdainful attitude towards Zhang Weigang's actions. Think he is too domineering. Why can't Lu Piapiao have a boyfriend? Now that she has a boyfriend, you're going to beat him up? Isn't that too broad a scope? Although everyone was disgusted with Zhang Weigang's behavior, it was clear that Ning Guqing was going to be beaten. He looks so delicate and fragile, will he cry if he is punched? However, what everyone did not expect was,
I thought Zhang Weigang's fist was going to hit Ning Guqing's nose, but in the end, Ning Guqing caught it. Ning Guqing grabbed his fist with one hand.
Everyone stared at the scene in a daze, watching Ning Guqing easily grab Zhang Weigang's fist. Time seemed to suddenly freeze at this moment. Yang Meng was stunned. Lu Piapiao was stunned. Everyone around was stunned.
Only Zhang Xiaofei was not surprised. The last time she saw Ning Guqing take action at his house, she saw him fight 3 people at once, and it was much cleaner and more efficient than this.
Zhang Weigang also felt incredible. How could he catch his own fist? Did he practice it?
With this question in his mind, he didn't think much about it and instinctively wanted to retract his fist, but found that he couldn't retract it at all.
The opponent's strength was surprisingly great. This made Zhang Weigang's heart skip a beat. What a great strength! Have you practiced it?
At this moment, he felt a sharp pain on his wrist.
Ning Guqing bent his fist back 90 degrees.
Zhang Wei could bear the pain at first, but soon he couldn't bear it anymore. He screamed with his teeth bared.
It hurts, it hurts. It's broken. If you keep trying, it will break.
The severe pain once again made him want to retract his fist, but his arm seemed to be clamped by an iron fist and he could not move. At this time, Zhang Weigang had completely lost his previous arrogance. He half knelt on the ground with a look of pain on his face.
The people who came with Zhang Weigang were about to come over to help. Ning Guqing glared at him.
The sharp gaze frightened these people so much that they dared not act rashly. These people look very cunning, but they are just a group of students after all. They appear ruthless on the surface, but they actually have many things to fear in their hearts.
For example, will I be punished by the school? Will I be held back? What if I get fired? There are too many concerns.
This also caused these people to be restrained and reserved. Ning Guqing ignored these guys at all. He squatted down, grabbed Zhang Weigong's wrist with one hand to control him, and slapped his face with the other hand.
He threatened, Lu Piapiao is my Ning Guqing's woman. Listen to me, if I ever find out that you harass her in the slightest, I will not let you go.
Zhang Weigang stared at Ning Guqing with red eyes, and he looked so angry that it seemed as if he wanted to eat someone.
Gentlemen, I'm a small business and can't afford to be bothered.
At this time, a middle-aged man squeezed in from outside the crowd. He was the boss here and was originally helping in the kitchen. When he heard that something happened in the hall, he hurried out. As a result, it was discovered that one of them was the man who had dinner with the famous star Yang Meng.
Can someone who eats with a big star be a simple person? Another one is Zhang Weigang, a frequent visitor to the live streaming store. Both have backgrounds. You can't afford to offend either of them. Ning Guqing glanced at the boss.
In his previous life, Ning Guqing had eaten here many times and knew him.
This boss has a miserable life.
His wife died of cancer 2 years ago, and he has been raising 2 children alone.
The money used to open this restaurant was basically borrowed. Ning Guqing didn't want to embarrass this old friend from his previous life. Remember what I just told you. Ning Guqing warned Zhang Weigang again before letting him go and walking back to his table. However, what no one expected was that when Ning Guqing turned around, he picked up a beer bottle on the table next to him and was about to smash it on the back of Ning Guqing's head.
Ah, be careful.
Worry. Brother Xiaocheng, from behind, sneak attack. The three women shouted almost in unison. Chapter 059 What is a man? This is what a man is. Let us take a look at Ning Guqing's current physical fitness, which is 75 points. The growth of physical fitness means an all-round increase in physical quality. Today, his strength, resistance to blows, speed, reaction ability, and even vision and hearing are superior to those of ordinary people. Just as Zhang Weigang threw the wine bottle at him, Ning Guqing changed his position at the sound. His head tilted, and the wine bottle whizzed past his ear and hit the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him and exploded. This floor-to-ceiling window was made of glass, so how could it withstand such a heavy blow? It cracked directly, and the crack spread like a spider web from the place where the wine bottle hit it. After throwing out an empty bottle, Zhang Weigang had no intention of stopping. He picked up another empty wine bottle. This time, Ning Guqing didn't give him a chance to attack. Zhang Weigang's hand holding the empty bottle was still in the air, and he didn't have time to throw it away. His chest was like being hit by a truck, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Ning Guqing took action. Wrong. To be precise, it was a kick. With a turning kick, this big guy who must have weighed more than 200 pounds was kicked 3 or 4 meters away and hit the brothers who followed him from behind. Overwhelmed a lot. It's so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. They really couldn't believe that Ning Guqing, who looked so frail, could actually kick a big guy weighing more than 200 pounds so far? How did he do it? This kick is so cool. What is a man? This is what a man is. He's handsome, has a good figure, is rich, and has good skills. Being with him makes you feel absolutely safe. You won't find a man like him even if you search with a lantern. No wonder a big star like Yang Mang would lower herself to get close to him. It seems there's a reason for that. It's a pity that he is already Lu Piapiao's boyfriend. Wow, how nice it would be if he were my boyfriend. A considerable number of the onlookers were students from nearby universities, and a considerable number of them were girls who were impressed by Ning Guqing's kick just now. This is what a man should do. My boyfriend chooses this. Even Yang Mang and Lu Piapiao looked at it in disbelief. Is he that good at fighting? So amazing. Much better than the theater's martial arts stunt doubles. Zhang Xiaofei looked at Ning Guqing with complicated eyes. He is quite handsome, but my King Lu is still a little more handsome. While everyone was still in shock, Ning Guqing had already walked up to Zhang Weigang and stepped down on his chest. After being kicked by Ning Guqing just now, Zhang Weigang felt extremely uncomfortable, as if all his internal organs were dislocated. I originally wanted to stand up, after all, lying on the ground was too ugly. But before he could stand up, Ning Guqing had already stepped down with his right foot, pinning him to the ground. Ning Guqing, I'll fuck your grandma. Although he was subdued by Ning Guqing, Zhang Weigang's attitude remained tough and he showed no intention of giving in. This made Ning Guqing look at him with a higher opinion. It's a tough nut to crack. I also know who called the police, or whether it was an uncle in a hat who was patrolling around and passed by here. 3 uncles in hats walked in from outside. Afterwards, Ning Guqing and Zhang Weigang were both taken away. Because no one was injured, and Zhang Weigang was too disdainful to sue Ning Guqing, in Zhang Weigang's words, that was it. So it wasn't a fight. After recording their statements, both of them were released. At the door of the police station, Ning Guqing lit a cigarette in the wind as he watched Zhang Weigang leave. He could not remember that there was no such person as Zhang Weigang in his previous life. This doesn't make sense. It would be fine if Zhang Weigang was just doing nothing. It just so happened that he was very famous in school, and Ning Guqing had even joined the basketball club for a while during his first semester of freshman year. It doesn't make sense that even the vice captain of the school team doesn't know about it? But in his memory, Ning Guqing was sure that there was no such person. What's going on? Did Zhang Wei just drop out of school? Or did he disappear, so he didn't know about this person? But when did he disappear? Never mind. I don't care. Lu Piapiao was waiting in the coffee shop opposite the police station. As a big star, Yang Mang is not suitable to appear in public places such as coffee shops because it will attract onlookers, so she is in a nanny car parked on the side of the road. As for Zhang Xiaofei? This girl had disappeared long before Ning Guqing was taken away by Uncle Hat. In her words, Ning Guqing had the money and could handle this kind of thing in minutes, so she didn't need to worry about it at all. Moreover, even if she worried about it, there was nothing she could do. If you don't come out, I'll hire a lawyer.
In order to avoid being recognized, Yang Meng wore sunglasses and a baseball cap and said, "Let's take my car. We're all going back to Minduipin, so it's on our way." Lu Piapiao looked at Yang Meng, who took the initiative to show her courtesy to Ning Gucheng, and her mood suddenly became depressed again. In terms of appearance, she is on par with Yang Meng. But in terms of popularity, there is a huge gap. She could clearly feel that Yang Meng was deliberately trying to please Ning Gucheng, and the purpose of doing so was self-evident, which was to seduce him. How could he possibly compete with Yang Meng? Ning Gucheng will definitely choose Yang Meng and not me. But before in the restaurant, he said that I was his girlfriend, and now countless people know about our relationship. Of course, Lu Piapiao also knew that Ning Gucheng said that in order to help her get rid of Zhang Weigong's entanglement. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, Lu Piapiao's phone rang. Picked up the phone immediately. Vice President Park has a very high status in the film and television industry. He not only knows many big directors and producers, but also knows a lot of the capital behind them. It is no exaggeration to say that if you want to make someone famous, you can make him famous as long as he is not too bad. Lu Piapiao has known Vice President Park for a long time. Mindu Film and Television Academy has a tradition. That is, a voluntary blood donation activity is held at irregular intervals every year. Although this activity is voluntary and not mandatory, there are still many students who donate blood under the school's call and publicity. Among them is Lu Piapiao. And just 1 month after the bloody incident, Vice President Park suddenly found Lu Piapiao. The reason was that a friend of his was preparing a movie and had not yet chosen the second female lead, so he wanted to ask him to help find one. "I think you fit the image of the second female lead, so I'm planning to ask you to star in it." Lu Piapiao was stunned when she heard this. What's going on? This is like a pie falling from the sky, and it just hits me on the head? If someone else told her this, Lu Piapiao would definitely think they were a liar and turn away. You know, this is the entertainment industry. Do you know how many people would rather sleep with the director for a shot? Do you know how many women have slept with assistant directors, then directors, producers, and investors all the way up for a role? If you ask carefully, those beautiful and famous female stars, did they sleep their way into their first leading role? The answer may be cruel. But this is the fact. Of the female celebrities you see on the screen, 90% have been seduced, except for a very small number who have strong backgrounds and no one dares to mess with them. It's just that some people just don't admit it. Chapter 060, A Hero Saves a Beautiful mature woman. Just think about this and you will understand. If you were a director, why would you give your leading lady to a newcomer you met for the first time? Is her acting good? What a joke! How can a newcomer's acting skills compare to those of an experienced actor? Why not choose those experienced old actors? You say she fits the role in the script? It's even more of a joke. The characters in the script are just acting. Whether it fits the script depends on your acting skills. Once you understand this truth, you will know how deep the water in the entertainment industry is. However, since this was said by Vice President Park, Lu Piapiao was certain of it. His identity is there. There is no reason to deceive yourself, a little girl who has nothing. What is more important is that Vice President Park doesn't want any reward. There was no hidden rule against Lu Piapiao. Therefore, Lu Piapiao respected her from the bottom of her heart. Now that she received a call from Vice President Park, Lu Piapiao guessed that the second female lead role he had promised her had been found. Sure enough, when Lu Piapiao answered the phone, the other party told her to meet the director tonight. He also said that he would be present and that the director was his good friend, and told her not to worry. After hanging up the phone, Lu Piapiao was so excited that she almost jumped up. I finally waited. After 2 years of enrollment, I finally got the opportunity to perform. The second female lead? Very good. Don't think that the second female lead is nothing. This is a scene where he plays opposite the female lead. This can be considered a high opening. Vice President Park asked you out? When Ning Gucheng heard about Vice President Park, he immediately became alert. Is it really related to Vice President Park that Lu Piapiao disappeared? Well, Vice President Park introduced me to a role and asked me to meet the director tonight. When Lu Piapiao saw Ning Gucheng's alert look, she thought he was jealous and felt happy. This rich junior is actually jealous of me? She explained, Ning, you're jealous when you hear I'm going on a date tonight. Don't worry, I'm not that easygoing. I won't sell my body for a role. Lu Piapiao is one of the 4 school beauties. Her looks and figure are there.
It is impossible to say that no one asked her to film a movie. But why haven't they filmed any movies yet?
A big part of the reason was that she offended too many people because she refused to follow the unspoken rules.
Ning Gucheng remembered that in his previous life, Lu Piapiao always arrived on the third day after reporting. Today is the first day of registration.
Therefore, it should be safe for Lu Piapiao to keep her appointment tonight. However, I still have to warn her, you have to be careful about this Vice President Park.
When you come into contact with him, you must be extra cautious. Remember, don't trust him completely. When you meet him, if there is anything, contact me first. I'm always available.
For Ning Gucheng, the top priority now is to solve this case. As Lu Piapiao is one of the important characters, it is understandable that Ning Gucheng cares more about her.
But Lu Piapiao didn't think so.
Because she didn't know that Ning Gucheng was considering solving the case, she thought Ning Gucheng liked her.
If you don't like it, why should you care? This made Lu Piapiao very happy.
It was just the first time they met, and junior brother Ning cared about her so much.
Is I, Lu Piapiao, so charming? One family is happy, the other is sad.
Yang Meng is still there. When she noticed that Ning Gucheng showed concern for Lu Piapiao, it was impossible for her not to be jealous.
But she really didn't understand. Why? Am I really worse than Lu Piapiao? Afterwards, Ning Gucheng took the initiative to ask Lu Piapiao for her contact information, which made Yang Meng very angry.
At the beginning, she added Ning Gucheng's contact information through Zhang Xiaofei.
And he actually took the initiative to ask Lu Piapiao for it? Are you kidding me?
Yang Meng couldn't bear such a blow, said something like I have something else to do, and left. Lu Piapiao had an appointment in the evening, so she had to go back and prepare while she still had some time, so she took a taxi and left.
After they left, Ning Gucheng remembered that his Bugatti was still in the Student Street parking lot. He was brought here by Uncle Hat just now. Ning Gucheng was waiting on the roadside. I plan to hail a taxi and head to Student Street.
While waiting for the bus, Ning Gucheng lit a cigarette against the wind. Before he took a few puffs, he heard someone shouting, "Robbery, robbery!" Ning Gucheng turned around and saw a woman dressed as a young woman on the side of the road, shouting loudly. A young man snatched her handbag and ran away.
Good fellow, you dare to rob in broad daylight, in the open air?
Ning Gucheng felt that the robber must be a novice, and was definitely not familiar with the surrounding terrain, and was definitely from another place.
Otherwise, how dare they rob in front of the police station?
But it just so happened that the robber was coming towards Ning Gucheng. When passing by Ning Gucheng stretched out his foot and tripped the robber. The young man was thrown upside down.
After getting up, he took out the dagger from his waist and pointed it at Ning Gucheng. Mad, do you want to die? Ning Gucheng pointed to the police station not far away. When the robber saw this, he was almost scared to death. Police station? Okay, robbery in front of the police station? Brother, here's the bag for you. Please spare me. I'm grateful for your kindness. I felt like I didn't check the almanac before going out today. After choosing so many places, why did I choose to start the fight in front of a police station? Are you blind?
Then he threw the handbag to Ning Gucheng.
Turn around and run.
He ran for 100 meters and saw that Ning Gucheng did not catch up with him, so he clasped his fists in the direction of Ning Gucheng.
The road ahead is long, we will meet again.
Ning Gucheng picked up the handbag that was dropped on the ground. The young woman came jogging over. She ran really slowly in her high heels. The robber has already run 100 meters away, and you haven't even run the 20 meters yet. Ning Gucheng just glanced at her and his attention was instantly drawn to her. To be more precise, he was attracted by the shaking waves. Judging from the way it's shaking violently, it should be at level E.
It's even possible to get an F. If it is C, the amplitude cannot be so exaggerated.
Ning Gucheng's eyes were fixed on her face. In terms of appearance, this young woman cannot compare with Jiang Xinyan and Huang Shuwei, but she is also a rare beauty. Coupled with her exquisite dress, she is still very eye-catching.
When she ran to him, Ning Gucheng handed her the bag and said, "Take a look and see if anything is missing."
The young woman opened her handbag and found that the information she wanted was still there.
As for the rest, she was too lazy to care about it. Even if she was no longer hungry, she was too lazy to care. Yes, thank you so much, thank you so much. The young woman panted and said, "There is an important piece of information in here." If it is gone, I really don't know what to do. Fortunately, the information is not lost.
Ning Guqing smiled faintly, as long as nothing is missing.
Goodbye.
The young woman expressed her gratitude again. Thank you, little brother, goodbye.
Ning Guqing returned to the side of the road.
Not long after, a red Porsche sports car drove over, which was more suitable for women to drive.
The Porsche stopped in front of Ning Guqing, and the passenger window rolled down. Little brother, are you waiting for a car? Get in, I'll give you a ride.
Where I'm going is a little far from here, on Student Street, so I won't bother you.
Student Street? What a coincidence. I live in the neighborhood near Student Street. It's very convenient. Come on in.